Well, good morning. It's 9:02, and I call this special meeting of the Board of Regents to order. Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski, will you please take roll?
Chair Brooks.
Here.
Vice Chair Goodman. Regent Ariscata. Regent Batista. Regent Boylan. Regent Brager.
Here.
Regent Brown.
Present.
Regent Carvalho.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Downs.
Here.
Regent Fernandez.
Present.
Regent Goycochea.
Here.
Regent McGrath.
Here.
You have a quorum present.
Thank you. Vice Chair Goodman, would you lead us in the pledge? All right, I'll now move to agenda item number 1, which is public comment.
Chair, may I ask a question? I apologize for interrupting, but there's no other system. I was just going to ask, because we have unfinished business, is there any way to have that item heard following the public comment? And I know it's at your discretion.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Based on timeliness of other agenda items, I think we move forward just as is.
Okay.
Thank you. So again, I'll move to agenda item number 1, which is public comment. For those who'd like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID 922-8475-3091 and passcode 555555. Is there any public comment at GBC?
There's no public comment here at Great Basin.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None in Reno.
Thank you. We'll move to public comment here in Las Vegas.
Good morning, Board of Regents. Can everyone hear me clearly? Okay, awesome. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tony Chavez. I am what I would call a very active community member as well as an instructor over there at Ollie for that side of UNLV. What I'm speaking on, just like many community members today, has to do with, I'm pretty sure you guys all know what's going on with the Boring Company. What I ask is to please, and I ask this of the board, is to hear out the community and to stand up to these kind of trillionaires that come into this community and have already a proven track record of causing environmental harm to our community. So I ask you, for when it comes to all these next speakers that will be speaking after me, to please hear them out, and let's come together as a community to stand up to these injustices. Thank you.
Good morning, Regents. My name is Willie Chalmers III. I am president of Las Vegans for Better Transit, an advocacy group that is focused on bringing world-class public transportation to Las Vegas, which may come surprising because I'm going to speak in opposition of approving agenda item 2 for the Boring Company. Now, the Boring Company would have you believe that their solution is world-class and innovative, and I'm sure that the way that they are digging their tunnels is very innovative. But ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake, the transportation system here is just cars in a tunnel. Others here today will undoubtedly talk about the labor practices of the Boring Company itself, but I think we should just focus on a singular argument here. The entire justification for this station hinges on UNLV gaining a, I quote, significant campus amenity with limited financial exposure. The Boring Company is agreeing to pay for all the costs of the station, sure, but who does the station really serve? The Boring Company, from my understanding based on the minutes that I've read, has not provided any estimates on ridership on how many students, faculty, staff, or members of the community will actually use the station. And if we are to provide a campus amenity, surely the board would like to know to what degree the campus would benefit. But make no mistake, the Boring Company, Vegas Loop, exists to serve tourists. The company only has a base here because the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority let them in through the ground door. So where's the alternatives analysis here? Where is that tangible breakdown of actual benefits besides an intention to negotiate internships? Of course, we have the RTC's Bus Rapid Transit Red Line opening this August, which actually will serve tens of thousands of riders, all for a $104 semester pass. Approving this project may raise the profile of the system and of the Boring Company, but allowing the Boring Company onto campus will not substantially benefit the campus community. For sports events, maybe, or maybe if a student wants to have some fun at the Fountain Blue after finals. The risk to the public trust simply is not worth it. Therefore, I urge the NSHE board to reject agreements with the Boring Company, or at the very least, require them to submit a robust ridership forecast for the station before opening. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Felicity Cummo. I live in Henderson. I'll be honest, everyone here is way more prepared than I am. However, as someone who lives in Henderson, I have much better transit than much people here in the Valley, which is frankly disappointing. But we're talking about the Boring Company today. The Boring Company is a failure, let's be honest. They have a ton of money, but not a whole lot of stuff to back it up. The current Vegas loop has dumped 2,400 gallons of toxic chemicals, of which our workers have suffered serious chemical burns. That's our neighbors. That's the people who serve me, who serve you, and that's simply not okay. They haven't paid any of their fines, which comes up to nearly $500,000. That tells me they're not responsible. That tells me they don't care about us. And frankly, if we look at the current Vegas loop, who does it serve? How often is it actually working? I work in production. I send out these speaker timers. I work for a company that puts on every single one of those conventions at our convention center and across the globe. I love what I do. I'm very proud of it. But that Vegas loop, as someone who works there regularly, does not help anyone. Everybody knows that. Anyone who's a local, that thing is shut down most of the time. And frankly, I think we need to take a big, deep breath, look at them, understand that's a lot of money, but it doesn't serve us. It doesn't serve me, it doesn't serve your friends, and it certainly won't serve the people who are coming here to spend money at the convention centers, at our casinos. So I implore you to please say no. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Today I speak as a native Las Vegan and a UNLV student. I believe this project would affect our community in a negative way. To build the Vegas Loop near UNLV would not only cause more unnecessary traffic due to construction, but would also be extremely inefficient because of the tunnel's low capacity and slowness. The Boring Company has been shown to be unreliable due to their negligence in dumping drilling fluid in sewage systems. The NDEP found almost 800 environmental violations, and yet the Boring Company has not paid any fines. The construction of these loops in itself is also dangerous, and many workers experience chemical burns and other injuries. I ask of you all to please consider our community when voting and our environmental well-being. Thank you so much. We students do not want this tunnel built. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Paul Moratkin, M-O-R-A-D, K-H-A-N, Executive Vice President with the Vegas Chamber. Good morning, Chair, Board of Regents, and the Chancellor. As many of you know, the Chamber is in support of Agenda Item 4. The Chamber, as you know, is Nevada's largest and broadest business association, representing thousands of employers from small to large corporations. The Chamber has consistently advocated for a robust higher education system, committing to supporting a thriving economy in Southern Nevada. The Chamber has had the pleasure of working with Chancellor McNair since he began his tenure here last year. We appreciate his proactiveness with that he's demonstrated to building relationships with the business community and deepening those partnerships with employers. The Chamber has found him to be a partner in economic development conversations and workforce development initiatives, and values insight and perspective during the time we have worked together. The Chamber believes that NSHE plays a vital role in driving economic diversification and serving as a strategic partner in providing a skilled workforce to Nevada's future. That is why the Chamber supports Chancellor McNair and the outreach work that he has done in the business community. We believe he's contributed to strengthening that relationship between NSHE and the business community, and we look forward to that continued collaboration. Thank you, Chair and members of the Board of Regents.
Chairman Brooks and fellow regents, my name is Dan Tutlin, and on July 1st, I will officially be vice chairman of the UNLV Foundation. I am not speaking on behalf of the foundation, because I'm not sure I can. In the past year, we have hired Jan Jones Blackhurst, a community legend and president of the foundation. She is a leader, including providing vision, identifying problems, just like she did as mayor and for Caesar's Palace. President Heavey has given the foundation friendship, transparency, and the power of a real partner in the president's office that has been sorely missed. In my tenure, the Board of Regents' engagement is at an all-time high, with a lot attributed to our focus on delivering a business school building. The governor himself, a UNLV graduate, shot a $68 million gust of wind in our sails with a leading matching gift for the business school with a strict mandate and time frame to match it. This is a stated priority of President Heavey. Chancellor McNair has an A-plus fundraising and workforce development resume and relationship with current donors established long before arrival at UNLV. And this is very critical in the delivery of a business school building. Large donations are 50-50 at best, and it only takes 1 percentage point to take it from a yes to a no. Now is not the time, and now I repeat, now is not the time to undercut the governor and the university's shared goal of delivering a business school building. The Foundation and Business School are coming off 2 solid victories in our recent dinners. We honored Alan Mulaski, the Crawfords, who recently gave $5 million to the Fine Arts Building. I know we all support that. And also Mark Davis and Mrs. Dr. Adelson, all current donors who have publicly stated they have way more gas in the tank. I went to UNR before graduating UNLV, and Regent Joe Arascata, my childhood friend, reminds me of that daily, of me being a trader. I have visited the new shiny UNR Business School. How great will it be to say to this country and the world, we don't care where you land, come to Nevada, we have 2 great business schools. We have one of the best business climates in the country, and when you graduate, you will get a job in Nevada. I repeat, Chancellor McNair has both fundraising and workforce development victories resume. The governor did his job. President Heavey is doing his job. The foundation is doing ours. Let Chancellor McNair do his, and let the donors do theirs and give money to the university, a job they love. Thank you.
Well, I know there's no more people here to give public comment. However, we have a regent that would like to give public comment, so I'll call on Regent Downs.
And Chair Brooks, just for the
Thank you,
record, if Regent Downs is going to give public comment, this will be in his individual capacity.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. My name is Jeffrey Downs, JAFFREYDOWNS for the record. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on one of the agenda items today. I would like to address agenda item number 5. I'm concerned about this document, why it was commissioned, and how it was developed. It draws conclusions to support a narrative without wide consideration. In particular, on page 8 of the document, a red mark is given for, under the instructor category, salary growth outpacing revenue, static workload, and delivery methods. I know we're going to be discussing this later on, but it concerns me that this was seen that way. First, are the preparers of this document aware of the significant fees increases the board has imposed on students of NSHE in terms of increasing revenue to go along with the salary increases? Second, there is nothing to address the exponential growth in size and cost of the administrations at every NSHE institution. Third, it is irresponsible for NSHE to not, in the very least, keep up with inflationary pressures faculty experience. I challenge how this document was prepared and what appears to be a lack of shared governance in the process. Thank you.
Okay, there's no more public comment here in Las Vegas. SES, is there public comment?
I had a public comment.
Yes, we do. Caller with the last 4 digits of 2955. Please unmute by pressing *6. State your name and spell it for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Mackenzie Shelton Lott, SHEL-LOTT. Hello, my name is Mackenzie Shelton Lott, and I'm a second-year political science major, and I currently serve as a senator for the College of Liberal Arts for the Consolidated Students of UNLV. I am making a public comment today to oppose the approval of item 2, the Boring Company Station at UNLV. As a student representative, I'm asking you all to vote no on this item or to defer your vote and ask for financial impacts. This project truly has no place at UNLV. Many, if not most of the students who make UNLV what it is, strongly oppose allowing the Boring Company, a company who has already been caught on 2 separate occasions pouring drilling fluid into Vegas manholes, to alter our campus environment how they've already altered the rest of the city. In addition to the already existing traffic and construction near the UNLV campus, many students struggle financially to maintain their student status at UNLV. We ask that if you are going to allow the Boring Company to change the progressive community that makes UNLV such a great place to go, that you defer your vote and ask for financial impacts that can be used directly for student needs. As I previously stated, I truly do not believe that this project belongs at UNLV or any of Vegas for that matter, and I truly hope that you take student voices into account when making your vote this time. Thank you. I yield.
Caller with the last 4 digits ending in 2113. Please unmute by pressing star 6. State your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, my name is Aaron Harris. I work in education and I'm a community advocate for public transit. I'm speaking on the agenda item about the Boring Company. I'm urging the board to make a motion for further study of the potential impacts of this project. I know there's a desire to move fast, but there are a lot of critical unanswered questions about this project. For example, what would the fare passes cost? Will students or faculty receive a discount? Will there be an equity analysis done when evaluating fare increases? Right now, the Boring Company estimates that the average trip cost is $5 to $6, and the only type of pass being offered is a day pass. This doesn't strike me as something that is affordable public transportation that students and faculty will be able to use. To me, this doesn't seem like it operates as a transit system, but rather as a private taxi company being given a permanent monopoly on trips into UNLV while not paying into the externalities that they impose on the community. We need to see estimates of the actual dollar amounts that the university might receive by allowing the station to operate on the campus with the revenue share agreement in place, while also paying no ongoing rents for the space that they take up on campus. I'm concerned that allowing the construction of this tunnel end station will preclude future high-capacity transit onto campus. I want to make it clear that the Boring Company, while it is certainly something new and different, it is not high-capacity transit. It does not have the capacity to move large numbers of people at the same time. So when you think about sports games and that sort of thing, it's only able to move a small fraction of the number of people that something like buses or trains would be able to move. So for this reason, I request that the board make a motion for further study, as well as renegotiate the contracts when it comes to how much the Boring Company is paying to the university in terms of a guarantee. If I want to build a constructive business on campus that I use for my personal gain, I would have to pay rent to the university to be able to take up that space, as well as have an agreement to pay for things like janitorial, that sort of thing. So for these reasons, I think that there needs to be a little bit further study into what this agreement looks like and what the potential impacts to campus, as well as the future potential revenue opportunities. After that, I thank you for your time.
Caller with the last 4 digits of 2955. Please unmute by pressing star 6. State your name and spell it for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, I am Sabina Lee, Sabinalee. As an incoming freshman at UNLV, I did not support the NSHE's decision to approve a Vegas transit station on my campus. The Boring Company is infamous for violating environmental and workplace safety regulations. In September 2025, Nevada's Bureau of Water Pollution Control issued a cease and desist letter to the Boring Company, fining them $242,800 after at least 29 penalties, including discharging groundwater into storm drains without a permit. Nevada OSHA also found that 2 CCSD firemen were chemically burned due to a lack of PPE protocols. I acknowledge that the development of UNLV stations include preventative measures like workers' compensation, but the Boring Company's history of repeated violations makes them an untrustworthy business to rely on. Although the Vegas Loop by UNLV will have some benefits, such as increased revenue, I would not feel comfortable using the station as a student, given the Boring Company's past controversies. Many people already view the project as to be unfavorable. The Boring Company has previously tried to implement another station in Nashville. However, Vanderbilt University released a study in 2026 that revealed Nashville's disapproval rating of Elon Musk's tunnel construction increased from 35% to 51% when Elon Musk's name was explicitly mentioned during the development. The tunnels, and by extension Elon Musk's unpopularity, can hinder UNLV from receiving any benefits, such as people willing to pay for this transit system. I sincerely hope that NSHE Regents can consider these concerns and vote no on item 2. Thank you for listening.
And that's all the callers we have at this time.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, the Boring Company Station at UNLV. And I'd like I'll call on Interim President Chris Heavey to lead this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Goodman, members of the board, and Chancellor. Chris Heavey, Interim President of UNLV for the record, and I am here today to ask for your approval of the 3 agreements that would allow us to proceed with the construction of a station for the Boring Company's Vegas Loop project at UNLV. As you all recall, we've been before you multiple times on this item, and during the day, you approved the easement for them to come under the edge of the parking lot for the Thomas and Mack Center. I understood the strong guidance of the board to be the desire to be connected to this station, given that this project will essentially be under the ground of UNLV's project. And so the Boring Company has come forward with what we consider extremely favorable terms to UNLV to allow us the opportunity to connect to the Boring Company's Vegas Loop project. And we believe there is potential substantial upside to UNLV of this project, including to the students, of being able to monetize unused parking availability at the Thomas and Mack Center for high-demand events that would essentially help offset the parking costs that UNLV students have to pay to sustain the parking across the entire campus. It'll also help improve access to the Thomas and Mack Center during some of our most high-profile events, such as the Nationals Finals Rodeo, when the parking lot is extremely full and we have thousands of tourists coming into town wanting to access that event from the resort corridor. And they can now, with this station, would be able to basically just quickly zip over to UNLV with no stops between their resort where they're staying and the Thomas and Mack Center parking lot. As the agreements make clear, there'll be no cost at all to UNLV, no liability to UNLV for building or maintaining this station. And we will also secure a discount for all NSHE students, as you asked for, of 25% for their use of the Vegas Loop system, and 10% for all NSHE faculty and staff, which we think is also very generous of the Boring Company to allow us to participate in this way. One of the issues that has been raised is the relationship to mass transit, and one of the things I would like to make clear is we don't see this as a solution to the transportation issues to the UNLV campus. We're very excited that the RTC has created the bus rapid transit system, and we can all see Maryland Parkway getting close to its completion. And so we're very excited to see that bus rapid transit system come online, which will allow much better public transportation options of students wanting to access the campus. And so we don't see this as a either or, we see it as an all of the above. This will also be located on a part of the UNLV campus that very few people honestly ever set foot on. It's over past the campus services building, and so anybody who doesn't want to participate in the Vegas Loop project will probably never even come across this station and certainly will not need to have it disrupt anything about their interactions with the campus on a regular basis. And so we think essentially that there is an upside to the campus. We do believe that this is an innovative transportation project. We don't take a stance on what its ultimate impact will be. In some ways, that's not at issue today because the Vegas Loop project is going forward. Really, we're just talking today about whether or not UNLV will be able to be connected directly to this system. And recently, we had the Clark County Commission in front of us talking about spending upwards of $150 million to solve traffic concerns at the intersection of Tropicana and University Center related to people accessing the resort corridor from the airport. this would be, again, another addition for people who want to come to Las Vegas as tourists and use the Vegas Loop project, and that will relieve at least some of the congestion at that very important intersection of, that's the corner of our campus. And so I think the Vegas Loop project makes sense from a community perspective, and obviously the Clark County Commission is permitting it. All of the issues related to the workplace safety and the other things that have happened are not under the jurisdiction of UNLV or the NSHE Board of Regents. Those are things that are being addressed by the Clark County Commission. And so I always believe we should leave those issues to the appropriate authorities, and so I won't comment on those issues. But again, I do want to thank the Boring Company, and specifically Steve Davis and Tyler Fairbanks, for the very favorable terms that they're offering our campus in order to be connected to this innovative transportation solution, or addition to the transportation portfolio of the Las Vegas community. I do think there is potential upside to our campus. We have not, as people have noted, put a specific dollar figure on that, but essentially from our vantage point at the campus, this is a no-cost addition to the campus transportation portfolio. And so the risk-reward ratio is favorable if we're able to make any money from this project that would help offset student costs as we need to charge parking fees to subsidize the costs of maintaining all of the parking across the entire campus. So we think there's upside to this project and really no downside that we see, especially that we won't have to invest anything in building or maintaining the station. The agreements are very detailed, and I want to take a moment to thank Chris Fatone, Elda, Mandy Shavinsky, Elda Sidhu, our general counsel, Mandy Shavinsky, Michael Cabrera, and Dan Ivey, who have worked nonstop over the last 10 or so days since our last meeting to prepare these agreements for your consideration and hopefully approval today. And I'd like to also just note for the record that in the Board of Regents agenda item, it says that there's 4 agreements. There's actually only 3 because the 3rd and 4th agreements have been fused into one document. And so when you see the agenda item, it says approve the 4 agreements, but the access license and operations and management agreement are actually one agreement. So it's 3 different agreements that we would ask you to approve today, and that the Chancellor and I would execute these in substantially the form that they're written. We have a full team here to answer any questions that you may have. And before I stop, I'd like to offer the new parent who also has a doctor's appointment again today, Tyler Fairbanks from the Boring Company, who's been a key partner on this, any opportunity to share any thoughts that he may have.
Thank you, President Heavey. This is Tyler Fairbanks with the Boring Company. So first I just want to say a huge thanks to the UNLV team for working really hard over the last 10 days to get these agreements to the finish line. I do want to give a little bit more background on the Vegas Loop project itself. I guess first of all, the system currently is 9 operational stations, 5 of those stations at the Las Vegas Convention Center, and 4 stations at resorts over on the north side of Las Vegas Boulevard. The system's already moved more than 4 million passengers, and on busy convention days, we'll routinely move more than 30,000 passengers in a day. 30,000 passengers in a day puts the Vegas Loop system in terms of daily ridership in the top 30 of citywide transportation systems. So the system, as of today, is extremely useful by ridership numbers. And for why this is good for UNLV, it's 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes, less than $10 from UNLV to any destination within the valley. So the Vegas Loop in total at full build out will be more than 68 miles of tunnel and 104 stations, making it the largest ongoing infrastructure project in the United States. And we're hugely excited to have UNLV as a partner in that project. From a safety and environmental standpoint, safety and environmental are the Boring Company's absolute top priority. From environmental, we have weekly inspections with third-party CEMs. We also have routine inspections from NDEP and Clark County Water Quality. We have dedicated internal staff focused on environmental compliance. We actually have a dual redundant industrial-sized wastewater treatment system for all groundwater. And NDEP's really been a great partner with us on the environmental side, including, in addition, Clark County Water Reclamation has been a great partner to TBC as well. And then on the safety side of things, we actually have an extremely strong safety record working here across 20 plus job sites in Las Vegas over the course of the last 7 years. We have dedicated internal safety team, and we have near continuous site inspection by third parties and the county with respect to safety. We've worked very closely with Nevada OSHA, and we have a great relationship with Nevada OSHA. Beyond that, our relationship with Clark County Fire Department is extremely strong. We actually have had hundreds of firefighters in training in our tunnels, including last week. We had 3 separate training days in our construction tunnels. So we're extremely committed to safety, environmental health, and safety in Las Vegas Valley. And I guess the final thing I'll say too, on the safety side, a couple weeks ago, we actually received an approved fire ordinance that we've worked on with the Clark County Fire Department over the course of the last 6+ months, basically meeting with the fire department weekly to get to a point where we have an ordinance that will sort of govern safety in the system moving forward. So we're absolutely committed to being great partners from a safety and environmental standpoint in the Valley. But I guess beyond that, we're super excited about our partnership with UNLV. We think the station will bring great benefit to UNLV and then the system-wide great benefit to the Valley. And with that, I'll turn it back to President Hebe.
Thank you, Tyler. And I'll just add that because of the accelerated timeline of this item, we haven't had chance to have information sessions, but Tyler has graciously offered to hold information sessions with students who want to hear and answer any questions about how this system will work. And as he noted, it's already moving passengers, but once it gets connected to the airport and additional nodes within the city, we do think this will be an important augmentation of the transportation network of Southern Nevada. And in conversations with Steve Hill, who's an extremely important official for the state of Nevada because of what he oversees, he has stressed his strong support for this project, including for the potential for UNLV to be a satellite parking location for the Conventions and Visitors Authority during times when they have high volume conventions. And for all of us who've been here for a while know that Paradise and traffic around the convention center can be very difficult on those days. And that's a real economic impact issue for Southern Nevada. And so that if we can provide service, being part of the connection in a way that also benefits students by helping to offset student parking costs, that would be a huge win-win for the community and for the campus. Thank you, and I'll stop there and answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, President Hebe. Are there any questions from the board? Regent Fernandez?
Thank you so much, President Hebe, and thank you, Tyler, for your feedback here. So I know that some of the colleagues here have talked about some discounts, and we do appreciate the 25% discount on students. And I was wondering if there is there's going to be a future conversation here about what that cap might look like as prices start to increase, and if there is the possibility of making that discount the same for everybody within not only just students, but also faculty and staff. We're seeing this as a transportation solution as an alternative and can really add to the campus. I think that it would also be beneficial for staff to be able to see this as a way that they can get themselves around. And has there been further conversation, or can there be further conversation about increasing that discount or making it the same all the way throughout?
Well, I'll defer to Tyler. In the discussions that we've had the last week, we did ask for the 25% discount to be extended to all NSHE faculty and staff. And one of the considerations that came into play is, would we trade off a lower discount for students to have a higher discount, like 15% for both or 20% for both? And we decided that we would rather have the discount be emphasized students. And this was where we got to in that negotiation. And from the UNLV side, I'll just say that, given the costs that are going to be involved for the Boring Company to build this station, that they're going to completely cover, we felt good about the 25% discount for students and a somewhat smaller discount for faculty and staff. But I'll stop there and let Tyler add anything he might want to add.
Yeah, I'll just say, in working with the UNLV team, I think we landed at a discount that we deemed to be fair and worked within our business model, both for students and faculty. We did want to prioritize students in this case and give them the higher discount. I'll say if it makes sense in the future at some point to increase the discount for faculty and staff, we'll certainly take a look at that. But we think as a baseline, the 25% for students and the 10% for faculty and staff is a fair place to start.
May I follow up? I just want to underscore, I mean, I always feel that if it's not in a contract, you're begging. So is there the consideration to be able to have that discount, 25% for faculty and staff altogether? Is that something that can be added now, or is that a non-starter?
I think we'd like to stick with what we have in the agreements that we brought in front of you, the 10% for faculty and staff.
The only other thing I would note, obviously, is that NSHE has more than 100,000 students and maybe 10,000 faculty and staff. So the much larger percentage of the NSHE community is getting the higher discount.
Vice Chair Goodman?
Regent Boylan. Thank you for bringing this forward, and I do think that this is a project that, and I'm so happy UNLV is going to be a part of it. Clearly, with this much mileage of transportation in our valley, it's very important for our university to have a stop. So I'm grateful that the university was able to get this contract move forward. With that, I know we can continue to have conversation after the motion, but I would like to make a motion to approve the temporary construction easement, the development agreement, the access license, and operation and management agreement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor presented by Vice Chair Goodman to accept the agreement complete with everything listed in 1 through 4 on agenda item number 2, is seconded by Regent Boylan. Is there any other discussion or conversation?
Yes, sir.
Regent Boylan?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I remember Tyler from the first time he came to us. It's been a few years we've been talking about this. And to give the devil his due, that's myself. I was the first one to keep asking for discounts for students. And first, the boring company was like, I don't know, let's do this. Then I think I suggested that we can charge for the parking when we have it on our property. And everybody said, oh, no, that's terrible. It's not going to happen because then we are responsible for this. And then it was like, oh, let's go across the street. And okay, now I gave myself the devil is due. It's on the record that I was the one who asked for these discounts. And I think faculty and staff get paid enough. 10% is good for them. Thank you. 25% for students, I'd ask for even more. Now, the other thing, just as advice as I'm leaving in a few months, I'd like to give people this advice, really, and it's free advice. I love giving free advice to people. Don't demand things from us. Whoever wrote that letter, even if I was against the boring company, I'd change my mind just because you guys were like, we demand the board. I nearly said the F word right now. Don't demand, request. This new generation, you demand too much. That letter you wrote us, 100 of you wrote us the same thing. Where were you for the last 2 years when we asked and we talked about this? You didn't bring any of these demands to us. So don't demand things. We were elected, we serve you for free, just about. So don't demand of us. I don't work for you. I work for the people who elected me. So get your manners correct. The other thing, I love it that we're coming around and giving the students this discount. I don't agree with my colleague here about giving the staff and faculty more. Like I said, they get paid enough, it's fine. They won't even use it that much. The only issue I have is we don't get any money out of this. Can I open a coffee shop right next to it on the campus? I'd have to pay the campus something. But you won't give it to me, will you? The Chancellor? There he is. And President, you know, they're not going to pay us anything. We might make some money off the parking in that corner.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Regent Boylan. I guess the way that we conceive of this business model is that the boring company is going to spend several $1 million constructing the station that has potential revenue generating capacity for
Good for
us.
them, yeah.
And so if you came to us with the business model where you were going to do something that had potential long-term benefits to the campus, we would absolutely consider the possibility of allocating some otherwise currently unused piece of land to that project.
I'm so glad you said that, because if I did start a coffee shop, it would cost me a few thousands of dollars. This is costing the boring. Hey, did you guys just realize that, what's his name? The guy who owns this. Elon Musk, yeah, look at me. I've been taking too many good medicines lately. But Elon Musk is now a trillionaire. So if they spent a few $1 million on that, a big deal. You know, but they're still not giving us any money. What's a few bucks here and there between friends? So I do believe that the person who called in and said, and I've been thinking about this, I love all of this, especially the discounts, but I do believe they should give us some sort of, something, but I'll hold you for that, because I'm thinking of a coffee shop, all right? But I'll hold you. Thank you so much, though.
Thank you, Regent Boylan. One other thing to note is I think a comparable situation is the bus, can't remember exactly what we call it, but we did dedicate land to the rapid transit bus station just south of Urban Affairs Building in order to improve access to the campus at no cost, I think, to the RTC.
Yeah, that's good, but that's, again, it's not a profit business kind of. It's a, it's the people's business, not one RTC, and you're not going to mess with them, and they want a corner, you give it to them. This is a business. That's my only thing. I'm all in favor of it, like Vice Chair Goodman said, but I had to tout my own horn because no one else is going to do it. It's on the record now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I believe Regent Downs has a question.
Thank you, President Hevy. I appreciate that. Regent Downs?
Thank you, President Hevy, and thank you, Chair Brooks. So let me lower my hand. There we go. So I guess my question, and there's no wrong answer to this question. I am curious, and I really defer to my colleagues in the South who understand the geography of Las Vegas and how this the route for this system is going to work. Do you see this working really more for students or more for, as some people said, out-of-towners, or for conferences? Conventions, people coming to the Thomas and Mack Center from the Strip. I mean, what do we see? Is it laid out in such a way that students could take advantage of it, or is it going to be less convenient for them?
Interim President Hevy, for the record, I would say in all honesty, I do think the system is laid out more to serve visitors, and so that the primary benefit to students would likely come from the generating parking fees that would help us offset the costs that would otherwise be passed on to students for the parking they're using elsewhere on campus. It's a piece of land that will, the location of this will be a spot in the campus where almost nobody goes. It's on the very western edge of the Thomas and Mack Center parking lot past the campus services building. And so it's not very easily accessible for people to get on and off, and the locations to where it goes to are mostly the convention center and other resorts, Allegiant Stadium, so it could be used on game days when it's up and running there. It also, I think the Boring Company has expressed a clear intent to go to the airport, and so people, wanting to access the airport, but that will not likely involve the UNLV stop. So, and I don't know if Tyler wants to add anything to that.
The only thing I'll say is like the plan for full build out of the system is 104 stations. And that's predominantly from basically the airport all the way up to downtown Las Vegas, hitting all the major stops in between. And so I will say, if students have internships like on Las Vegas Boulevard or up in downtown, that there should be some strong utility for students taking the system for internships and those sorts of things. The final thing I'll say is, The system that is currently entitled by Clark County in the city of Las Vegas is the 68 miles, 104 stations in the sort of zone airport up to downtown Las Vegas that I mentioned. Our goal is actually to still expand that further. And so the further that we expand this out into the neighborhoods of Las Vegas, the better this becomes for Vegas residents as well. So that is a piece of this as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Regent Brown.
Hi, Regent Brown for the record. I want to actually speak to the folks who came up in public comment and emailed us, because I do think it's important that we hear your voice, but I also want to put into context of what this agenda item actually is. We've had conversations with the Boring Company for, I want to say, over a year now. But if you even back it up even before that, this initial partnership started with the Clark County Commission. And the Clark County Commission established this partnership with Boring Company. And look, I lived on the East Coast for 10 years. I loved taking the Metro. It was so convenient and everything. And if I could vote, I would vote for a Metro all day long. But Metros are expensive. And in a state that doesn't generate a lot of money, when we come down to what we can actually pay for, is it building a school or building a public transportation system? Is it investing in our roads where millions of people take it, or is it trying out a new public transportation system? And I share this because, you know, the monorail was tried, and when it was privately owned, it didn't work. And you could say a myriad of reasons why. It couldn't connect to the airport, whatever. We don't have to get into that. LVCVA took it over, and they're making it at least revenue neutral. And I actually think it's now profitable because they've turned it towards tourism. So when I look at the future trajectory of Clark County, we sit at 2.4 million people. We're going to 3 million people over the next 15 years. We're going to run out of space, congestion, traffic is going to be, you know, it's going to get more difficult. So, and I hear you on the concerns for environmental concerns. I hear you on all your concerns. But I also look at where the money, what we have money for in government, and we don't have the money to build a public transportation system that is built by government. So the Clark County Commission has partnered with a private entity, the Boring Company, to build it for us. And I feel like this conversation today is not about, you know, the Boring Company itself. It's not about the 104 stations, because the county commission and the city council have already agreed to partner with them. Today's conversation is NSHE going to be cut out of the 104 stations? Is NSHE going to not allow UNLV to be part of the existing network? That's what today's question is. And so where I do appreciate all of the community outreach and all of the context that you guys put in, I want to just share that, right? The years ago, it should have been told to the county commission that we didn't want this, right? And I know you learn things after it already kind of gets established and they move on. But where we're at now and today, and the only focus I'm looking at is this is moving forward because they've had partnerships and MOUs signed with 2 municipalities. It is NSHE, is UNLV going to be in or out of the 104 stations or not? So I just wanted to share that perspective, because it's not about, you know, not listening to you or not wanting the Boring Company here. That is not our decision. We did not establish that, and that is not what this vote is for today. So thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brown. We'll move to Regent Breger and then Regent Batista.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate what Regent Brown said. I was on the county commission when we started this process, and there were many public meetings. And so I think it's important that that was brought up. And I want you to know that people were listened to. And we looked at the larger project of what it was going to do and what it was going to do for our system and our city, because Regent Brown is right. Being able to do a metro or something like that is millions and millions of dollars that we don't have in revenue. So I think that knowing what was just stated is very factual and was given opportunities for the public to be able to respond.
Yeah, so my concern is OSHA has, or the boring company has had a lot of environmental concerns with the OSHA violations, the fines, the dumping in manholes, the chemical burns. How can we address these concerns from the students and guarantee this won't happen at UNLV?
Thank you for the question, Regent Batista. The agreements were written with clear stipulations that the boring company would follow, I think, all required regulations and have full responsibility for any damages that occurred, including any environmental impacts that occur. We could bring up the attorneys for more detail on that, but that those issues were definitely written into the agreements with the understanding that all of that would be the boring company's responsibility. And I would just note, as I said earlier, and several others have noted, that the oversight is done by the county and OSHA. And so I believe, they are well aware of the issues that have happened in the past. And as Tyler said, they're now actively monitoring all of that on a going forward basis. So we are comfortable and supportive of the agreements as written, based on the NSHE legal counsel's guidance, and therefore requesting this approval.
One more question. So what is the ridership forecast for students? I know we're aiming more towards like the course and things like that, but what about the students? Like, what do you think the ridership forecast will be for them?
Thank you for the question, Regent Batista. Chris Heavey, interim president for the record. We have not done a study of that, and I do think, so I don't know the answer to that question, and I think it will change, as Tyler said, over the years as they build out additional access points. Because right now it's primarily the convention center and several key resort locations, which are not primed destinations for students where they're originating from or going to. But as they expand the network to 100 stations, then I think it will hopefully give people a lot of opportunities to travel without having to access. Without having to stop. And one of the things that should be noted is, one of the key innovations, obviously, of the boring system is point-to-point transportation with no stops in between. And so the network is created so that wherever you get on, you only get off or only are ever stopped where you're ending up. And so it is going to be, even if it doesn't have high capacity, it has the advantage of essentially no traffic signals. So in between where you're going to. And so as they expand out, it might be a great option for people coming from remote parts of the valley to get here without any traffic impacts.
Thank you, President Heavey. Are there any other questions or comments? Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to say to President Heavey and your team, thank you for bringing these documents forward to us. I was adamant at our meeting at the University of Nevada, Reno, that we have these in front of us for us to make this decision. I think, to toot my own horn, give myself credit, I think this was the right thing to do. So I know that they worked tirelessly to get this to us. So I do want to extend my appreciation to them for that. I've read through these agreements, and I do feel comfortable with this moving forward in terms of liability for NSHE and UNLV. I think there are a lot of points at which we can say, hold on, or we have a place at the table for any further discussion or changes to this. So again, thank you to your team for bringing these forward so quickly. And I would say that it's very important for any item that comes before the board for decision to have full information. So I just want to say that. I'll also say that I think that some of this is, I think about my caution on this is partly because it's something that hasn't been done here before. And we don't know what it looks like. We don't know what the ridership is or the future of the Vegas Loop is. I'm rooting for it. I want it to do very well. I don't see it as an answer to mass transit here for our residents. So I hear those who have come forward and expressed their concern about that, and I would be happy to advocate with you on mass transit answers. I don't see this as that. I agree with Regent Brown that when you're in places that have successful mass transit, you would love to bring that here. There's a lot of infrastructure involved in that, like Regent Breger said, that costs a lot of money, and we don't have that, but we need to press forward on that issue for our students especially, but for our communities throughout Nevada for mass transportation. But I'll also say, like, as I mentioned, this is something new, innovative, that we don't know what it looks like. As somebody who has spent 25 years looking out at what I could do that's new and different, including opening or actually buying a coffee shop. I'd love to talk to you about that. Love that idea, although margins are small there. But anyway, I just want to say that I appreciate this ongoing conversation. This isn't the first time that we've talked about it. I did read the emails that I received, some from people I actually know. And I hear you, and I hear your concern, and I share those concerns. And I think we can come together to address some of those concerns. I think UNLV has done a great job of addressing potential concerns in the future. And at this point, I feel good about what we're doing with this item. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you again, President Heavey. I'll ask if there's any last questions or comments specific to this agenda item. And just as a reminder, this was a motion to approve by Vice Chair Goodman on agenda item number 2, 1 through 4, the temporary construction easement, the development agreement, access license, operations and management agreement. It was seconded by Regent Borland.
Chair Brooks, if I just may jump in, there's really two components to this. It's approval of the agreements, but there's also a secondary component which authorizes the chancellor or his designee to actually execute the agreement. So I just want to clarify, does the motion include both?
And as I noted, 3 agreements 3 and 4 are combined.
Thank you.
And my motion reflects that. Thank you.
Thank you. So just for clarification, there is a motion on the floor specific to the Boring Company Station at UNLV. That was seconded by Regent Borland. We'll say that there are 4 components to this: the temporary construction easement, the development agreement, tied together are the access license and operational management agreement, and then the authorization for the chancellor to execute the contract. And with that, because this has been before us more times than once, we'll take a quick roll call, not a roll call vote, a quick vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yay.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay.
No.
Thank you. And with that, the Boring Company agreement agenda item passes. Thank you, President Heavey, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move into agenda item number 3, we'll take a quick 5-minute administrative break. As I have been often, it's been said to me that I don't break enough when we're having meetings. So we'll take a 5-minute administrative break. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll move on to agenda item number 3. This is the NSHE Workplace Climate and Cultural Survey. This climate was done by an outside organization, Climate Research Analysis. The survey itself yielded one of the highest, if you want to call it turnout rates or participation rates and I'm not sure how many years, but in speaking with our chief of staff, this is an all-time high of 74 effective responses. And what I'd like to do is just open up this agenda item to the board to ask any questions or provide any comments specific to the Workplace Climate and Culture Survey. Vice Chair Goodman.
Thank you, Chair. we have had discussions on this, the chair and myself, and I just wanted to put on record, I do believe that this climate survey should be used as a baseline. Regent Del Carlo, this was actually her comment, but this should be a baseline for us to be looking forward. So now we have a baseline on what to compare to a year from now or 18 months from now. But I do believe that it's important for us to look at this as a baseline and then move forward. So thank you.
Any additional comments or questions specific to the climate survey? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I had said this to you too, Chair Brooks, that I really believe in climate surveys, and the fact that this was so not attended, but participation rate was so high. Our people are telling us they have things to say, and we need to be listening, and we need to be taking action on what the results are. And I agree that we do need a baseline, and it's really sad that we've had these in the past. And once again, nothing happens. They sit on a shelf, nothing's done with them, and I'm committed in my last 2.5 years to not let that happen. Climate surveys are really healthy for an organization. It takes the temperature. And it's one of the ways you do build trust in an organization is to take the survey and then make some action from what the survey's telling you. Now, I really believe with all the, this is 10 years for me. I've been under 8 different chancellors, whether OIC, acting, interim, permanent. And in that 10 years, we only had one person that was here for 3 years. So if you take that away, I can't imagine this survey being great. There's been nothing but disruption from the time I've been on the board, and that's not healthy for any organization. So I was really disappointed we did not take the survey last year at this time, right when a new chancellor was hired. That's when it really should have been, because it really would have reflected. So I really think, maybe they'll tell me differently, that to bring somebody in from out of state and brand new and not having never been in a role like this, it kind of gets mixed into what is happening. And so I hope we can separate that and take the wheat from the shaft, listen to what everybody's telling us, validate. I mean, they are sincere and they trust us Regents to do what's right. They really do. And if we don't do something with this survey, and it'll be up to our chancellor and his group, and our HR people need to be involved, then if I was an employee, I would never take another survey, either that or I would just excoriate us. I think what they gave us was honesty, and it's up to us now to act. And I'm ready to act. Thank you.
Regent Breger.
Thank you, Susan Breger, for the record. Actually, Regent Del Carlo shared how I felt is that if this was done a year ago, we would have a baseline, and it wasn't, and I think that the timing was off. I think that good information can come out, but I think that climate surveys, I think sometimes we should start with the board, because the board is, we need to look at ourselves, and I think I'm in my 4th year, and in that brief period of time, there's been a number of chancellors, but as stated, having 8 in 10 years can't be the chancellors. There has to be something more to that than just the chancellors. And that's why I think maybe a self-evaluation of the board would be a good thing to do. And I think that we need to move forward in a very professional manner. I think we have the right person in place and the right team in place that's along here and the right presidents in place. And now is the time to make sure, and I'm just going to add this, that our legislative base knows that we are strong, that we care, that we're in a position to get what we need for our students and for our colleges. And we need to look at that before we open up a giant possible unexpected can of worms that should have already been done. So I'm going to leave it at that, and we need to protect the institutions, because they are all working very hard, from staffs to chancellors to board members. And I think the timing is off for what's happening.
Chair Brooks?
Regent
Chair
Gogochia.
Brooks?
Thank you. Yeah, I was just, I'm quite a ways behind you guys now, but anyway, it showed in the data, it shows 156 people were invited. How were they selected? 156 employees, again, on the climate survey.
I appreciate
And we have
that.
76 on.
I appreciate that question, Regent Gokachia, and I'm going to turn this over to Chief of Staff Nicola Jewski, who is part of the survey committee, and she'll be able to answer that question for you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Regent Goikachia, Carrie Nicolajewski, Chief of Staff for the record. We received a list of all employees from System Computing Services and email addresses, so there was no selection process other than your employment status with system administration.
Okay, so we only have 156 employees, or am I reading this wrong, Carrie?
That is the total number of employees, the full list that was provided to the survey group.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
We'll move to Regent Downs and then Regent Carvalho and then back to Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair. So just a couple of things to clarify this. My understanding, this is the system office employees, and Carrier, you can correct me on that. I believe that's why it was 156 who were invited. I think it's actually a very healthy thing to do climate surveys regularly. I believe we do them with the institutions, with the presidents, and to get us a snapshot of what's happening there. I know that this has been a year of some transition, having a new chancellor, a new way of doing things. And I just want to say, from my perspective as I don't want to say anything here negative. I want to say something positive, that I've, as a regent, I feel like this past year, my concerns have actually been addressed. And instead of just being buried, I've had multiple things I brought up in meetings with the chancellor and others to address those concerns. And so it's not what I feel happened the first, 2.5 years as a regent. So I think things are changing, culture is changing, and the system office is becoming more responsive to the concerns of regents, so and others. So I appreciate that. So there might be some, if there's angst in this, it might be related to more people not wanting to change the way things are being done.
Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that this has come forward. There's no policy that says who does this or when it's supposed to be done or anything like that. So I do think that that's something we need to discuss as a board. In the past, chancellors have done it. So I hear Regent Del Carlo saying that it should have been done a year ago. Well, I don't know if that's a comment on me as chair at the time, but previous climate surveys were done by the chancellor. And speaking of that, I went back and found the last climate survey that we did, which was in 2020. And interestingly, as I compared the two over the weekend, I saw that there are some things that were very similar. Things like communication from the executive level, a real sense of working together with department supervisors. And I think that those things are really a big part of what we need to address here. One, communication. The chancellor has already addressed some of the issues that have been addressed in this climate survey, and I appreciate that. And I think we need to continue to work on communication and understand exactly what that means to our people in system admin and SES. Because sometimes when you're at a certain, when you're a chancellor or a regent, you think that the information is getting to where it's supposed to go, and sometimes it just, it's not. So I think we need to take a deeper dive into that, which you said you're planning to do, and I appreciate that. I want to give a big shout out to those supervisors who are the heads of departments who have done and continue to do a great job of working together with their teams. I heard that in this survey, and I saw it in 2020 as well, and I think that's, we have some very long time employees at the system office and SCS, and I think that's a testament to that longevity there. I do want to say that I think it's very important for us to do this annually. I guess I would say maybe it should be at the board level, and that the board should ask for this to be done every year instead of waiting for the chancellor to do it, so that we're a part of it, as has been stated, and we can ensure that it is done every year. I would also say that I think it's good to have a committee involved in it, not just one person doing it, or, this can be a heavy lift, and I think it's important for there to be several voices in it. And I also want to address in this climate survey, and I've heard it before too, that SCS feels kind of marginalized, and I hope that we can continue to elevate what they do. I've talked to previous chancellors about their place on an organizational chart, and I think that maybe that's something that can be looked at as well. But I think going forward, it is really important for us as a board to understand where our people who work for us and the system, if we want to be one team working together in one direction, I think we all need to be doing that. And I think an annual workplace climate and culture survey answers that. So I'll just leave it right there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Fernandez?
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to echo bits and pieces of what a lot of my colleagues here have said already. I think it's incredibly important that we do this on a yearly basis, but it's also incredibly important that we also acknowledge where we're at today. I think that, I don't want the staff who took this survey to feel that we're not listening. I think that this is an opportunity to say we are, and we must work on this together. The last time we had a climate survey was 2020. A lot has changed since then. And I know that there has been a lot of angst in general about leadership change and things along those levels. And it's great to be able to have data that can back that. But it's also really important that we don't allow this to sit on a shelf as the 2020 survey might have been. And I think it's great that we have all of us here as a board agreeing that the data is speaking to what a lot of colleagues here are saying about how they feel and how they want to see things. The one thing that I'd like to suggest, if this is a possibility within the survey instrument, is that there is something here that talks about, in general, where they might feel that some folks might want to leave and where there, again, continues to be angst. But I also think that, instead of just saying supervisory or administrative level, I think that they should be, those who are taking the survey should also be able to speak how they feel about the board, right? Who are the supervisory level? Is it the board, or is it those within the chancellor's office? Who is it specifically? Because I think that we really need to be accountable to ourselves as well. It's such a broad-based question that, as we talk about our own culture within the board as it exists today, I think we are also to blame for some of these results, and we need to be able to take responsibility for it. So one of the things that, if we're looking at this at a yearly basis, that we may be able to chat with those that are administering this survey and ask for that sort of information, because the votes that we take, the decisions that we make as a board, can also come to influence what policy and what implementation looks like for the staff here within NSHE, and I think we need to be aware of that as well. So I'm really glad that we have this data as a starting point. I'm really hoping that we as a board and obviously the Chancellor's Office and everyone else involved can really start to make positive headway into the future, because this is something that is sustainable. We know just how hard staff at the NSHE office really work for us, for students, for the system in general. We need to make sure that we're listening to them, that we are acting on a lot of the concerns that they have, and that we can really improve the system as a whole. And this I think, when culture comes at play, this isn't just what we want to showcase for those that attend these meetings. We want to be able to showcase sort of culture and how aligned we are at a broader level. We want to show legislators that this is something that we're taking very seriously, they want to improve ourselves on. So I'm glad, again, that this survey has come to light. I'm glad that we can have a starting point to work towards improving, and I'm glad, again, that we have staff that were able to take the time to do this, so that we can hear you out directly and that we could really improve as a whole. Thank you, Chair.
Regent Del Carlo, I know, Regent McGrath.
Thank you, Chair. Regent McGrath for the record. I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. I think it's important. I don't know if we want to do this annually or otherwise, but I also think it's important to keep in mind with regard to this survey that we have had a chancellor only for 1 year. And I think that it is a challenge to measure certain data given the fact that that change in leadership is so new, and there needs to be additional time for some issues to be worked out. I was also curious as to, especially if we're talking about doing it annually, the costs involved, and I apologize if I didn't see that, but is there anyone who is aware of how much it actually costs to conduct?
Thank you for that question. The answer is yes, and I'll turn this back over to Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski.
Thank you very much. Carrie Nikolajewski for the record. This particular contract was $24,845. That was the totality of the project. Prior climate surveys were done in-house, so I don't know if you can quantify that, but again, we talked about, Regent Del Carlo talked about results sitting on a shelf and that sort of thing. So this was done with an outside agency to increase participation and hopefully set a path forward.
Great. Thank you so much.
Regent Brown or Regent Del Carlo, whoever feels like they'd like to.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. So I do agree with my colleagues to a point where obviously this is a baseline. This is a baseline for us to have a touching off point of like where people are feeling in a snapshot in time, what NSHE is and isn't. But I also think, 6 years without a climate survey and getting the highest participation of any climate survey we've done is also important to note, right? People had things to say. And I think that when we talk about protecting our institutions, that's not what this climate survey is about. It's protecting our staff, and it's understanding what our staff is and isn't happy with. And it is our job to make sure that NSHE is representative in totality. I also think it's kind of wild to almost belittle our staff saying that, wanting things to change is, not wanting things to change, is why they are frustrated. I find that to be a wild statement. And I actually want to highlight some things that are in the survey that I think are noteworthy. It says that only 50% of employees said that they were comfortable with the overall NSHE climate, while 40% said their comfort decreased over the last year. 42% seriously considered leaving NSHE in the past year, with the top reason being senior administrators, limited advancement, and low salary and pay. 21% agreed leadership decision-making is transparent, equitable, and consistent. 50% said leadership doesn't understand employee problems. And NSHE leadership inspired trust and integrity was only, and 37% strongly disagreed or disagreed. I bring these things up because to just dismiss that, oh, it's only been a year, or yeah, it's a year. It's a year of change. It's a year of everything. And this is what our staff is saying they are feeling in this moment. So I think the survey identifies concerns around senior leadership, communication, transparency, and advancement. And I want to ask some questions about this exact thing. I think as a board, we have the responsibility to ensure that these concerns are addressed through measurable strategies and not just acknowledge that we have this report. I think it goes back to the whole sitting on a shelf thing. If we're not actually going to dig into this report and ask questions, then what was the point? Why did we spend $25,000 if we don't ask what are we going to do to actually measure these? So I do have some questions, and I'm guessing the chancellor is the best person to ask these to. So what I'm trying to understand is, if our employees are telling us that they believe in the mission, they value their coworkers and feel supported by their direct supervisors, but still 42% have seriously considered leaving, what is breaking down at the system level, and what are we prepared to do about it?
Thank you, Regent Brown. Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. I absolutely agree with you. A lot of the numbers that you cited are concerning. We are going to dig deeper, and we're putting together a culture committee, or we already have. We're going to finalize that. We started that a few months ago to dig deeper and understand those numbers because they're definitely concerning. We have a plan. There's actually a plan that Yanata Rubin from HR has been putting together since she arrived. I wanted to start a lot of the culture work when I got here a year ago. It took time. I think the first 6 months or so was listening and learning, and we decided we needed to make some changes. We got an HR office stood up essentially in January, and so we've been starting that culture work. We will continue that. We pick it up again. We paused it during the responses to the climate survey, but we're going to initiate that again. We're going to listen and understand what the employees need, because there's parts of it that that we need to own. We need to look in the mirror and say, okay, how did this happen? How did we get here? And how do we make sure that it's better in a year? And by the way, I'm fully supportive of doing it every year. I think $25,000 is well worth understanding, being able to keep our finger on the pulse. But I think that when we look at the other reasons that they gave, if you look back in 2010, even in 2010, we had 182 employees. Today, we have 157. I think that we maybe had an addition since the responses were sent out. That's a big decrease at a time when the campus budgets have gone up 82%. So if they've gone up 82%, our staff have gone down by that much. It's no wonder that people feel underappreciated and overworked. And so with Chris Batone's help last year, we have increased the assessment to the campuses. So we now will have some additional resources to start filling vacancies that have existed for years, which is something that we've been working on, for the last several months. And so I'm hoping that, between all of those things, the internal communication, hopefully some more resources, filling vacancies, and really listening to what people have to say. Hopefully, in a year, these numbers will be better. They're not going to be perfect. It'll take a year or two or three, I think, to build up enough trust that we will maximize our results. But I certainly expect to see progress within a year.
I appreciate that answer, Regent Brown, for the record, but I'm trying to get, do we have the top 3 retention risks that we can identify in this moment? And what can we do over the next 90 days to kind of patch them?
I know of, a couple of people that I am concerned about. We actually, Jose Martinez announced last week that he's retiring, and it's unfortunate. He's a very important part of the team. But that's, I guess, symptomatic of, and I apologize, I probably shouldn't mention people individually. But people are, there are many people in the office who are currently doing jobs that used to be done by multiple people. And there are a handful of people that we're keeping an eye on. And like I said, now that we're getting more leaders in place to fill out the leadership team and get back to the point that we were several years ago. We still don't have as many vice chancellors as we did 5 years ago or 10 years ago. But once those leaders are in place, then they'll start building out the teams and identifying what those structures should look like. And between now and then, we're just going to try to make sure that people know that we value them, which we do, and do what we can to make sure that we keep them until we can get things moving again.
So I was just in my notes, I have like a 1, 2, and 3. And I think you said hire vice chancellors so they can build out the team, know that they know that we're valuable. I guess I'm just trying to see, over the next 90 days, can we patch some of this? Can we say, hey, I hear you. I want to fix this. This is how you're feeling after 365 days. But moving forward, the next 365 days, specifically. If we're not specific, then again, it's what is the point of this, right? I feel like we have to be specific. There has to be something measurable. Our staff has to hear that, this is what I'm going to expect. And quite frankly, that's the only way we can hold this office accountable too, is if we have something specific. And, just to the point of hiring vice chancellors, where I do find that to be incredibly helpful. I think if you're digging into the climate survey, they're saying it's very top heavy and there's not enough like actual worker bees, and I don't mean to put it in that regard, but like people who are getting their hands dirty, doing the actual work, working with our institutions. I mean, you brought up the increase in assessment. I want to get to that because it's up 61.9% year over year. Have we offered 61.9% more services to our institutions? I'm not going to put our presidents on the spot there, but I guess my point is like, I want very specific things, and I have more questions, but like I do find it's important that this climate survey, that they know that we're hearing us, or we're hearing them, and that we're going to tell them, hey, X, Y, and Z are the things we're holding people accountable to.
Absolutely, yes. Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor, for the record. I guess your first question about specificity, yes. We have an all-office meeting on Thursday, and we're going to be talking about these things. Like I said, Yunata Rubin, who's our HR director, is going to talk about revisiting or picking up the work that we left off here a couple months ago, and have the cultural roadmap that she's been putting together with her team, and that we're going to visit with the culture committee once they're put together. And there are 6 areas of focus: leadership, visibility, trust, and transparency. And this has been drafted already for a couple months. We just paused the work, and so we'll be picking it up again. Second is communication and employee voice. 3 is career growth and professional development. 4 is recognition, appreciation, and employee value. 5 is workload sustainability and employee experience. And 6 is collaboration and one NSHE culture. So yes, we have ideas. Obviously, we want to get your feedback today to see if you have input on what you'd like to see us do. This is our highest priority. We want to make sure that we're going to increase communications. I need to do a better job. I think I felt like I had explained why we were hiring the vice chancellors. I think I did not do a good enough job of explaining to the regents or to the staff what the bigger picture looked like and why we were doing that. And that's something that I'm going to do on Thursday, and will continue to do going forward. But essentially, if you are running a hospital and you have a nursing shortage, the answer is not to leave the chief nursing officer position open. You fill the leadership positions, and then you let them decide what the structure is going to look like, who they need to recruit, and what those teams look like, because I like to let managers make those kinds of decisions. And regarding the assessment, the 61.9% increase, I think, if I'm correct, that percentage was based on budget, and we're looking at actual spending, so it's not quite that much. So we don't yet have as many resources as it might appear from that percentage, but that is something. We do have more resources, and we'll have more resources going forward, but we need to get the people in place to figure out where we're going to start deploying those and start taking the heat off of our people.
Well, and to that point, Regent Brown, for the record, we have the revised budget, not the original budget. And I think it would be helpful to see where the numbers and kind of why, there's a narrative when a budget changes, right? Where have the priorities shifted? Tell me what's important to you based off of how you spend your money. I would like to see what the original budget is, not just the revised budget, because that again tells us a snapshot today. Honestly, a budget versus revised budget probably could have at least had a narrative to, hey, we're pivoting because we see gaps in certain things, but we don't have that information. It was omitted from our documents. So I would like to see that. And I'm excited that you're doing the culture roadmap. I think at some point, hopefully in the very near future, we'll get a sneak peek in that. No, that's just something, okay. I wanted to ask about leadership decision-making and it being transparent, because in the survey, I just want to know, what specific changes will be made to improve transparency in decision-making, considering only 21% agree that it is transparent?
Yes, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor, for the record. Great question. That was one of the most troubling numbers that I saw in the report as well. We're going to do a couple of things. One, we are kicking off an internal communication strategy that Ryan McInerney put together. It'll be monthly updates, email updates. We're going to have monthly huddles to answer questions. Our teams, we're going to have the roundtables to get people's feedback. And I'm going to ensure that the leadership team is cascading information that happens at the cabinet meetings out to the organization. So we have some specific ideas about how we think we can improve that. And part of that is when we have the all hands meetings, like we will on Thursday, is me, like I said, providing the larger context for some of those decisions, because we would announce the hires, previously. And, I guess I thought that people understood the strategy, but in hindsight, I think that was a mistake. So I will be giving more specific information and the larger context in which those decisions are made. And then, we will ask people going forward, is that enough? The culture committee will be working on that to say, okay, is this what you want and can we adjust? And we'll be doing that throughout the year, even before the next climate survey is done in a year, but we're going to get continuous feedback from people throughout the year. And actually, CFO Leiser, he was just asking if he could make a couple of comments.
Thank you. For the record, Brody Leiser, Chief Financial Officer for System of Higher Education. Chair Brooks, through you to Regent Brown. I wanted to add some context based on the discussion that I thought would be helpful for the Regents. And one with regards to the system administration, the assessment that is charged to the campuses. That assessment had not been increased for many years and was increased in the current fiscal year, FY26, compared to the assessment from FY25. But in looking at our budget for the upcoming year, while we anticipate the need to potentially increase that assessment in the next biennium, right now we are projecting a flat assessment going into FY27. So the campuses will not see an increase from FY26 to 27. One of the other things that I wanted to just address to complement the things that the Chancellor was saying, which is important from the system admin budget standpoint, is a matter of resources. And as I come into the role and have begun conversations with my staff as well as other areas within system administration, there is a desire for different areas within system administration to bring on additional work because of the workload that we have on some of our staff load. The Chancellor mentioned an individual that that individual felt they were doing the work of 3 people. And so what we have done, to answer your question, is I have engaged our budget director with system administration to go talk to all of our department heads within system administration, because we need to engage them to understand what they need in terms of resources to be able to do their jobs and to fulfill the work of the board as well as the campuses and the collective system. So we are engaging all areas within system administration to really look at what we need to do to be successful. And so, as we build our budget for next fiscal year and as we build our budget for the upcoming biennium, I believe that we will be asking for additional resources to ensure that we can carry out the mission of the board and to do the things that we need to collaborate with the governor's office and the legislature. And so we are doing those things with regards to the budget. One of the other things that I do want to mention, since we're talking a little bit about the budget and some of the things that have come up. You're right, Regent Brown. I believe it would be helpful if on that supplemental material that got posted, if we showed the original budget for FY26. So, in total, and we'll get that document updated, we'll get it distributed to everyone on the board. The original budget overall for system administration was around $57 million for fiscal year 26. So the revised budget you're seeing is about $60 million. We revise that budget on a regular basis. If there's a cost center or department division that is out of travel money or there's a one-time operating cost, we're constantly working to monitor and administer the budgets. And so the revised budget, what I would say is, one, it's reflective of last week. And the $3 million increase, we'll get you details if there's interest on what those increased costs were from the original budget to the revised budget. But there's a couple things that I want to point out right now that, one-time costs that came up. The purchase of the Carson City office, right? That's something that this board approved that was about $670,000. That was an increase from the original budget. So, there are other things, certain deferred maintenance, heck check projects. We did a HVAC system on the Reno office. So I'm sorry, I'm going into a little bit too much detail here. But, I think Regent Brown, those things are very important in the context of your questions. And I appreciate the opportunity to add some context to the information that the Chancellor put on the record.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I actually do have the budget printed and in front of me, and I'm glad that we can have a conversation about it because I do feel, going back to people saying, oh, I feel like I'm doing the job of 3 people, right? If we look at the system administration line, professional salaries have increased 109.7% year over year. And yet our staff is still saying that they feel like they are doing the job of 3 people. So,
I'm sorry to interrupt, Regent Brown, but I think it's very important to provide clarification on what we are showing in this document. That 109.
Chair Brooks, I'm just going to jump in. Just a general reminder for the Regents and for everybody participating in this item. This item is, has been agendized as a climate survey, so I think questions that are obviously related to the contents of the climate survey are perfectly appropriate. Just a reminder. Thank you.
well, then I'll just summarize this, Regent Brown, for the record, that when I look at this budget, it tells me that the climate survey is saying one thing and where we're spending our money is another thing. And again, if we're going back to, I feel like I'm doing multiple jobs, I don't feel like I'm heard, all these things. And then you see the moves in the staff and everything that's happening and the increase in these certain line items, like I do feel like this budget is not reflective of the changes and everything that we want to do because we're overspending in so many different ways here where I mean, look, I'll be honest, the fact that the system administration has a hosting account, why does the system administration have a hosting account of $21,000? That's wild to me. We're not an institution. Like if we're going to talk about, the climate survey and where we're spending our money, I think it has to be on staff that's actually saying, hey, I need help. I need somebody to help me actually reach out to the institutions. I need somebody who can help with all of these other things. Like,
Chair Brooks.
Sorry, just real quick and prior to council making a comment, what I was going to offer is that the agenda item is pretty specific to the workplace climate. And while there are certainly things in the workplace climate survey that do speak to budget and spend, it may be more appropriate to bring this up in the next agenda item because that's where some of the supplemental information was provided. And so it might be more clear to bring it up there rather than having a robust conversation. Now, not that I'm discounting the validity of having this conversation, but.
no, I appreciate that. Regent Brown, for the record, they brought up budget, and
I
so
agree.
I thought I'd ask the questions instead of bringing it up later, so thank you.
Chair Brooks, if I may, and with what you just, completely understanding what you just said, happy to revisit this under the next agenda item, but I think it's very important that we put a clarification on the record. The system administration budget for professional salaries did not increase by over 100%. What we are seeing is a comparison of budgeted amounts to actual salaries. There were a number of vacancies in fiscal year 2025. I don't believe that it is I will provide additional clarification specific to the system administration professional salaries under the next agenda item based on this discussion.
Thank you, CFO Lizer. I believe that's probably the best place to have continued conversation specific to the budget, and I would say recognizably so. That is something that I would think Regents may have some questions on. So, thank you. Regent Brown, was there anything else that you wanted to have dialogue on specific to the survey outside of the budget?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. I'll let my colleagues speak and then I can come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Goodman, I know you wanted to speak.
Vice Chair, if you don't mind, may I just say something real quick? Sorry, it's okay. It's not on this topic actually, but I did see that our chief is right here, and council, this is not. When I stepped out of this the door to go, on the wee break that you gave us, I was accosted by two thugs, really ugly-looking people, and thanks for the police officer who was there, who stopped it and told them this is not public comment. Just because I spoke up about the demand from from whoever wrote those letters. So I'm still trembling in me boots because they were really ugly, bottom feeder looking people. And they attacked me right there, right outside this door. And as a young officer, if he's there and listening, I'd like to commend him to you, Chief. I think there he is. He's a good man. He stepped in very professionally. And I'm just saying this because of this board, that if you do speak the truth to fact and you stand up for something, it's part of, the game. But you've got to be careful, be prepared, because I think I was prepared to handle them. But I'm so glad this young officer, take a look at him, handsome young fellow he is. Look at him, Chief.
Yeah, just
So I
caution
must thank
shares,
him.
climate
Thank you,
survey, and
Regent.
Regent Boylan, I think,
Borland.
feel free to thank the officers in break as well.
No, but I wanted to get it while the chief was here, and if he leaves, I won't be able to do it. So that's why I did it. You're so kind, I thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, thank you so much for your time.
Regent Borland. Is there any other questions or comments specific to the climate survey? Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you. And I just want to say, too, the culture of an organization is the most difficult thing there is to change. It takes time, lots of time, and it takes trust. So those are really the key factors on changing a culture. And I do want to say to you, Regent Corvallo, there was no arrows thrown at you. It's just that I didn't even realize, I don't know the manual inside and out and the PPG and all that. I had no idea we didn't have a policy on that. And it's really a shame that we don't, because how do you ever improve? I mean, I've always said what we measure matters. And if we're not measuring it, it doesn't matter. If that thing sat on the shelf since 2020, shame on us. And we've had disruption in the HR department too. So we haven't had steady HR leadership either, along with the chancellor. So that truly hurts our organization also. And I'm happy to use this as a baseline. I think it has to be used as a baseline. I do want to see us, I know it's an RFP process, I believe, but I would like to see us stay steady. Maybe the person get the contract that did our first survey. So the questions are consistent. We got to be able to compare when we do it again, apples to apples, not a whole different survey, but just keep it the same questions, the same trends. And I will leave it up to the experts, because I'm out of that field for so long, even though that was my field of study for my master's. But I don't know if 1 year is sufficient amount of time, but what you have to do, and it sounds like our chancellor is going to be doing this, which I'm very happy to hear, his first meeting Thursday, and the group he's putting together. But you have to have time for intervention. And then you have to have time for the interventions to work. So it may not even, and I will leave this up to HR, but maybe a year would be too soon, maybe not. But I really believe that we need to do this. As far as in our policy, and I will bring this up in new business, I know somebody said something about the Regents. Our policy states every 5 years we do a climate or a survey, just the Regents, self-assessment is what they call it. That's wrong. I will bring this up in new business, because if we're going to ever raise ourselves up to best practices, is once a year for sure. So I wanted to say that. Let's see. I was writing notes as everybody was talking, so I wouldn't forget anything. And just in the sake of transparency, it would really be nice to, in our briefing papers, to know who's on the committees for these things, just so we know. And I think it'd be really helpful if we would have updated organizational charts when we're doing any of this stuff. Anytime there's a change in the employees, we should know. I mean, we do get nice, we've hired this person, but it would be nice to see who the organization really is. And I was very pleased to see that people thought so well of their supervisors. And I see that that's a really good thing, because it's miserable to go to work and you don't like your supervisor. I've been in that position. We all have. It's just part of life. And you got to figure out how to get around it, or you leave. But that would be really nice, because I think as Regents, it's nice to compliment our people too. I mean, we're not here every day. I mean, we are supposed to be the 50,000-foot level. I don't want to get into the weeds on things. That's not our job, but we do set the policy and things. So I just want to leave this on a positive note. We've heard from our people, and looks like we're going to take what they are telling us, and we're going to act on it and move forward as a group. And I couldn't be more positive and happy to hear that. So it is a start as our baseline. So thank you.
Regent Borland.
Thank you, Chair, and I swear this time I'll stick to the topic. But I can't agree more with Regent Del Carlo, what she just said. And I think it's important that we go through all the concerns that the staff, the people have had. And you don't stick around if you don't want to come in every day and be miserable with your boss, because I would tell my boss to put his head where he should go if that was the case. So we have to keep people happy, be honest with them, pay them good, but listen to them also. We do need to have a time when we can, I know there's public comment, in public comment they can come and tell us things, but it's usually they're afraid. So I'm really glad this was done. It gives us an idea of what's happening, and just like Regent Del Carlo said, we're not here every day. So we don't really know what's going on. And this climate survey, I too believe it should be done every year. So we have a base of, hey, have we done anything good? Are we getting better, or are we getting worse? I've been here 5.5 years, and I would have liked to have seen more of them happen. I would have liked to have known where we are now. So I think it's important that we pay attention and make ourselves, I get a lot of emails from people complaining about things, or I never get any that say, good job, Regent Boylan, you're such a lovely guy, because I'm dying for someone to say that. But anyway, I'm happy that people are truthful. I like the truth, speak it. So I thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak up, and I think we all need to look into this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Regent Borland. Are there any additional comments? Regent Brown?
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. If you don't mind, I just have 2 more questions, Chancellor. So piggybacking on our previous conversation a little bit, and I'm kind of curious where and how resources are allocated. So, and I'm touching base in the climate survey about, several employees believing that their expertise and institutional knowledge are not being valued and that they need more support. But we are spending a lot of money on consultants, executive coaching, and discretionary spending. So I'm curious how you evaluate the return on investment of those expenditures.
Sure. The consultant, I'll address that one first. I think the ones that I have initiated that didn't exist before is probably most likely, or it is around communications. And when I started, there were two things that I heard about the most from the board and from others that we needed to focus on. One was improving our reputation with the legislature and our relationship with the legislature, and second was telling our story more effectively and improving our communications and social media engagement. So out of 157 people on staff, we had one person working on communications and one person working on government relations. So my first order of business, since I wasn't ready to hire a permanent position yet, was to get a communications firm to help us bolster our social media presence and our communications presence. I think based on what I was hearing, I'm trying to build an organization both through people and one-time consulting contracts that match the organization to the priorities of the board. And so yes, that is real money that we're spending, but it's less than we would spend on a full-time employee, and it was a stopgap measure. That contract expired a few months ago once we got a strategic communications director on board, and so that's the bulk of the consulting spending. And I apologize, I forgot your second part of your question.
It's okay. I was just curious how we actually evaluate the ROI of the expenditures.
Well, you'll soon get a communications update that shows the dramatic growth in social media engagement and stories that have appeared throughout this year compared to the year before. So it's hard to put a dollar number on those. There are estimates of what engagement is worth, what stories are worth, and we can certainly get an estimate of the dollar value. It's always hard to know exactly what that ROI is, but based on the dramatic growth that we've seen, I'm comfortable that that was the right decision.
And I appreciate that, Regent Brown, for the record. I think, we have executive coaching, discretionary spending that's pretty high, and consultants. And I'm still looking at, and to my colleague's point, we don't have an org chart or where we think that things are going, but we know that there are vacancies in underdeveloped departments that would seem to be more pressing to fill, given that we are raising campus assessments. We're supposed to be here to help the campus. And I feel like this climate survey is telling me that we're spending money in the wrong places. I'll also say, I can't say minus the social media intern that creates the videos for the NSHE account, I can't say that I've seen a huge increase in comms either. So if I was to look at that dollar amount between now having 2 staff and a consultant and an intern, I don't know. I want to go back to the vacancies in underdeveloped departments, and our staff is telling us that they need help, and we're putting money in a comms bucket. Yes, important, but our staff is telling us that it's not achieving the ROI that they need to be successful.
I absolutely agree that we need to be investing in those areas, and we will be. I guess I would say I don't see those as mutually exclusive. The communications money that we've spent, I think once you see the report, there are so many different outlets for media. It's really hard. We don't all watch CBS Evening News anymore. We don't all get the one newspaper. And so it's really hard for any one person to see everything that's happening. I think you'll see from the graphs and the information that we share that the increase in communications engagement has been significant. Also, now you reminded me of the second part of your question, which was executive coaching. We haven't actually done executive coaching yet. That is in the works because we want to engage people for professional development. What we've done so far is transition coaching, and a total cost of $24,000. And, as the chancellor, I got to decide where we spend the money, and making sure that a handful of our people got off on the right foot and acclimated to the culture appropriately. That seemed like an investment that I was willing to make. And the next phase that we're talking about are development coaches and management coaches for a broader cross-section of people. Again, that's because the culture work largely got a late start and it got paused, and so we're just about to pick that up again.
Okay. Regent Brown, for the record, where I agree they're not mutually exclusive, the catalyst of it is the budget itself, right? We only have so many dollars in the budget. So then they do become, it's either this or that, right? We can't just keep expanding the budget to check all of the boxes all at once. You only have the money that you have. So where I don't think that on paper they are mutually exclusive, technically on paper they are because of the budget.
Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor, for the record. I guess what I'm saying is we will have more money because the assessment increased. We are just now getting into the phase where, like I said, for the first year, the first 6 months, we're learning and listening. The second 6 months, we're starting to build the team. And now that we're doing that, and we still have a Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs to fill, we will start filling those gaps now. And so we just haven't been at a point where we were ready to spend that money, but we will be making those investments in people and professional development going forward.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, I'll just say for the record that I think increasing campus assessment is not an answer to helping our staff when the money has been spent on top down, bringing in people. And so I think, again, I'm going to go back to, I don't think the climate survey is being answered by the way we're spending our money. And the last thing, it's not really a question, but after you have the, what are you calling it, the culture roadmap created, I'm hoping that we can have measurable workplace climate goals that we can hold accountable before the next survey. And I would like the board to have periodic, check-ins with that and just on the record in a meeting. So, thank you.
Thank you, Regent Brown. Regent Arascata, I believe you've been holding for a moment.
I have. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Goodman. And I'm going to follow up with what Regent Brown just stated, and it is spot on. Everything she stated is exactly. But General Counsel Nielsen, give me a little bit of leeway here. Chancellor, you just mentioned about some of the resources, the limited resources that Regent Brown said, but the system administration does have limited resources, and it seems through the survey is that the strategy has been to add staff and hire consultants in areas like internal operations and communications, while departments that are serving our institutions and our students, like internal research and workforce development and audit, lack the necessary resources and are told there are no funds to fill those positions or backfill those positions to increase their support. I would like to know about the response that you have for that question or for the statement, but also we're losing an imperative part of research in Mr. Martinez with institutional research. And I know for the past year that there have been outcries for increased support in his department. However, there are new hires in which you have conducted that are at a very, very high dollar amount. So my question is, well, I don't know what my question is. Can you go ahead and follow up with some of those for your response, please?
Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor, for the record. I guess, as I said to Regent Brown, the plan is to begin filling those roles. The increased assessment is required over time to fill those roles because we don't have unlimited money now. We will need more money if we want to get back to the staffing levels that we had in 2020 or even 2010. We are going to need additional resources. And like I said, the way that this has been sequenced, we have filled some of those senior leadership positions, and those people will now be making the decisions with the managers within those units about how to create structures that most meet the needs of the regions and the campuses.
Okay, like Regent Brown stated, I'm completely opposed to increasing the campus assessment. But with the new hires in which you just mentioned, how are the new hires there to support the success of the campus, especially the students and the faculty? This is a statement that you brought up. I'd like to follow up on it, please.
And Chair Brooks, I'm going to jump in again. Just a reminder, Regent Arascata, that we are on the climate survey agenda item. We have another agenda item coming up, as we all know. So I'd caution you to, or make sure you stick to your questions and discussion to relation to the climate survey itself. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. I agree with you on that one. I'm going to defer my questions to the next topic. So thank you, or to the next agenda item. But yes, campus survey is going to be these two agenda items do have an overlap with one another, but I do appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Nielsen, Chancellor, and especially Chair Brooks. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. And just like it was mentioned before, the next agenda item is a very appropriate place to have budget conversations. And so we appreciate that you'll hold your questions until then. Vice Chair Goodman?
Yes, I wanted to say that, for something like a climate survey, I think it would behoove this board, as well as the chancellor, as well as just the system as a whole, for us to have some of these conversations offline before we come to our meeting, so that we can come to this meeting having it be more solution-based. And, I really think it would behoove the chancellor to brief all of us, as we move forward with this kind of thing, we should be informed and brief us, and then we can ask these questions, and then we can come to this public meeting with more solutions. So I just think, it also shows a little bit more unity as well. So I would like to see that in the future, as it sounds like we're going to be doing these climate surveys. And I do think that the board plays a part in the climate as well. And I think that we definitely do need to do those kinds of self-assessments and make sure we're doing our best as well. So thank you very much.
I'll call on Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be remiss if I did not thank the individuals who assisted in this climate survey. And to Regent Del Carlo's point, we need to shout them out and share the names of the committees that are formed in doing the work. So I would like to personally thank my co-chair on this project, which is Winter Lipson from the Office of the Board of Regents. Winter Lipson, our very own Winter Lipson, Dr. Natalie Brown, Workforce Development and Community Colleges, Marcy Jackson from Academic and Student Affairs, Glenn Heath from System Computing Services, Carrie Parker, Legal Affairs, and Jose Quiroga, who has since left System Administration, but he was in the Finance Department. He's still in the NSHE family. So this was the Climate Survey Working Group, and we were charged with testing the survey instrument and providing feedback to the consultants. So I just want to thank this group. It was representative of departments across System Administration, and they did a fantastic job.
Regent Boylan?
I'll stay on topic. Okay. Bear with me a second. I thought this was done by a company that we paid good money to do. So what was staff doing with these questions and developing that? Shouldn't they have done everything? No?
Thank you for the question, Regent Boylan. Carrie Nichol-Juski, Chief of Staff. The third-party company did develop the survey instrument. The Climate Survey Working Group was charged with testing the instrument, vetting out the bugs and giving feedback on the order of questions and that sort of thing.
But they did most of the work. They did
Oh,
all the
100%,
questions.
yes.
They put it all.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Regent Borland, and certainly we want to thank all of the people out of the system office who participated in being part of that committee. There's just a couple of things I think that it's fair to mention on this agenda item. I really appreciate my colleagues' sentiments that perhaps there's some reflection that the board can do, and there's probably always reflection that the board can do in terms of how we're moving as a governance body, and the challenge, particularly when we're taking a look at a climate survey like this, and what are the effects that the board has had, if any, on system staff. The challenge is that because the board as a whole isn't part of a granular level of discussion or process with employees, it makes it really tough for the board to have a clear understanding of things that are happening within the system office and other employees, regardless of what area that's in. There's a challenge for officers of the board when receiving information about things that are happening within the system office, because quite frankly, whether it's the system office, the board, or the institutions, those things land with the officers of the board. And what's challenging is to present things. I'll share my challenge as has been to present things to the board in a manner that would be conducive so that the board has recognition of things that are happening with inside the system office. I've had plenty of conversation with council about ways to do that. And it would be fantastic if there could be some type of incremental change in how the flow of communication works. But I think mostly this really is a legislative question because we continue to fall into OML. And so even in areas where I would ask council, could I send out an email to the board based on something that might be happening? The practice is not to do that via email. And I would have to go through the telephone calls, individual calls, to every regent to have conversations that wouldn't impede any of the limitations that we have that are set for OML. And so I'm not sure when we talk about the responsibility of the board in connection with things that are happening at the system office, the board wouldn't be aware, the body itself would not be aware of those things as a body unless there were individual relationships that board members had with different folks in the system who may offer conversation. And that is a very real challenge. There's probably some things to take a look at specific to the tenured employees who have been with us for 11 to 15 years. I think that there's a real opportunity when those tenured personnel are saying, because it was 80% of them that are saying they're considering moving on. And the biggest problem that I think we have as a body and as a system is continually losing folks with institutional knowledge who can provide us the information of the context of why we may end up somewhere. And more importantly, if we're having discussion, what is a way to go in terms of driving things? Because the folks who have institutional knowledge may also be able to provide the context of why something we might be discussing won't work because it's been done before, or perhaps another way of taking a look at it because it may be based on other experiences. There's something that could work. What's interesting is from the survey, the people who are saying that they don't know if they want to be here or not are also saying the reason that they're staying is because they feel connected to NSHE's values. And that's a big deal. And then they feel connected to the values and they feel connected to the work and what they're doing and the things that they're achieving when we're taking a look at what does generational change possibly look like if we're affecting things for higher education. And I would say that while my colleague Regent Boylan was bringing up the fact that, Regents are working essentially for free, the reason that we're here isn't for the money. It's for the passion of being able to get something done, particularly if we're able to create generational change in a very positive manner for higher education throughout Nevada. And so I think there are some very strong things that we could take a look at in terms of this survey that are potential opportunities to improve, and as Regent Brown was suggesting, sooner rather than later. It's one thing to talk about having a plan. It's another thing to implement the plan. And so I think it's really important. There is in terms of risk tensions and trade-offs, there's a trust deficit that is already deep with inside, I'll say, the system office, or at least I should say, with inside the 50% of respondents who were taking the survey. And so 50% of respondents reject the notion that leadership decision-making is transparent, equitable, and consistent. when we're talking about a list of priorities or things to be able to get done, as Regent Brown was saying, in what are some things that can happen in the next 90 days, again, I think there's some great areas of this survey to take a look at. And perhaps there is a part of this that should come back to the board so that we're constantly engaged with the conversation of how are things moving, and so that the entire board has an understanding of where we are in climate with employees, rather than perhaps officers who are then challenged with ways of communicating that out to everyone else. The other priority would be retention. I think that goes without saying. Career pathways. There are some fantastic folks who work here. And when there's an opportunity for growth, there's a percentage that don't feel that it's happening. And so part of the survey, concern, if you will, was more folks coming from the outside than folks being promoted within. And it's just something to take a look at. And so again, there's, I would say, areas that would require more conversation, more dialogue, and an executable plan. And if that could be done in the next 90 days, at least beginning it, I think we'd be ahead. That's for sure. And so we're still open for discussion, but with that, I would say this is for possible action. And so the motion that I would be looking for is just a simple, the acceptance of the report. And that's what the vote would be on, to accept the report. Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make that motion to accept the report. I would also like to add, as the agenda item mentions, possible direction for the chancellor. I would also like to add in my motion for the chancellor to bring back his response to the key takeaway areas of this climate survey, which include general climate, employee retention, compensation and advancement, leadership effectiveness and communication, and workplace differences. And you'll see that in the key takeaways section of the document. And I would also like to add that this climate survey a climate survey should be also conducted. I hear the concern about whether it should be in a year or not. I see that this is best practice to do it annually. So I will say that I'll also add in there that a climate survey should be conducted in a year from now as well. So my motion is to accept this report, a report from the chancellor on an action plan within 90 days on the key takeaways of this document, and to do another climate survey in 1 year. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So I'll open it back up for discussion. Vice Chair Goodman.
Regent Carvalho, I don't know if you would be open to also adding that this would be a baseline for the chancellor. I don't know if you would be open to that or not, so that we have something to compare to for next year. If not, I understand, but.
Of course, I would expect that going forward, all climate surveys would reference the previous year. And that, fine, that this is a baseline.
Regent Borland.
Thank you, Chair. And this is to council. I thought it was just accepting the report, but we are adding things on. And could you explain that? Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's in there, he says. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion to accept the report from Regent Carvalho, seconded by Regent Brown. The motion is to accept the report and also Regent Carvalho, I tell you, I didn't write down all of the things that you said, but I do know that they're listed on page 34 in the report, the key takeaways. So the motion includes addressing those key takeaways and bringing something back to the board, I would say in a timely manner. I don't remember there being a clause for
I said 90 days since
90
that's what
days,
you
thank you.
recommended
Okay.
originally.
So bringing this back to the board in 90 days and also having a survey done annually, and this survey would then be used as a baseline for the next survey. And so I will, it seems like there's still some discussion, and I'll go to Regent Downs.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess my question, if this were to come back, I think annually would be a good idea. But since the tool's already been constructed, we've already paid for it, do we need to go and pay another 24, 25 escalating costs of this survey every year? Or is it something that now it's been constructed, it could be run by our in-house people?
It's Regent Brooks for the record. I'm gonna offer Regent Downs that the reason that this climate survey was so successful in participation was because it was from the outside. And the fact of the matter is that climate surveys that have taken place in-house have not had a successful turnout. And there was concern by employees that some of the findings from the survey became known rather than it remaining confidential. And so I'm just sharing with you a perspective for why it is done through a third party and not through the system office. Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you so much. And I agree with you, Chair Brooks, and to you, Regent Downs. That's where the trust is broken down within our system over time. And I truly believe it was the right thing, the proper thing, and really 20-some thousand. I was just taking my calculator out to see what that is on a $57 million budget. It's not very much, but that in itself establishes trust with the people taking the survey. And it was money well spent. It's money we should be spending every year. And I have requested that we stay with the same firm if within the contract that's done through our chief of staff, I believe, in legal, with Jimmy, that we at least give them I would say at least a 3-year window, and with renewal. And I don't know what the laws are for having to do RFPs and be competitive, but we've got to stay consistent, or we're never going to be able to approve if we can't be consistent and use the same survey and methodology, et cetera. I mean, one of my questions I had was the 2020 survey. I didn't realize until today that was in-house. That would have been helpful to have. You were smart enough to ask for it. Regent Carvalho, I thought about it, but the timing over the weekend and the holiday and commitments, it was really tough. I don't know if I'd have gotten a chance to look at it, but, and I hope we never have a meeting on a Monday again. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Obviously, that decision will not rest with me after today. So there you have it. You may get your wish, but this is how it felt today. Were there any other, Regent Downs, I wanted to give you an opportunity because you posed the question. Is there any follow-up?
I would say, I think you both made valid points about the participation rate of this. I know at an institution level at Western, we had very low participation for our climate survey. So you raise a good point, which does make me wonder, I know I don't want to get in trouble for asking this, if we would maybe want to negotiate a bigger contract that could allow the institutions to utilize these services to provide greater confidence in institutional level climate surveys going forward as well. Just a thought on the side there, but thank you.
Thank you, Regent Downs. I was looking at both of our councils as you were speaking, and both of them looked like they were reaching for the mic, and so that's why I just sat here. Is there something, Councilor Martinez, that you want to add?
Yeah, Jimmy Martinez for the record. That's something that we can consider moving forward. We can discuss when we look at the contracts, doing an RFP for, as Regent Del Carlo said, like a 3-year contract to conduct annual evaluations and make it more of a robust system-wide contract, if that's something that the board's interested in.
Thank you, Council. So I'm going to go back to the motion on the floor, which was again made by Regent Carvalho, seconded by Regent Brown. This is to accept the climate survey and ask the chancellor to bring something back to the board within 90 days specific to the key takeaways that are on page 34, and that this evaluation will take place on an annual basis. And I'll just ask for a quick voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay. And with that, we will start moving to the next agenda item. It looks like we've been sitting here for about an hour and a half, so let's do a 5-minute administrative break, and then we'll come back and address the next agenda item. To agenda item number 4, this is the personnel session and annual evaluation of Chancellor Matt McNair. And before we begin any of this process, I'll ask Regent Downs to state his disclosure.
Thank you, Chair. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, this is under advice of counsel. I hereby disclose that I am an employee of NSHE at WNC because independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by this situation. I will vote on the matter.
Thank you, Regent Downs. In terms of the process and how things really begin with the evaluation begins with the chancellor's self-evaluation. And so everyone has a copy of that evaluation, and I would ask if there's any questions or comments specific to the self-evaluation that the chancellor's provided. Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. So I went ahead and printed it just because it's easier for me. I'm still that older millennial that needs paper, so yeah, makes Susan proud. I did want to just go through this because I think this was a good baseline for me to take before I was interviewed for the evaluation. And I just had a couple of questions about some bullet points, if you wouldn't mind.
This is on his, right? Sorry, not
On
mine.
his,
Okay.
yeah. So, yeah, I just had a couple of questions. So, do you have a copy of your?
I do.
Okay, perfect. On page 2, I am trying to, because what I'm trying to get at here is I want to just understand, again, going back to like a recall from earlier, like if we're using this as a baseline for the next year, how do we actually, compare apples to apples? And so I feel like there's a couple bullet points that I just want some clarification on. So it's saying that supported and staffed at the request of a regent an inaugural Coffee with Your Regent community engagement event. I was curious what that actually means, and are we calling on you for regent events like this? Like, can you explain what something like this means?
Sure. Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor, for the record. The Regent wanted to have a community listening session, and I showed up at the coffee.
Oh, I see. Okay. And then I wanted to ask, it's actually the next bullet point. It was supported and executed 10 board and committee meetings. It's my understanding that that's the board staff's job. So I'm curious, like, the measurement here.
Sure.
I am excited for the collaboration if this exists. I just want to know, like, how was this supported?
Sure, yeah, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. No, I'm not referring to what the board staff does in terms of setting up the room and getting the equipment set up. I'm talking about in terms of our team preparing agenda items and materials for the meetings. We can talk about this sometime about the level of effort that goes into that, but our team works tirelessly leading up to those board meetings, preparing the briefings and making sure that the books are put together. And so it's quite a bit of work for our team to do that. So we meet numerous times leading up to each meeting to make sure that the materials are presented properly and that the information is coming to you as helpful and as accurate as possible.
Okay. I guess the next bullet point I had questions on, and again, I didn't go through and ask, things as I was reading it kind of stood out to me, was on page 7. It's the third bullet point, and it says, "In the Office of Legal Affairs supported a leadership transition by hiring and onboarding new attorneys and instituting consistent training for all NSHE staff." I was curious, which leadership transition, are you talking about yourself?
No, I'm not sure it would be appropriate necessarily to use names, but there was a personnel transition in the legal team. And, as I say at the beginning of the document, I wasn't, personally, managing this process, but, I am accountable for everything that happens. And so a lot of the things that I put in here are work that my direct reports are doing.
Yeah, well, and, the last one is on page 19. It's the second to the last. Because to that point, it says optimize NSHE's position in federal grant opportunities, lead NSHE participation in the Rural Health Transformation Program, and pursue SB 262, AB 5, and related GME clinical care funding to strengthen Nevada's healthcare workers. I think the reason why I'm kind of pointing out these things is because it does feel like there are some inconsistencies in how this is written. At times you give credit, like at the top of page 7, it says Renee Davis X, Jason Ferguson X, Dr. Turner X. And I feel like there's inconsistency. So when I was reading this, I actually don't know how to evaluate things when it talks about like pursue SB 262 and AB 5. I mean, that just can't be factual because you came in on the very last day of session. So I just didn't know, like, how, is it just the execution of it, the implementation? Is it, when I look at this, and again, how do I actually take this document and understand when I don't feel like the bullet points are very consistent?
Sure, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. As an example, I'd say the Rural Health Transformation Program, I guess we did not specify in here. I guess there is some inconsistency. I don't know that we can look through it and figure out where we need to specifically give people credit, but that, of course, was Marcia Turner, as you might have guessed. But, Marcia and I talk about that a lot. I worked with her putting together the group that was, soliciting feedback so that we could put together proposals to go get the funding, because the funding's been allocated, but we still have to go apply for it. And so that is largely Dr. Turner, and she's been doing a great job, and we're actually starting to see the fruits of that labor. But that is, one where I was, involved. It wasn't just an arm's length and saying, good luck.
And my last question of this is, where did you get these bullet points from if they weren't something you directly did?
Well, I was involved in this. I've been working with Dr. Turner on this since the money was allocated to Nevada. So I guess it's just something that I've been working on.
Okay. I guess in the future, it would be helpful for me if I knew exactly what you were supporting staff on versus what you were taking the lead on. And, if these bullet points are sourced from some other place, I'd also like to know that, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Are there any other questions specific to the self-evaluation? I'm sorry, Vice Chair Goodman.
I think we all need to also keep in mind that anyone who applies for a position of chancellor for this space in the future is going to watch this video. So sometimes offline conversations are better than online conversations. So I would respectfully request that we consider that. You need to consider that anyone who looks to apply for a job in the NSHE system is going to be watching these videos. So I would ask everyone to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Regent Breger?
Actually, I was going to wait till you said that I want to make a comment before we actually, or at least be able to comment, not on this, but on the next portion of it. Before you present, I'd like to make a comment. But if it's not now, let me know.
Okay, so then let's, if you don't mind, let's just hold for a second to see if anybody else has other questions
That's fine.
specific to the evaluation, then we'll move right to you.
I appreciate that.
Is there anybody else who has comment or question specific to this?
Chair Brooks?
Regent Arascata?
Thank you, sir. Hold on my question. And like following up with what Regent Brown was discussing in regards to page 7, a lot of those do not seem to be items in which, Pastor McNair, while you're up on the podium, that seems to be under your direction, under your supervision, your leadership. It seems to be, but I'll get back to those in just a minute. But I do just pull them up here. And number one, Council McNair, what specific efforts have you made to learn and understand board policy?
Regent Arascata, just so you know, we're having a hard time hearing you. It's coming in, as I would say, broken and distorted. It's not very clear at all.
Chair, is that a little bit better?
That's a lot better. Regent Arascata, I think you found your Verizon spot.
Got it. All right, let me ask. Chair McNair, just a quick question for you. Actually, two in particular. What specific efforts have you made to learn or understand board policies and procedures?
Chancellor Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. I haven't read word to word like you would a book, but I regularly reference the code, the handbook, the bylaws to understand how these meetings operate, how issues come to the board, and so I spent a lot of time with the code. I don't have it memorized, but I spent a lot of time with it.
With the coach?
Code.
Is that what you meant? Is that what you said?
I'm sorry, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. Code, C-O-D-E, Regent Arascata.
Code, thank you. No, it's just that at the last meeting, in the last few meetings, you seem to defer to staff members. I want to make sure that you're up on policies and procedures and guidelines and really focusing on those items that are necessary to assure proven leadership. But one of the questions I had earlier, and I want to ask this question once again, is that system administration seemed to be very limited with resources. And your strategy has been to add staff and hire consultants in areas like internal operations and communication. While departments, as I mentioned earlier, that serve our institution and most importantly our students, like with institutional research, workforce development, and audit, lack the necessary resources and are told there are no funds to increase support. So what is your support, or what did you respond to that?
Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. I guess first I want to clarify something that came up before, which is that the assessment increase from last year that happened right as I was arriving was to fund vacancies and handle the COLA adjustment that was from a couple of years ago. So that's what the assessment was for. There were no new money. It's sort of similar to the fee increase. There's no new money for new positions. This was to fill vacancies. And so that's what we've been doing since I arrived, basically starting toward the end of last year and into the beginning of this year, we've been filling vacancies. And I feel like it's important to fill the vacancies at the vice chancellor level and down and move down, because you want the people that you hire to be able to hire their own teams and identify what they need and identify the structures. And so that's why we're refilling the vacancies that exist. I guess there was one other thing, the assessment funded the COLA and the vacancies, but also one additional position for the board office. But the positions we've been filling are vacancies that have been held open for years. And again, I don't want to, name names necessarily here, but, some of these vacancies go back, 3 years, 5 years. But that's what we've been doing, is filling vacancies. And I understand that there is stress, lower parts of the org chart. But I think it's important to fill the leadership positions first so that they can hire their own teams.
How is focusing on hiring the leadership positions going to be applicable to hiring a team? What I mean by that is in your leadership role, and you've had other employees that have now left the system, have been begging, pleading for additional support, but it's not been there. And I'm going to be doing a Regent request about some of the salaries that you're allocating to actual salaries, including PERS, including the actual salaries that these individuals have been hired on for. How is hiring these individuals beneficial to students and faculty on each campus?
Yes, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor, for the record. Hiring those vice chancellors first is what allows them to build out the teams and then serve campuses. A team operating without a leader, or me selecting the team rather than letting the leader hire the team, I think is not the right way to build the organization. And so, yes, we're dealing with vacancies at many levels of the organization. I just feel like it's important to start with the manager level so the managers can build the teams.
Okay. How are those managers and the teams and yourself, how are they going to be beneficial to students and faculty?
Matt McNair, NSHE
Because
Chancellor, for
that's the NC goal.
I'm sorry, what was that?
No, please go ahead.
Oh, sure. Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor, for the record. We are going to continue providing the services to the campuses that we have been for years. And as we refill vacancies, we will be even better able to provide that level of service, which we haven't been able to as much in recent years, or we've been asking more of people because there have been vacancies, and because, like I said, our budget is still not even back to where it was at 2010 levels, or 2010 or 2020. So we eventually will need another assessment increase, because like I said, the one before didn't create new positions. We're just filling vacancies. So if we want to take the heat off of our team, and I do want to do that, they're working incredibly hard and they're incredibly valuable, and I want to keep as many of them as we can. Eventually we will need another assessment, but the people that we're adding are going to continue serving the campuses and the students just as we have been before I arrived.
Okay. Like Regent Brown, I'm going to be completely against an increase in campus assessment. But as a hard question to you, though, sir, is do you feel that, like I said, I'm going to be doing a Regent request for the actual salaries. Do you feel that the salaries of the new individuals that you've hired are representative to the positions that they're in addition to some of the longevity of the employees that we currently have? Or are the salaries coming in extremely high for the workload which these new employees are doing?
Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor, for the record. I believe that the salaries are absolutely appropriate for the people that we have hired, the experience that they've had, and we've done the market analysis through HR. So I'm very much comfortable that we paid appropriate salaries for the talented people that we've hired.
Okay. Once again, I'll be giving that Regent request out, and I do appreciate your time.
Okay. Are there any other questions by Regent specific to the self-evaluation? Regent Carvalho?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do just want to address one thing you said, Chancellor, and I I assume that it wasn't meant the way I heard it, but I just do want to address that our board staff does do a lot more than just setting up the room. So I want to make that clear, and they work very hard, especially on putting together our agendas and doing a lot more than just setting up the room. So I do want to mention that. In your self-evaluation, you mentioned trust many, many times, but I want to get from your perspective here today, what are some of the actions that you're actually doing to build that trust? And I ask that partly because the climate survey is, addresses trust and communication, and so I see those two things as being kind of tied together. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to expand on the tangible activities that you're doing to build trust.
Sure, thank you. Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. And I guess I did not get a chance before, since I was just answering questions. I want to say how much I appreciate the feedback in the climate survey and the level of participation, because I think that shows that we have a real strength to build on. That participation, even though there was a lot of concerning information in there, is way better than apathy. And so it's a great starting point. People feel comfortable with their supervisors and their teams. And so I want to make sure I thank everybody who participated in that. I'd say some specific things that we're doing to build trust. One of the things I'm doing is continuing, I think, as you know, to meet one-on-one with every person within system administration office. We meet for 30 minutes. There's no agenda. I just tell them I want to get to know you and talk about whatever you want to talk about. So getting to know them, sometimes it's about work, sometimes it's about their families, sometimes about their hobbies. And so that's one piece. But I think it's important to understand that building trust takes time. I mean, I sent out that culture memo in April, which I'm hoping will sort of set the tone for expectations going forward, but I don't expect people to trust me simply because I sent out a memo. That's gonna take follow through. It's gonna take doing the work with the culture committee. Over time, I don't know if it's gonna take, see meaningful difference in 3, 6, 12 months, or in the next year, but, people earn trust over time. And so it's gonna take follow through. It's gonna take, talking at the all hands meeting on Friday about what we learned about this conversation, about the climate survey and what we saw in there, and then digging deeper and having the roundtables with people and really demonstrating to them, we do care, we heard you, and we want to learn more, and we want to know what you think we need to do to address some of those issues. And I think over time, then hopefully we'll start chipping away at that. And like I said, it's going to take time.
Thank you. I did also want to mention that on record that I think it is important to have these discussions in public. It is in NRS that evaluations are done in public, and so I do think it is important for us to have these discussions. To Vice Chair Goodman's point. So thank you.
Okay, if I just have a couple of questions, unless other regents have questions on this self-evaluation. Chancellor McNair, on page 7 of the evaluation, you speak about system-wide credit for prior learning initiative. We know that that's work that's been going on for quite some time. Can you share just what your part in that work has been in terms of leading that effort?
Sure. Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. Obviously, the work had been done largely before I got here. The team brought it across the finish line shortly after my arrival. And what we've been doing since then is starting an awareness campaign so that more students across Nevada are aware, or potential students are aware of that effort. We got a grant actually to pay for an awareness campaign around that, and we're hoping that that will generate more participation from people across Nevada.
Thank you, Chancellor. And when you say we got the grant, what does that look like? How did the grant come about?
That I believe was Dr. Natalie Brown who had gotten that grant, and it fit the criteria there for the credit for prior learning, and so it gave us I forget the exact amount, but several $1,000s to launch that campaign.
Thank you, Chancellor. I know she's been a champion of that and has been doing great work in terms of those areas. On page 8, under the financial stewardship and risk management section, you cite achievements including closing the FY25-26 budget completing annual fiscal statements and other reports, leading the OCIO process, and preparing the inaugural NSHE Composite Financial Index Report for the board. Can you just share with us what that looked like?
Sure. And again, as I said earlier in the, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. This was largely former CFO Vitone. And as I said at the earlier in the document, a lot of these things are things where I participated in at varying levels. And some of the items here I participated in a great deal. Some of them I participated in, when I talked to CFO Vitone at the time, we met weekly about these things and would talk about progress. But obviously he and his team were the ones that were largely doing that work.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And so just so that I understand, the work that was done from your end, the way you're explaining it, is that just the continuation of work that had already been done, or was there initial work specific to that you were able to complete?
Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. I think like almost everything, when I arrived, we picked it up midstream. And so, the assessment was, that we did, CFO Vitone had already been talking to the business officers about that before I arrived. So just like everything else, they had happened the year before or 2 years before. And, a lot of these things are, on schedule. Obviously, then when I jumped in to start, manage the organization, would talk to my direct reports about the kinds of things that they were working on.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And so we'll move into the actual evaluation, and I just wanted to talk about what that process looked like. And that process involved having conversation with roughly 27 people. Those folks came from Regents, the system office, and presidents. The system office, a lot of those are direct reports. Part of that is compiling everything together, furnishing a report, and then meeting with the chancellor to go over things. From there, it was additional review of the report itself, and then really just putting some time in making sure that the report was as complete as it could be. And then it was from there disseminated. And so those are the very bare bone processes that took place with the evaluation report. And in that, based on our policy, there are 9 to 10 areas very specifically that speak to the areas of evaluation. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that might be geared towards how it came about. Certainly, I want to open this up for Regents to discuss and offer questions to the Chancellor on the evaluation report. Regent Breger and then Regent Boylan.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have a question yet and I will ask a question. My comments right now are that I didn't vote for one person doing it, so I stand strong on that I felt like it, and it wouldn't matter what person. I would not one person doing this evaluation. My discomfort was I don't know and have validation. Did everybody have all 11 questions? It can be like the telephone game. They talk to you, and that's how it worked out. And the interpretation, where do you get the interpretation when we're doing something like that? So my discomfort was, would what I would say or the numbers I would give, where do we see that happened? And I think I'm a very visual person. I was against the process because I think there's better ways to do it. And I understand 241, so no one needs to tell me about what 241 is. I've done that, let's say 26 times, and have done evaluations as a team. We were in the past able to do a closed session and come out and discuss that closed session. I know things have changed in the years to come. So my discomfort was I'm happy speaking in this room and sharing good, bad, and the ugly. I don't think there's any ugly, by the way, but I wasn't comfortable with one person determining, did all of Mr. A's questions get asked just like when we did the chancellor search or president search. You ask all questions the same way, the same time, the same everything. I'm not saying you didn't do it, but I don't know you did. And so my discomfort was I didn't know the questions, and I'm a processor, so being asked on the phone would have been either lulls or about 3 hours instead of what was required. So I'm very uncomfortable, and I think there could be better things that could have. And then receiving the 19-page document at approximately 3 o'clock on Saturday of a holiday and Father's Day the next day. I did read it 2 or 3 times. I felt it contradicted itself a bunch of times when I read it. I was very thorough. I had notes on it. So I'm just extremely uncomfortable that this is how it was done this time. It wouldn't have mattered which one person did it. It would have to a degree, but I just think that it wasn't a healthy situation, and I'll let other people talk, but then I may ask a question later or share my feelings on what a one-year chancellor did after having 7 chancellors before him in a small 9-year period, which is the board should take accountability for that. I think that is the most shocking thing when I actually think about it, that let's say technically in 9 years, 8 chancellors. It's not the chancellors, folks, it's us. I firmly believe that, and I normally don't talk this much, but it can't be a chancellor than that many people left the system for whatever reasons. We know a few reasons, but that is just invalid to me, and I think this report, I wish it could have just been tabled, but I respect the fact that other people did that with you, but I don't believe that it's conclusive. I don't believe that we would really have all the information when there's no written facts. I feel very strong about that, and sorry, my passion's coming out. I'm not happy about what went on. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Regent Breger, for your comments, and I think some of them are spot on. Having gone through this process, what I can tell you, and in speaking with a couple of past chairs who have gone through this process, what I'd say is where I'm at today on this process and where we were a few months ago when we were having conversation about it as a board in terms of taking a look at changing it, if I could go back, I would. I would have voted for something a little bit different. And what I would have voted for is removing this process from any officer on the board. And when you speak about whether something is healthy or unhealthy, I can tell you that I would lean more towards, you're right, the process is a little unhealthy. And it's unhealthy for several reasons. A lot of it has to do with information that I'm provided in a very confidential manner and then trying to determine how much information really needs to be moved forward based on whether it is, 1 or 2 individuals, aligned feedback or other aligned feedback. And so the issue becomes very, it's something that I hope, whoever the next chair is, I hope that as a board, we can assemble and have another agenda item for this and really speak to, it may be better to have somebody from the outside come in and do this, just like on the climate survey. And again, having gone through this process and recognizing the significance of responses, recording them, spending time with everyone, asking questions, going through the tables, I think the board would probably be better served, so there's no cloudiness around what this is, and whoever the chair is at that time would be better served, not carrying, the weight of getting all of this done. It was, the interviews themselves were 30 minutes easy. Other interviews went an hour. It just depended on how much dialogue somebody wanted to provide. And so the 3 areas of data that came forward were the quantitative, qualitative, and then towards the end of the questions, is there anything else that you would like to add? And all of that data essentially came together, was interpreted, and then pushed out. And so there are certainly things that you have said, Regent Breger, that I firmly agree with, and perhaps it really is time to take a look at doing this a little differently. We'll go Regent Borland and then Regent McGrath.
Please, go right ahead.
So Chair, I just want to add on to what Regent Breger said. I will not vote to approve this evaluation. I don't feel like I was given an opportunity to participate. I asked whether I could receive the questions in advance, not to submit written responses necessarily, which I think would be better. There may be issues with that. But I was told that I would have to answer the question spontaneously on the phone. I don't see, given the really significant importance of this and how we should all be thoughtful and take some time to contemplate this and contemplate the responses, I was denied that opportunity because I wouldn't answer the question spontaneously. So the first time I saw the qualitative or the quantitative questions was actually on Saturday afternoon. But I don't think it is appropriate. I think the methodology is really flawed. I don't know what caused you to give me that response, but those qualitative questions, I mean, asking for examples of things and asking people to do that spontaneously in a phone call, it's not an appropriate methodology for something of this importance, both to the system, to Chancellor McNair, and to all of us on the board. There are other issues with the methodology that I feel very strongly about. I don't understand the evidence level, why some things are limited evidence. Some of this is not self-explanatory, and I think it needs to be. So I feel very strongly that there were methodology problems, and I won't hesitate to say that I feel like I wasn't given the opportunity to participate.
Well, thank you for that feedback, Regent McGrath. I appreciate it. In terms of the opportunity to participate, I think it's fair to say that there were numerous conversations that I had with you specific to getting together with you to go over the evaluation process and ask you questions. And that began, I think, even before the UNLV graduation that you and I both attended, because I had mentioned it then. And in all fairness, there was some traveling that you had done that you had let me know, and that there might be some opportunities for us to get together, but I know you're extraordinarily busy. And so when you called me last week, I appreciated that opportunity to ask if you felt like, is now a good time to go over this? In fact, I think you may have asked me, is now a good time to go over this? I took the telephone call and I said, give me 5 minutes. I'll make sure that I'm prepared to be able to ask these questions. I was doing something else, but I stopped what I was doing to be able to have a conversation with you. And it was in that conversation where you had asked me some great questions about what does this look like in terms of the meeting? And then what does it look like in terms of the evaluation? And I had explained that there were quantitative and qualitative questions that I would be asking of you. And then you asked if I could just email them to you. And I said I wasn't comfortable doing that. And I didn't want to do that because I hadn't done that for others. And all of the other questions that I had posed were, here's a question, how do you feel? And in all fairness, there was I think I described the process and why it was more important for you to give me your feedback and perception of things than it was for me to provide anything that I would have experience with specific to the last year in this survey. So it's unfortunate that you feel like you didn't have the opportunity to participate because I wouldn't send the email. And you're right. Along with Regent Breger, I believe there are some other ways that things can get accomplished in hopes that regents feel very inclusive to the process. I'm working with what we have currently and what we have right now, which is not uncommon from the last several evaluations that were done. In taking a look at past evaluations, the quantitative and qualitative questionnaire may have begun years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, and I was just following suit with that. And so that's how that process essentially came together.
Okay, I just don't understand though why the topics can't be floated in advance. So I think that's a serious problem with the methodology. If that's something that you had no say in, I'm not sure if that's true or not. I apologize. But I don't think it's appropriate to not allow those who go through this process with the chair or whoever is doing the information gathering to have time to be thoughtful, especially when there are things like asking for examples. I don't think that what I asked was unreasonable, and I don't think I didn't have time or that you didn't have time to participate. It was just that it was forced to be a spontaneous discussion, and I think, again, I won't be incredibly repetitive, but given the gravity of this, the importance of it to our system and to all of us, it is not appropriate to ask people that they just spontaneously answer questions. So, and I also would like a response. I don't understand the evidence level. I mean, we can get into this slightly later if other people have comments about the methodology, but I don't understand the evidence level, limited evidence. What is that a reference to? Where did that
Sure,
come from?
Again, thank you for the question. It's a reference to the data itself. So as data is being compiled the way that I was compiling it, interpreting the data, there were some areas that were stronger than other areas. And so that's where the evidence part of that came in. And so maybe there was another, a different terminology I could have used to express that this area is strongly stated or strongly repeated. That might be a way to do it, but I chose to do it in a manner that said this was the evidence behind where the responding voices were or are.
Well, I would just add that perhaps it isn't appropriate to include something as a conclusion in a report if it's based on limited evidence. That's all I would state.
Thank you, Regent McGrath. I appreciate that. I'm not so sure that this was limited evidence overall. So do you mean, Regent McGrath, in those areas that I'd broken down based on policy where the evaluation information is, right? The 1 through whatever I have in there. Do you mean in that specific area? Because that is the area, that's the criteria for the chancellor evaluation. And so I actually went through each area per policy and listed that. And so strongly supported or limited evidence meant that it's how I just clarified it is the way that I was representing that. And maybe there was a different way to present that, but certainly I felt confident and comfortable in addressing those questions that are, or areas, themes that are specific to policy.
Okay, I mean, I stand by my statement. I think that if you did not have enough responses, I certainly didn't feel like I was able to give my responses. And then a particular topic you considered to have had limited evidence, perhaps it shouldn't have been included.
I appreciate that feedback again. It's not that we had limited participation. It was almost full participation with all of the folks that I asked to participate in this, which again is outlined in policy. But I certainly hear some of your frustration in the methodology of how this was done. And so I think it's great if that comes back as part of additional conversation for how the evaluation gets done to begin with, when we hopefully will take a look at having somebody else come in to do this. Vice Chair Goodman.
Regent Boylan, did you want to go first? Sorry.
My question.
Okay. Okay, I also wanted to express the fact that I requested an email summation of what our conversation was, and you said you were unable to do that. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I'm just going to go through a few things here. Additionally, as vice chair, you are in charge, and you were able to do what you wanted to do. I am witness to that because I have been completely left out of everything. So I know that you are able to make decisions decisions and you're able to do what you want, and this process was your process, and that's great. So I have a few questions because, as all of you know, I talk often about how I am executive director of the largest center for gambling addiction in the country, and I go to conferences across the country often, and I am sitting through data and PhDs, very brilliant people, basically sharing data in a scientific methodology kind of fashion, and I see that you were replicating this. So, just a litany of questions. You said there's 27 total participants. What is the breakdown of those participants? Also, you say supplemental stakeholder input. When you're doing qualitative questions and quantitative scientific methodology, you don't just get to chat with people and then interpret what they said on your own without a second party. What method of thematic analysis was used, Chair Brooks? Who analyzed it? Did anyone else look at it to provide some validation to the codes? What does high and medium represent in terms of frequency and mentions? Can you, as chair, provide some representation of the quotes that demonstrate these themes? You can't say something strongly supported without providing context, frequencies, counts, coding, schemes, quotes. There's basically no data here. We are just supposed to believe and trust your interpretation. And this is someone's life, someone's career, and you put it out there based on your interpretation without anything to back up your scientific methodology. I'd also like to see a complete set of comments included as an appendix. I think that would be really great. And when we're talking about qualitative results, oftentimes when you have these scores, sometimes they're clustered around an average, so they're polarized. So if you have a few outliers, that can really change what the score is. And I didn't see any kind of explanation of any of that. So I'm also fired up because I think that you have put this board at risk by doing this supposed scientific methodology. You have put this board at risk. You have put this system at risk. This should have been something that was more objective. It shouldn't have had these numbers, and it shouldn't have been done in this way without any kind of individual involved that knows what data research is, what scientific methodology is, and maybe has some experience in this field.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair Goodman, for addressing your concerns. I'm not sure where to begin with all of that, and that's certainly a lot. Yeah, I appreciate that you have a paper for that, and so I think where to begin is probably part of the conflict that I feel as chair in terms of this evaluation process.
Why don't you answer some of the questions? Can you tell me about the thematic analysis? Can you tell me about that?
Are you going to allow me to respond?
Not
or
really, not if you're not going
Okay.
to answer my questions.
So I think this is probably part of an issue here is that we're not seeing the forest past the trees. So I get it. You have questions about how this was done. There were some questions that were posed to me that I addressed, and I'm fine answering questions, but I really think there's a far cry between somebody being curious about how a process went and somebody running down 15 questions as though I'm in a chair and this is a court. And so I think that's...
You released the report.
I-
You should be able to answer these. I go to these conferences. People are able to answer these questions very easily. So if you'd like a copy, you're more than welcome to answer them.
Got it. Thank you again, Vice Chair Goodman. So I think part of the conflict here is when you began your conversation, you talked about a disconnect between you and I, and that there were some things that you weren't included in. And I think that's fair to say, because there has been a disconnect between the Vice Chair and I, and it's been going on for the past year, frankly. And so there are some areas that have been absolutely challenging, particularly in areas of, I'll just say, areas of accountability. It seems like, and transparency, we just simply haven't been on the same page.
You mean I disagreed with you and you didn't like it?
Well, I think that's an unfair characteristic because it's not just that
Chair Brooks, I apologize to interject here. I want to refocus the board. This agenda item is really about the annual evaluation, and I think the process questions are fair enough to a certain extent, but like you and the rest of the board as a reminder that we're agendized for the annual evaluation.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Council. So I certainly want to be able to try to answer some questions. I also understand that the larger focus might be on some of the data and some of the results. I understand that you're frustrated. I think in terms of the process, particularly with asking somebody to rank something in a quantitative manner, it's not that scientific or difficult in terms of the analysis of what that's going to look like. Because you ask somebody a ranking of 1 to 5, it's a number that they're going to give you, and then you add up the numbers. I mean, so I'm not trying to dismiss what you're saying. I'm just saying it's not that scientific in terms of asking somebody for a ranking process and then using those numbers to describe where those numbers landed in terms of an average score and the observation for what's going on with those numbers in that average score.
In a pool of 27 people, it's a very small pool, and there should have been other considerations.
So the 27 people were minus 3 regents who didn't participate and myself. And so I'm not sure what other pools we could have in terms of getting the information. The pool is small as itself, so I don't.
We run higher education. There's a lot of PhDs out there that do this kind of research, that do this kind of work, that understand what it means when you have clusters, when you have outliers. I'm just saying that if you are going to present something that is scientific, supposedly, that document should have had someone involved that understands the science of data.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate that, but doing a quick rundown on the data that I had, the 3 sets, I'm not so sure for this particular process, what level of PhD scientific methodology would somebody need to be able to ascertain where answers are based on a question that's asked, and then looking for a pattern of similar responses and saying, here's where things are. While I appreciate that the climate survey was done by a very large organization who would probably be able to whip something that I produce quickly, this is me doing it and being very confident in what I'm taking a look at, what the numbers are, what the answers are to the questions, and coming up with some results. And so, I mean, I don't mind having.
Council Martinez, for the record, I just want to jump in. And I think this conversation is partly going to the process, and the current process is what dictates who can be involved in the whole process. So this might be something for a new business item to bring back and have a more robust conversation of what an amended process might look like.
Chair Brooks, if I can, please interject here.
Sure.
Regent Goicoechea.
Sure, Regent Goicoechea.
You recognize me? Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't think there's any argument that the process is flawed, and it's been ongoing. I spoke to a number of former regents, former chancellors. This has been a problem. That's why we've had 8 chancellors or interims in the last 10 years. This is not new ground. But I also want to state it's an easy fix. This is not statutory. It's just in the handbook. And the Board of Regents, we can fix this. And I think all of us sitting around the table today can recognize the fact that we're probably better served by having an independent survey and study on this rather than, in fact, charging the board, which is what the handbook says now, the chair shall conduct. It doesn't say how. I think maybe you could have reached out to some kind of a survey monkey or whatever and brought the responses back. But again, this is not something that happened in this evaluation. The process is flawed and it needs to be fixed. And it's up to us as the Board of Regents to fix it and address it going forward. That said, the evaluation is what it is. Yeah, there is. Maybe it could be slanted one way or the other. Case in point, I think if you've got a chairman that has a good working relationship with the chancellor, that chancellor is probably going to be have a pay raise available. If you happen to end up where you have 2 strong personalities and maybe a little conflict, it's going to reflect in the evaluation. That's human nature. So, but the bottom line is, I just hope that us as Regents can recognize, and you started it yourself with your opening remarks, that it's not an ideal way to do business. And I think we need to address that more than we do the fact that what this particular evaluation, up, down, or sideways, is all about. Let's fix it before we do another one. With that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Gokichia. Regent Borland?
Come on. All right. Thank you, Chair. Is there anybody else who wants to get it off their chest? Because I'm kind of scared to proceed here. All right. Firstly, let me say this. Thank you, Chancellor, for taking all of this, standing up there like a man and taking this. I respect that. We've got some issues, and she stole one of my questions. See what happens when you're a nice guy and you let others go ahead. But I'd like to ask the chair. I want to say thank you for all the time you put into it. Can you tell us how much time you put into doing all of this? Because I don't see your remarks there about his evaluation. These are all the remarks from what the others have thought, right? So how much time did you put in there, and what? I don't see your remarks, yours personally.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Regent Borland.
Yes,
so
sir.
I purposely stayed away from being a part of this evaluation.
Okay.
One reason was because I didn't, look, frankly, what I said earlier rings very true. The chair of the board, regardless of who that is, has more inner working knowledges of the system, institutions, and things that are moving on the board than other regents.
Yes.
And it's just how it is because of the conversations that take place, particularly in proximity to the chancellor and others. And so I didn't want to, I felt this was better if I am just recognizing the voices of others and putting that documentation together and presenting it. That's just how I felt about that. I can't tell you the amount of time that this took because I wasn't calculating the amount of time. I would say an awfully, a lot of time. And it
I'm
was
sure.
so much, and perhaps other chairs have done this differently, and it didn't take much time, but for me, this took a lot of time because I understand the significance of the evaluation, and for me, what matters is the representation of the folks that I am speaking to and making sure that their voices are being echoed in the evaluation, much like a large firm has demonstrated doing the same thing in the climate survey. And so that was, yeah. So I don't know the amount of time, but this took a lot of work.
Thank you. And you didn't get paid for it, like I said earlier. But again, just before I finish to the chancellor, like I said, you stood up there and you're taking it like a man. That's good. We've had chancellors, one chancellor I know, and presidents who have decided to quit because they didn't want to be evaluated. Oh, I'm quitting now. It was their evaluation and they were gone. But you're taking it. You're right there. I like that. And one chancellor, of course, who didn't like it and decided to sue us. And that, these kind of things happen. So my last question is to Vice Chair Goodman. When you said he's putting us at risk, what did you mean by that? I'm scared. That's why I'm asking.
Chair Brooks?
Yes, sir.
If we can, Jimmy Martinez for the record, if we can keep the conversation about this evaluation and not any external risk, that'd be appreciated.
Oh, no, but that is part of the evaluation, no? I think it is.
I can share with you offline, Regent Boylan, what I'm thinking about.
Offline? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, thank you, Council. Chair, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So are there, Regent Fernandez?
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to acknowledge a few things that have been said here today. And I think a personal shout out to you, Chair, is acknowledging the fact that this is sort of a broken process, right? There is really no specific instrument that exists chair by chair that really allows us to look back at what the evaluation might be. And to your acknowledgement, there might be bias, and to the acknowledgement of others. And it's hard to be able to trust this sort of data, but I also think that we need to be moving in the direction of going to the outside consultant and finding a way to make this a streamlined process where we can actually have a survey instrument that will work for us. And I think that this is the worthwhile investment for the next year to be able to embark on something like this and know that we can have the data that's presented to us today is something that is validated. And I think Vice Chair Goodman made really great points here. I don't believe you are a scientist, Chair Brooks, and I don't blame you for that, but I think that we as a board really need to be able to trust everything that we have before us today. And I think that this was evident in the climate survey, where we know that we can trust this data and how it exists, but also we do have a lot of talented people, whether it be within NSHE or knowing the consultants that we need to hire. I think that there's a lot that needs to be done, and this is the next step for us. I think that we need to be able to have something, and this is something that I'll bring up in new business as well if need be, but we need to be able to have a standardized Regent feedback instrument, a chancellor self-evaluation template, annual goal-setting framework, and a timeline for mid-year and year-end review. I don't think that we should be doing this at the end of the year and giving the chancellor or anybody else within the system office a moving target. I really do think that we need to be able to check in where we're at midway and find out how we're doing. And I think that, I commend the chancellor for doing the best he can to really lean in on 13 of our voices and figuring out what is the goal. But we can't really come divided and fractured, especially when there's so many different personalities here. I think we really need to come together. We need to be a better system, and we need to use, if we are running the system of higher education for the state of Nevada, we should really be leaning in on the scientific metrics that exist, that whether that be internally or externally, but we really need to move past this and move towards that direction. So I hope that for the next year, that this will be a number one priority, because we can't wait till next year to figure out how the chancellor's doing. We can't wait till next year to figure out if our priorities are actually moving forward with the person that we're putting in charge. We need to figure this out now. And I'm glad that there is shared responsibility that I feel like a lot of our colleagues here are taking. So again, I commend you, Chair, and I commend you, Vice Chair, for your comments and all the things here, but we can't just get stuck in this meeting and not move forward. That we now have a direction, and I hope that we will take it.
Regent Breger.
Let me offer this, and only because of what you had shared back with me, that it isn't and nothing's perfect, by the way. The process kind of put you in a bad position when we voted against having two people, not me, but was voted against. I'm going to just ask, if I were to make a motion to table this, we could then go to an independent study. So I'd like to make a motion to table this item at this point in time and suggest an independent study. If the votes are there, great. If not, we'll continue.
Chair Brooks, I'm going to provide some advice to Chair Breger's motion. There's certainly the ability to make a motion to table this, which would allow it to have the ability to come back during this meeting. But is to go farther and to couple that motion with the third party is clearly not part of the agenda. That would be more of a new business type item. So that's my advice. Thank you.
To you, Chair, may I ask him a question? Would it be then I could still make a motion to table, and at new business, we could say what we'd want to do in the future? And if it doesn't pass, I'm okay with that. I just think it might get us to the next point in a better manner than what it's sounding like right now. And I do agree with Regent Fernandez and what he shared. And pretty much everybody shares great things.
Yeah, so just if I understand you correctly, Regent Breger, the question. So if you make a motion to table and there's a second and that passes, then it's laid on the table for this meeting.
Of course.
It means it can, and then there could be a subsequent motion to remove it from the table during this meeting. Alternatively, there could be a motion, other types of motions that could be made as well. But to your point about what you want to see, that would be a new business item and a different agenda item, if that answers your question.
So tabling the motion keeps it in, I've just had different things happen in my years of doing this. I'm not trying to stop it, I'm trying to get us to a better place from what I'm hearing so far. So I don't know how we get there unless it just comes back in new business to be able to not keep it on one person and be able to have an equitable outside firm do an evaluation that doesn't put any one person in a negative position.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. The current policy requires it be done with this process. So any movement to a different process would need to be an agenda item that comes back to the board for a separate vote. So if that's the desire, is to bring this back for a separate vote to do something different, and then have that process, it would be, in my mind, it would be a longer process because we'd have to figure out what that process is, figure out who the third party is that's going to come in, go through the contracting process, and then whatever it looks like after that, I don't know. What I'm saying is there's a lot to explore. So if this item is postponed until that, I think what you would want to do is make a motion to postpone to maybe not a date certain, but
Okay, and it's not that I don't want to hear from my counterparts, I was just trying to help us move along to maybe there would be a better way to do it. So I'm just going to try it. I'll make a motion to postpone to a date in the future, and that can be discussed at another time. Is that okay? Or I can say in 2 months to our August meeting. I hope we don't have a July meeting. Mr. Nielsen. I mean, if it fails, it fails. I respect
No,
people's votes.
sorry, Regent Breyer, Chris Nielsen for the record. Yeah, so as I understand your motion, it's a motion to postpone to the August meeting. Is that correct?
Say again the last part.
Your motion is the motion to postpone this agenda item to the August meeting. Is that
Yes.
your motion? Okay. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor by Regent Breger to postpone the agenda item until August. So I'll look for a second to that and also just provide some clarification just for policy's sake. And then it's, as always, the will of the board will move accordingly to how things flow. Regent McGrath, I'm sorry, is there?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's all Irish and Scottish. It's okay.
It
I
looked
will,
like you were going to second that. So
I was
thought
going to second it,
okay.
Regent
And
McGrath,
so,
thank you.
so what we'll do is we have the motion, we have the second. I will open for discussion.
Point of order, I think Regent Arascata has really been trying to get your attention to say something. Am I correct, Regent Arascata?
Yeah, I appreciate that. So
You
I
are
was,
correct. You are correct.
yeah. Thank you. So that's the,
I was going to make a motion right before Regent Breger, but Regent Breger is on right now, so I'm going to follow her lead.
okay. Thank you, Regent Arascata. Regent Downs?
I'm not ready to make a second on this, so do we need to finish that part of the action before I talk?
We have a second from Regent McGrath.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't know if it's a moot point at this point, but just in general going forward, a couple of questions I had for you, Chair, and process questions. And I do have a question for Special Counsel Nielsen as well. So for Chair, when you developed this tool for this evaluation, where did you take your questions and the design? Was it from the previous one used for the previous Chancellor by then Chair Carvalho, or did you create something fresh and new? So that's my first question. And my follow-up question to Special Counsel Nielsen. If we don't go through with this postponement, what are the options on this report? Is it accept? Is it reject? Is it to redo it? I mean, what are the legal options on this? So if you guys can take your turns, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. So, Regent Bush, for the record, so to answer your question, it stemmed from taking a look at past evaluations and what those questions were. And then it was just a matter of forming questions for this particular evaluation. There is no exact or specific template or layout for questions for the evaluation. And there's probably, in my view, some benefit to that based on the climate and how things are moving. So I hope that answers your question. I put this together based on previous questions that were asked during an evaluation.
Did the climate survey inform any or inspire any of your questions on this?
No, I appreciate the question, Regent Downs. The climate survey didn't influence the questions in the evaluation. In fact, I knew that the climate survey results had come in. I will share with you that I did not look at the climate survey results until this entire process of the evaluation was complete.
Thank you. Special Counsel Nielsen, what are our options on this? report?
Regent Downs, yeah, Chris Nielsen for the record. Under this agenda item, really the only option is to accept the report or not. I hope that, does that answer your question?
I'm sorry, just for clarification, I know that I had addressed Regent Downs' question, but then the look of shock from our Chief of Staff and Regent Fernandez, I wasn't sure if there was any other comments or anything specific?
No.
Okay.
No, actually, the question was asked is whether there are only really two actions here, we accept it or not. What does accepting it mean officially within this process, I think would be a clarifying question.
Thank you, Regent Fernandez. So you mean accepting the report?
Yes.
Accepting the report means that you receive the report. It doesn't mean that you agree with the report, that you disagree with methodology. It means that you've received the report. Perhaps the board wants to move differently for, how agenda items are written specific to the evaluation in the future, but where we sit today, it rests with, did you receive the report? And I'll defer to council, whether the report, in fact, I will just defer to council, sir, for additional clarification on the process.
Yeah, Jimmy Martinez for the record. I just wanted to jump in because it is a little bit more than that. It is a statement that you received the report, but it's also when the board acts as a body to adopt a report, it's the board adopting that report on its own for future action. For instance, if there is something in the report, findings, for instance, sometimes there's findings in a report, the board adopts it, you can then follow through with those and assign somebody to implement the findings. So that's the purpose of accepting a report for a public body.
Follow-up to that is would it be a clearer motion to accept this report and then, if it's the will of the board here to redo an assessment or whatever that might look like because this report has been accepted, is that sort of a clearer way to go about it or just accepting it, that's it?
Jimmy Martinez for the record, that's not an easy question. Without knowing what the next step in the process that's maybe requested is, it's kind of hard to articulate what the right thing to do now is to get to the unknown. So I'm not really sure how to answer the question.
Based on the current motion that exists today, would it be worthwhile to have an amendment of accepting, or what is the difference between postponing, or what will postponing do based on the current motion? Then maybe it's a clarified question instead.
Jimmy Martinez for the record. So the current motion that's on the floor by Regent Breger is to postpone this item until the August meeting, in which case there'd be no other action today. That would immediately postpone it. It would come back in August. Between now and August, my understanding would be at that point, there would be discussions with a new agenda item coming before the board to determine if there's another process. I don't know what that process may or may not be at this time. It could be a new hiring somebody to redo the evaluation, to verify the evaluation, to have a second set of eyes. Like, there could be a myriad of different things. I just have no idea what the board's will is at this time.
Mr. Chair, can we call the vote, please?
Okay.
Regent Scott, I appreciate that. We're still in discussion with regents wanting to provide input, and I'll move to Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to weigh in since I am a previous chair who did go through this process. Thinking about this, the annual evaluation does kind of serve for that check-in point annually during a chancellor's contract period. I appreciate the difference in I guess I would say, language that Vice Chair Goodman provided in terms of, the methodology and thematic analysis and everything that a PhD does. I see our policy on this as more like a 360 review of our chancellor, not as a robust research product. And so maybe when we talk about methodology and qualitative and quantitative, we're hearing those research methods that I think really weren't meant to be part of this process, I'll say. So in terms of maybe language used, I think it's more of a 360-degree feedback of our chancellor, getting everybody's feedback on the year. I'll also say that our policy also allows for a very robust periodic evaluation before the chancellor's or any president's next contract is due. And I think that is more, I feel like the conversation we're having today moves towards something more like that process that we're asking to do annually, that I don't know if when the current policy was considered, the annual review was just kind of like a check-in, like where are we right now? And given that the chair and the chancellor normally have a very strong relationship, I think that the intention of this policy was that the board trusts that the chair has that kind of close relationship with the chancellor. I'll just say that I don't think that has been the case this year. I think there's been a lot of disagreement among our leadership and the chancellor, and so I think that perhaps we do need to look at the policy for situations such as this. And maybe we do want to go to a more robust evaluation process for the annual evaluation, but I am just concerned that if we postpone this to August, then does that mean that I guess at this point, we don't know what, like, as you mentioned, Mr. Martinez, we don't know what that necessarily means. I think that the chair did a good job of creating an evaluation based on what we have as a policy. I think we can argue about semantics with this. I can also see that, because of a lack of working relationship or trust or whatever, it became difficult to do the work in ways that Regents wanted it done. But I feel that this evaluation is balanced and fair. And we haven't really talked about that because we've just been talking about the method and semantics with regard to this, which I'm not discounting. I do think it's important. But this is just a check-in for our chancellor right now. And so I just don't know what tabling this and bringing it back to August is going to look like if we just bring this same report back. I'm just not sure what that looks like. Thank you.
Chair Brooks, if I may.
Sure, Regent Gokachia.
Thank you, Chair. And this first I'll go to legal counsel. Okay, if we do in fact postpone this to August, and we do put an agenda item on for the August meeting to amend the policy handbook, and that makes a change in the requirement at that point, or states that the chair shall use a third party independent. I realize it doesn't take this away, but maybe moving forward, would that in fact affect this evaluation, or can we postpone it long enough to where we could actually have a third party do it?
Yeah, Regent Gokachia, Chris Nielsen for the record. If I understand your question correctly, if we have a motion to postpone till August and we have a second, if that motion is voted, succeeds, then as it stands right now, we're done today and the same thing will be brought back in August. It's just no different than the board has postponed other items. We had a postponement of the boring company, for example, we postponed. So it came back boring again. And I think what Mr. Martinez is trying to explain is there could be in new business, different things that could be brought up and different things could happen between now and August that could affect bringing how this item is ultimately brought back. But those are unknowns, and there's, as Mr. Martinez said, there's a myriad of options that are unknown at this time. And so, but if this motion succeeds, if this motion succeeds, it'll be postponed and it'll be just brought back in August as is right now.
Right, and then the next chair will set the agenda, correct? Does it mean it actually has to be on the August, with this motion, does it have to be on the August agenda?
Yeah, because this body's
Okay, I see you're nodding your head, that's good.
Yeah, so this body
Yeah.
would be making a decision to postpone it to a date certain, so yes, it would be brought back at the August.
Okay, and then, but then, under new business, we could, in fact, visit, changing the handbook as it pertains to this. Because again, I'm not throwing rocks at the present chair or anywhere else. We look at the history of it over the last 10 years. This hasn't been functional, and so and again, it's an easy fix. A board can change that language and I forget the section now. I don't have it wrote down in the handbook that says the chair shall conduct an evaluation, and all you need to do is put using a third party in there or whatever, and maybe we clean this up. Because I'm sorry, folks, the last thing I want to see is us go through this, an argument about the chancellor and a Mickey Mouse evaluation, when I think we are really poised to go into the next legislative session, probably as strong as, and I'm short time on this board, but I've been in the legislature a long time, poised to really go into the next legislative session with a strong team. And I don't want to see anything taken away from that. And I'm afraid we're sitting here arguing about how valid this evaluation isn't, or whatever. And I think it's detrimental to the Board of Regents and NSHE. So, if we can put this out there, put it away, I'm afraid if we accept it, it might cause some further wrinkles. If we don't accept it, it's not so. Although I'm not in favor of punting, we're way back. So my argument would be we probably need to delay it. We're probably better off than going one way or the other to the Board of Regents. Just discussion. But I do think this process has to be fixed, or it's just ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Jimmy Martinez for the record, just for clarity, the other option would be to push through the item today, have no action, so it's not accepted by the board, and then still bring a new business item to revise the process and bring that back to August. So then we're moving forward with a process that would effectuate the next evaluation rather than dragging on this evaluation, which may then run into the next annual evaluation.
Is the maker of the motion agreeable to this no action alternative?
Absolutely. I was just trying to move us along to where maybe we could be a little bit more cohesive. So I would remove the motion, and I can do another motion then at that same time after the second, if the second chooses to remove it.
Regent Brager, if I understand your question correctly, if you withdraw your motion, the second's withdrawn, and if it's the board's pleasure to take no action today, that's an option.
But is that a motion you have to make, or we just don't do anything?
No, you just take no action.
Okay.
And so that taking no action is an option. And so if that is the
Well, I don't know
course
if that'll happen.
of action, then you can still bring up process-driven rule changes, et cetera, in new
And I get it.
business.
So in new businesses, when whoever wants to would ask for that. So my only concern would be, and I was not trying to push it off, I just felt like we were going around in a circle here. We know it's not a good process, not due to anyone other than our policy and handbook that needs to be thrown away somehow and have somebody get something that can make sense with statute, because statute overbears Robert's rules and everything else, and I don't want to belabor it. So if I don't do this, or where we can have a meeting in July to decide where we're going, I don't know that this is going to have no action, I guess, unless it's voted down when someone, if there's no motions, is what you're saying? Okay, well, I can't count on that.
Yeah, correct. And so just to be clear, just like any agenda item that says for possible action means that you can take
No, I
action
I
or you don't
understand all
have to.
that.
And so this is one of those items, and the consequences would be that it wouldn't be postponed, this actual evaluation wouldn't be pushed to August, but if the board took no action, and then if
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to-
a regent brought up new business, which it sounds like there will be, to look at the
Okay, and I
rule
guess
changes,
all I
then we
can do is, if there is a motion, then those that don't want it to go through, just don't vote for it. That's where we're at. I'm going to take that leap of, I'm going to finish and let him call on you. I guess I would just have to take that leap of faith to remove my motion. I'm not trying to push it off. I want to just have some good conversation, of course, of where we're going to go, because it's not going very well, and I don't think it's a good process and anything with it. So I'm going to be a good player here and remove the postponement, and then just hope that it goes nowhere. And if not, then we'll figure out what we do.
Yeah, I'll withdraw the second. Regent McGrath.
Thank you. So we're still in discussion specific to the agenda item. Regent Del Carlo, and then Regent Boylan,
Thank
and then
you.
Regent Brown.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. Little confusing to follow all this because I'm reading, the motion's always in the, and question's going to go to you too. So, thank you. Our motion's always in this paragraph. So it says that we'll consider acceptance of the annual report. So the only thing we could do then is either accept it or not accept it. And by not accepting it, it's a rejection, and then it's going to be up to this board, the will of the board, I like that, where to go forward with it. And we know there's no meeting between now and July 1st. There will be new leadership after today, and then we do have a meeting on the calendar tentatively for July 7th. Something could come at that point, right? So today, we're just going to either vote yes to accept or vote no to not accept, correct?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Regent Boylan, and then Regent Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I've always wanted to say this, and I better get it in there. Through you to the councils. I've never used that. Sounds so nice. And then follow up with Regent Boylan for the record. I love it. I have a question, sir, I've always wondered why we had so many councils. We've got 4 lawyers sitting here. One of them, she's even changed her name, and she calls herself something else now. But now I know why we need so many lawyers. So my question is a really simple one. The difference between tabling it and postponing it, is this according to the NRS? Is it according to our manual? According to Robert's rules? Who's it, and what?
Yeah, good
Seriously.
question, Regent Boylan, yeah.
Yes, sir.
These are what are called subsidiary type motions, right? And they're within Robert's rules, so they're in Robert's rules.
Okay. Thank you. Now, my next question, sir. What we're doing is really just, except let's say you give me a gift, here's a gift for you. You can have it for Father's Day. Now, you either accept it or you don't accept it. Give it back to me. So isn't this what this is all about? We either accept it, we're not doing any other action, we're just saying, all right, thank you very much, now get the fudge out of here, or whatever. We're not saying we're going to do this to the chancellor, or we're going to do that, or the chancellor's going to do that, right? So we can just say, give it to us, and then we can bring it back again and talk about it again. Is that possible?
If I understand your question correctly, Regent Boylan, if previously we had a motion to postpone this agenda item to August, which was subsequently withdrawn. Had that motion moved forward, this agenda item would have shown up on your August agenda. But if, and you are correct in that today's options are to accept or not. But another option, as Mr. Martinez and I discussed a little while ago, is no action. No action there doesn't have to be a motion. There could be no motion or no action.
Even though it says this is possible action?
Yeah, again, it says for possible action, which means there can be action and there doesn't have to be action.
Who decides that, the chair?
No, it's right on the agenda for possible action.
No, I know, but now who decides that, okay, we're doing nothing? No one makes a motion, I see.
Yeah, and currently there is no motion pending. So if no, as we move forward on this agenda item, if no further motions are made and there's no further discussion, then we move on to the next item.
And then to the next. I'm so glad I came for this meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Regent Borland. Regent Brown?
Chair Brooks.
Just one moment.
We can make a motion that says no action, and that would be my preferred.
Yeah, thank you, Regent Goicoechea. That's certainly one way of doing it. We'll move to Regent Brown.
Thank you. Regent Brown for the record. I think we've spent, I don't know, an hour and a half talking about process, but I just want to point out that when I read the climate survey and I read the evaluation, there seemed to be very similar themes in both of the documents, and I want to ask some questions about them. You know, the things I took away were communication, transparency, internal leadership, organizational stability, and trust. I don't want to just acknowledge that this happened. I want to actually have a conversation about, like, how can we be productive moving forward? So it's my understanding that there seems to be a very clear misunderstanding of those surveyed where they believe resources and energy need to be versus where they're actually spent. So I just have 3 questions about that. How would you define your role as chancellor in a system like NSHE?
Excuse me, thank you, Regent Brown. Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. I believe that my job as Chancellor is to work with system administration and the campus presidents to ensure that we are maximizing our resources in order to provide great service to the students and the people of Nevada.
How do you balance supporting the institutions, supporting the board, and then leading the system in those 3 areas that you're over?
Sure, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. All of those things need to be done. And the question isn't one or the other, is how do you balance your time? And I don't think there's a perfect mix or a balance of that. As you can see from my self-evaluation, the majority of my time this year has been spent internally. And I guess it depends on how you define internally, whether that's just system admin or if you include the presidents and the campuses, which I generally do. So 74% of my time this year was spent with system admin and the presidents and the campuses. An additional 16% then was with state and federal lawmakers. So I have focused my energy primarily, within system administration and the campuses. But I think all of those things are necessary. All of those are duties of the chancellor. It's not either or. It's, when do you do it? How do you do it? And that's just a judgment call.
That was actually going to be my, Regent Brown for the record, that was actually going to be my 3rd question was what percentage do you weigh on external versus internal? You said 74-16, I'm assuming you mean 26, 74-26?
No, there's also 10.5% for how we would label external, but a lot of those external meetings are people from such as the UNLV Foundation or people who are directly engaged with our institutions. So they're technically external but for those definitions, but I think they're still important to NSHE, and that's why I spend time with them, because all of my time is dedicated to benefiting NSHE.
Okay. So if I'm, Regent Brown for the record, so if I'm going to just understand, because the 3rd question was percentages, 74%, 75% is internal, if I'm just using easy numbers. 15% is external, non-NSHE, and then 10% external NSHE. So foundation, et cetera.
Yes.
I asked that because, again, I go back to the responses, and the theme I was getting was very much, doesn't really, and I'll have to get my notes out, but it was things like, getting external, spending a lot of time with external support instead of internal. Like this was a theme coming from the presidents and regents and everyone of the 27 people that were interviewed. This was a theme that was coming out of that. And if you have a call back to the climate survey, that was also a theme that's coming out of it. So I guess like the takeaway I'm here is like, if you think that it's, and I'm just using easy numbers, 74, 16, 10, I think were your numbers. I don't think it's being perceived that way by majority of people, which is worrisome, right? Because these are the people that this board, the presidents that report to you, and the staff that funnel up to you are all having they look in the mirror and say, well, where's my work going and who do I talk to? And then they see this with the self-evaluation and the numbers shared today, and somebody is not telling the same, they're not interpreting it the same way. And that doesn't always take, this is cheesy, but I was thinking of the and I wrote it down, the Simon Sinek quote that leadership is not about being in charge, leadership is about taking care of those in your charge. And I feel like this is a moment where, regardless of people's upset about the process, the climate survey is saying this, right? And I think this is actually a good mirror to that. And so I do think that there is a real conversation to be had about how we're actually executing time, the effectiveness, just because, and I appreciate our two friends that showed up today to speak on your behalf, but like, there was nobody internal that did that. And it's not that this is really the place for this, but I think I consistently feel like there is an external focus when your staff is saying, hey, look at me, I'm on fire, I need help, I need resources, I need a lifeline, I need all this stuff. And the climate survey showed that. And I really feel like the interpretation of those who were interviewed for the evaluation were saying something that was similar.
Yes, thank you, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor, for the record. I guess last point first there, I told my staff that I didn't think it would be appropriate for them to speak. I think they would have been willing to, but I didn't want it to seem like I was pressuring them to. I don't think that would be appropriate. So you are all welcome to talk to them. I think it would be great if you did. I think they would be welcome or perfectly willing to share their feedback. There definitely is a perception problem. The narrative about me spending too much time externally somehow started in last July, and I don't know exactly where it came from, but I started getting questions about that when I first arrived. And I don't know if it's because my first several meetings, or I had several meetings out of the gate with, legislators and donors and business leaders, but that narrative started early and is not consistent with the evidence. And so, yes, there's a perception problem. That's something that I intend to correct. Again, it's about internal communications, and that's one of the things that I own. I have not done a good enough job explaining internally how I'm spending my time, how we're making decisions. Those are all very valid concerns, and I'm going to be working a lot harder to make sure that people understand those things.
I'll read your brow for the record. And I want to acknowledge, coming into a state brand new is a difficult and it's a huge lift, especially a state like Nevada. There are 3.4 million people, but there's, well, I say it a lot, it's 2.4 million people, and I know all 50 of them, right? And that's very much a Southern Nevada culture, but the statewide, it's very much a connectivity. So I also want to acknowledge that I understand, wanting to meet with legislatures and wanting to meet with the people who want to support this. I just have to, I honestly, I hope Thursday goes really well for your all hands meeting, because I can't help but keep reading the climate survey where your staff is saying, I don't feel supported in the ways I need to be supported. And so, I have a ton of questions about the fiscal stewardship of where we're heading as a system. I said this to you earlier, I do have a problem with the hosting numbers. I don't think the value is buying tables at events when your staff is saying, I need help with data management. I mean, look, you gave an example earlier that we lost someone, and he shared that it's because he didn't have, the support that he felt like he needed. And I don't want that to happen, because then it becomes a hemorrhaging problem where we're going to have to throw money at more consultants, right? And I think I've said this to you, I don't understand why the first instinct is consultants when we're bringing people in at top level, we're hoping that they're subject matter experts, which is why we're bringing them in. That's the case we're making to staff, why they're not getting maybe a junior, but they're getting a senior because they're coming in as a subject matter expert. And I just hope that, you know, we can rein in some of the spending. I mean, this board talks about that all day long when it comes to our executives on our campuses, but we don't represent students directly here. And so I have a harder time with NSHE spending money on things that aren't exactly student-facing. And based off of comments I've heard my colleagues say in the past, I'm surprised that they're not speaking up too. But it's fine. I'm happy to stand on principle on that. And I just hope that Thursday does go well, because when I read this evaluation summary, I'll just be honest, I didn't feel like it was overly negative. I felt like it had a ton of comparison to the climate survey. And I felt like I really hoped that this was going to be a very open and like productive conversation about what's in this report, what we're hoping, what we can measure, and what we're hoping to see 90, 60, and 130 days from now, right? But it's not what happened. I do hope that Thursday is productive, like I said, but I also don't want to just skip over the fact that this evaluation was not astronomically different than the climate survey, something that my colleagues have said that was done well. So I don't know how we could just throw out the evaluation at the same time.
Yeah, Matt McNair, NSHE Chancellor for the record. I'm not saying there wasn't useful feedback in the evaluation. We already talked about, you know, where I spend my time, balancing it externally versus internally. I also, you know, picked up on the fact that people want to hear more from me at meetings. And, you know, it's always been my practice to empower people and let the subject matter experts do the work. But I've spoken with a couple of regents since then who said basically, you know, this is a chance, you know, for NSHE in a public forum to show, you know, show that the chancellor is engaged and in charge. And I think I sort of viewed those for the last year as mutually exclusive. I wanted to empower my people to present those items. And so I did. And I thought I didn't want to waste people's time introducing the items. I've been persuaded that it actually will be useful for me to do that. And in certain circumstances, not every item, but in certain cases, set the context, explain my perspective on it. So you will be hearing more from me as we go forward. So I'm definitely not suggesting there is not any useful feedback in there. There is some, and I appreciate that. But I got that. Well, yes, I'll leave it there.
Are there any other regents with questions? I don't see any.
Chair, Regent Goycochea.
Go ahead, Regent Goycochea.
Yes, I would make a motion that we take no action on agenda item 4.
Second.
Chair Brooks, just I'm going to jump in. I interpret that as a motion to not accept the report. I don't think there's any other way to kind of really interpret that. This is my advice.
So there's a motion on the floor by Regent Goycochea, and that was to take no action on the report. It was seconded by Vice Chair Goodman. I do believe that regents can have a motion like this to take no action. At the same time, there can obviously just be no action taken. But as the request has come in to make a motion to take no action, then we'll go with this motion. And I'll call for discussion if there's anything else that needs to be said about this. Regent Borland.
This develops your patience, doesn't it? Thank you, Chair. Council, what you just said, does this mean that we are saying we don't accept this report and this report has to be done again and he messed up, or are we, what's something, help me, please?
Jimmy Martinez for the record. It does not mean the evaluation or the evaluation report need to be done again. It's just the only action that this board can take today is to accept the report and adopt it as its own. that's not necessary. It doesn't have to be done. So if the board, my interpretation of Regent Goicochea's motion is effectively to not accept the report.
So, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. So we'll be saying we don't accept this report, but that's just not right. We accept the report, but we don't do anything. Is that what you're saying? I am so mixed up today. I'm so glad we have so many lawyers, so help me here.
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, the effect of this motion would simply be the board does not accept the report as its own, and the matter is over, and then in new business, we can bring back a new agenda item to relook at the process and move forward.
Okay, so we bring this back again to discuss this report. Today, we don't accept it. No, then it's done. Then we just wasted our time. Nothing happened. No? Yes? Who? Maybe?
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, I don't think the board wasted its time. I think the board has had an opportunity to do the public evaluation as required in NRS, consider the report, ask the chancellor questions, get feedback, but just not adopt the report on as its own for any future actions. So at this point, the board would not be able to take action on the report. It would not be able to implement findings of the report. The matter would just be over. And during new business, if a regent would like to bring forward a new item to a future meeting to discuss amending the process, that could be made a new business, and we can bring back a potential amendment for the board to consider at a future meeting.
Oh, I see. Thank you. I love you, Jimmy. Thank you.
Okay, so
Chair Brooks and Regent Goicochea, to legal counsel, by taking no action, though, I believe you can bring it back on a subsequent agenda, right?
Jimmy Martinez, for the record, if there's no action taken, then just nothing happens and we just move on. The chair could bring, a future chair could bring it back on an agenda. 3 regions can request it come back on an agenda for a public discussion. None of that is prohibited, but it also doesn't obligate the board to do anything with the report.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
okay, thank you, Regent Goicochea. And so the motion still stands on the floor that was created to take no action on this agenda item. I'll ask if there's any discussion on this, and then we'll just move to a roll call vote. So the only part of the discussion that I'll bring up is I think this is a great example of why the board should take a look at doing things a little bit differently. Because it doesn't really matter who the chair is. It seems like it's more important about what the results may be. And then there's other dynamics that come into play if the results are not as positive as some folks think that they should be. I think there's plenty of things that we can learn from this, that's for sure. But to have a chair, and this may sound a little self-serving, and if it does right now, that's okay. To have a chair go through the amount of time, work, and effort it takes to really meet with folks who are trusting in that communications will remain confidential, regardless of whether they're positive or negative, is part of the process and certainly something that has to be recognized. And so in putting together what that looked like, I think from this point forward, rather than have another chair go through the scrutiny of process, then either process has to be developed, so it makes it very simple, or just take it out of the hands of the officers and let somebody else do it, which I promise any future chair, that's going to be the easiest thing to do. It just will be. And so perhaps that's a great way to go in the future. And with that, Regent Del Carlo.
I just have a comment. You make a really good point, and I've not sat in that chair, well, just 3 months, but I mean, it's very difficult. And I think that's why the board fails at doing their annual evaluation. Because when I served as vice chair, we had a chair that didn't do the evaluation. And it hasn't happened consistently since I've been on this board. Very few, and former Chair Carvalho, she knows how much work they are. I mean, I've supervised in my time, had direct reports, and I know what it's like to give annual evaluations and make those decisions. So you bring up a good point, and I think under new business, I will make the new business when it comes time, if you'll call on me to change that whole process, because that way you, as a chair, whether you're the chair or whoever's the chair, can also participate because you have a voice, and as you pointed out, you have more knowledge than any of us do, and Amy did too, because you're working with the person more than most of us. So I hope we change this process. Thank you.
Regent McGrath.
Thank you. I just want to make the comment, maybe before we actually vote. I don't fully understand the ramifications to Chancellor McNair if the report were to be accepted. I mean, I understand it's important to put an emphasis on the hard work that the chair does in putting together the report, but I don't think that's a reason to accept it given possible ramifications. I'm not even sure that I fully understand those, to the chancellor and to the system, given the problems with methodology that we've talked about. So I feel very strongly I'd like to participate and wasn't able to do that. So I just want to make that point. With all due respect to how much work, and I understand it's a lot that the chair has to do, I think we have to look beyond that when we think about whether we accept the report or not.
So thank you again, Regent McGrath, for your comments. I absolutely agree with you. Nobody should accept anything based on work that was put in to get something done. That's for sure. In terms of ramifications for the chancellor, in this particular meeting, there is relatively none. And I say relatively none because this is not a personnel session or agenda item that is specific to the chancellor's employment. This is merely an evaluation. It's an annual evaluation, and it is something that perhaps offers opportunity for a chancellor to recognize where folks see certainly areas of acceleration and again, areas where the greatest opportunity exists to move things a little bit differently. And that's really what this is. So it has no effect on his employment because it is not a session where we talk about the future of the chancellor.
Okay, I don't think, Regent McGrath, for the record, that I could let that stand. I mean, obviously, if we accept the report, some of us believe, and there, who knows what caused this or what the source of it was, but some of us believe that there was a flawed methodology. I do think it does, as Regent Goicoechea noted, with the new legislative session coming up, it does have ramifications, perhaps not as direct as you're talking about, but it certainly has ramifications for the chancellor and for the system. And I think we need to think and be very cautious in accepting it, given some of the problems that we pointed out. So I don't think that the response, with due respect to you, Chair Brooks, is 100% accurate.
Well, thank you for your feedback. And with that, we'll just do a simple yay or nay. So we'll do a voice vote. Those who move to take no action on this agenda item, please signify by saying aye or yes.
Yes.
Aye.
How do you count that?
Those who oppose, please signify by saying no or nay.
Nay.
No.
No.
Guys have it.
Mr. Chair, can we do a roll call vote, sir?
Sure, I think that would be better because we have some folks coming in on Zoom, so it's tough for communication. Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski, will you please take a roll call vote?
Regent Carvalho.
Aye.
Regent Del Carlo.
To take no action, aye.
Regent Downs.
Aye.
Regent Fernandez.
Nay.
Regent Goicoechea. Regent Goicoechea.
Aye, finally got in. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Goodman.
Aye.
Regent McGrath.
Aye.
Regent Ariscata,
No.
Regent Batista,
No.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Brager,
Aye.
Chair Brooks.
Yeah. I would just say, it's a tough one because I generated this report, and yeah, I'm gonna say no on that.
Regent Brown. No. The motion passes.
Great. I think now it's time for at least a 5-minute administrative break before we get on to the next agenda item. Okay, let's grab seats and move right to agenda item number 5. This is higher education landscape and roles, and we'll have a conversation about the higher education landscape and also roles and responsibilities of regents, chancellors, and presidents.
Chair, I'm so sorry, just point of order. Is it possible to move agenda item number 6 up? I have an appointment at 5 that I would need to leave.
I appreciate that, Regent McGrath. The fact of the matter is the folks who are here today also have time schedules, and because they're here to provide the conversation, I thought it would be appropriate to have it. And so-
Okay, I don't know how long the unfinished business is going to take, but perhaps we could just get to that quickly and then move forward. I don't want to hold up our guest speakers.
Okay, thank you. And look, what I would say is that the purpose of the conversation really is a continuation of a conversation we had a while ago in a special meeting. And my perspective of this is really simple. It's that as this is the last meeting where I am the chair of the board, and as if you want to call it service to boards, steward to the board, from my perspective, it's great to be able to offer opportunities to have very real dialogue specific to things that we've got going on. And so I think this is a great opportunity to, again, talk about things that are happening not only on the national perspective, but also locally with inside the board, the chancellor, and the presidents. And so I'm very thankful to have folks here who can guide us through this.
Chair, if I may, I think it is the will of the board to do the vote of the chair so that we can be engaged with these individuals and not worry about people having to leave. I think it is your job as chair to do what the will of the board is. And if everyone's on the phone and everyone's present, I don't understand why you wouldn't want to move forward with unfinished business. I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you, Vice Chair Goodman. So I will absolutely entertain if there are regents who feel like we should wait on this agenda item and move right to agenda item number 6. Give me a quick nod.
I think
I'm in favor of that.
I'm in favor of having the chair vote right now. It's going to take less than 5 minutes, no disrespect to our speaker. It'll relieve a little bit of the tension in the room, and then we can more openly listen and participate. And I would hopefully, as the last gesture of your magnanimosity as our chair,
let's just do it that way. Thank you. I appreciate you speaking up. So we're going to move right now to agenda item number 6. This is the unfinished business election of board chair. In accordance with Robert's Rules of Order and the published agenda, the board will address unfinished business from the last meeting and conduct an election to select a board chair who will serve a 1-year term commencing July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027, pursuant to the bylaws of the Board of Regents. It says nominations will be accepted from the floor, but do we really need to do nominations considering we do? Okay. Nominations will be accepted from the floor and do not require a second. Regent who nominates a candidate for chair or vice chair may briefly speak. Well, that's not true because the vice chair we've already gotten.
Right.
We got that done the last time that we were in our meeting, right? Yeah.
Okay, sit
And
down.
so self-nominations are not disallowed under Robert's Rules of Orders. After all nominations are received, I'll ask for a roll call vote. If more than one person is nominated for the position, members will be asked to state the name of the person they are voting for. I will now open up the floor to nominations for chair.
I would like to make a motion. Is that okay?
A nomination? Yes, Regent
Yes.
Breger.
Thank you, Chair. I would nominate Stephanie Goodman for chair.
Thank you, Regent Breger. So Regent Breger nominated Regent Goodman. Are there any additional nominations for chair?
I will nominate Amy Carvalho for chair.
Thank you, Regent Fernandez. Regent Fernandez nominated Regent Carvalho for chair. Are there any other nominations? So then the nominations for chair have been closed. Chief of Staff Nick Lajewski, will you please take a roll call vote? And by roll call vote, I mean, please say the name of the person that you would like to be in the chair position.
Regent Del Carlo.
A Goodman.
Regent Downs.
Goodman.
Regent Fernandez.
Carvalho.
Regent Goycochea.
Just trying to make the microphone work.
Goodman.
Thank you. Vice Chair Goodman.
Goodman.
Regent McGrath.
Goodman.
Regent Ariscata. Is not connected. Regent Batista.
Carvalho.
Regent Boylan.
Goodman.
Regent Breger.
Goodman.
Chair Brooks.
Regent Carvalho.
Regent Brown.
Carvalho.
Regent Carvalho. Carvalho. Vice Chair Goodman is chair-elect.
All right. Congratulations, Chair. And I didn't anticipate how quickly, frankly, that would go. I just anticipated. So listen, I appreciate that the board moved this to, yeah. So the votes are done. And I'm saying that because Regent Ariscata has tried to text me. I don't think there's anything that we can really do. And I frankly don't believe that it would matter in terms of where the votes. I think Vice Chair Goodman had a clear 7 votes in that. It would have gone, right? Thank you. Okay. So now we will now move back to the initial agenda item, agenda number 5. And Sally Amoruso, please.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And we're looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you so much. And if we could bring up the slides, please. So by way of introduction, my name is Sally Amoruso. I serve as Chief Partner Officer for EAB. And in that role, I support hundreds of presidents, boards, leadership teams around strategy, leadership, the future of work, and the future of higher ed. And today I'm going to share with you what I would call a highlights reel, because I'm going to try to go quickly in recognition of probably how weary you are. This has been an intense day. Across a body of work that we do every year, which is to look at the sector of higher ed and pull out the secular trends that are worthy of elevating to our partners. I will mention as well that I am a resident of Henderson, so I'm a Nevada resident. I thank you all for your work as a regent. I also serve as a trustee at American University in our nation's capital, and I understand what a big responsibility it is. So thank you for making space for the conversation. Excuse me. Let's see. Just to level set what EAB is. EAB is a technology consulting and research firm. There are various areas, various terrains of expertise that we have that are on this slide. We actually partner with 2,800 institutions globally across K through 12, so hundreds of public school districts and independent schools, community colleges, four-year colleges, and graduate and professional schools. We also work with 500 employers, 500 of the Fortune 2000. So that really gives us a perspective on the entire student journey, if you will, from K through 12 all the way through to thriving in the workplace. And I will mention that we work with a number of NSHE institutions as well. So very pleased to partner with them. As I mentioned, each year we look at the secular trends across higher ed. And this year, it was 2025 to 2026 that spanned this body of work. There were 4, I'll call them fronts of upheaval that we wanted to touch on. The first is around external accountability. So public support, the public narrative around higher ed. The second is around financial sustainability and confronting the business model strain that our institutions are having to face, both with dual revenue as well as cost shocks. The third is around market relevance, and in particular, what AI is doing to the labor market and how that's impacting our graduates. And then the fourth is around institutional agility. So higher ed is having to face challenges and changes at a pace that it never has had to before. And so our institutions need to be able to adapt and strategize, make decisions, and make change at an unprecedented rate. So what do we need to be looking for so that they can really embrace that agility? And how, as regents and trustees, do we need to support our leadership teams in doing so? So I'll touch on that a little bit and then hand it over to Tom to take the conversation forward there. Please feel free also to interrupt me if you have any questions. These slides are sort of data rich. I work with lots of researchers, so when you talk about data, you're gonna see a lot of it on here. So please feel free to interrupt with any questions or clarifications that I can make. So let's dive in to external accountability. And this is around the tenuous public support that we see and the heightened political scrutiny that we see around higher ed. This graph draws from the Gallup poll on public confidence, and that is an annual poll that Gallup does to really assess how the public sees institutions, banks, different industries, higher ed as well. And what you see over the last decade and a half is really a concerning trend for higher education. So the gray line represents the percent of the public that says that college is very important. And you see that declining. In fact, the lowest line, which is not too important, so these are folks who don't think college is very important, that has grown 6 times since 2010. That is very concerning. You might think that there are political lines that are drawn here, and that would be a reasonable expectation, but actually when we looked at Democrats and Republicans and how they view the issues around higher ed, surprisingly, there was much more common ground than you might expect. And in fact, drawing from that common ground, we would posit that there is a winning platform that higher ed institutions need to be embracing to really address those common concerns that both sides are raising. The first is around powering jobs, which I know you all support very much in terms of powering the workforce of Nevada. The second is around fostering civic pluralism. So the idea that both conservative and liberal voices need to be heard on campus, and that we need to create a space where all kinds of voices can be heard. The third is around advancing national resilience. So understanding that universities do drive our leadership in defense, in health, and infrastructure. And the fourth, perhaps not surprisingly, is embracing a culture of transparency and accountability, both to our students, but also to federal and state funders. So really being able to be accountable for outcomes, for efficiency, and for governance. So that was, again, a highlights reel of the public narrative. We have much more where that came from, but I do want to move on to financial sustainability and the business model strain that our institutions are under. The idea that the higher ed business model is broken, that conversation has been going on for over a decade. But what we see today is an unprecedented synchronized compression So on the left-hand side, what you see is what's happening with expenses, salary growth, the cost of student support and academic support, just the costs of running an institution, of research, of auxiliaries, and financial aid. All of those are rising. So if you look at the higher ed inflation rate, it has continued to rise year over year over year. At the same time, downward pressure on institutional revenues. Institutional tuition and fees not keeping pace with the rising costs of operating an institution. Government funding, auxiliaries, private gifts. Major donors are holding steady, but what we see is actually alumni giving is strained. Investment returns are okay, but not growing again at the same rate. So the synchronicity is creating a real moment and a real pressure, particularly for the CFOs, and I know we have a few of those in the room. We have built a model that can handle stress, but the stress today is from both sides of the equation, and that has also an unprecedented situation. That has also created an unprecedented situation for institutions. And when you think about what's driving some of the pressures, in particular on the revenue side, I want to point out that high school graduates are in short supply and they are about to become even more scarce. This isn't actually evenly distributed across the country. So we've been talking about a demographic decline for quite some time. What you see on this graph is how that demographic decline and how the number of high school grads in particular varies by state and what we can expect from 2026 through 2041. So Nevada is going to experience a 13% decline in the number of high school grads across that time period, that 15-year time period. That means that as the costs of running our institutions is increasing, we have fewer students, fewer prospective students graduating from high school. So that's just the sheer demographics of it. I also want to point to another perhaps worrisome trend, and that is what we're calling non-consumption. That is that fewer high school graduates are actually choosing post-secondary education. So the top line is the percent of high school students who graduate. And we as a nation have really been focused on improving that. So the 24 data here shows that in the United States, 91% of high school students graduate. Unfortunately, as we have improved that high school graduation rate, we have not improved the number of those students who are choosing to go to college, and that is the jagged line you see along the bottom. That is the decrease in college enrollment. The latest numbers are that nationally, 62.8% of high school grads choose to go to college. So said another way, nearly 40% of our high school grads are choosing not to go to post-secondary education. And that's really worrisome. And in fact, there is a bit of a gender split. So it's a 5.6% decrease in female college enrollment, a nearly 8% decrease in male college enrollment. And you may be wondering what this looks like in Nevada. So our high school graduation rate is 84%, so not as high as the 91%. What's really concerning is that our college going rate trails the national average by nearly 20 points. So we really struggle to engage high school graduates in considering post-secondary education as part of their path for life thriving and career thriving. And I know that you share my concern about why that is and why they don't see college on their path. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the economy and how higher ed is inextricably an engine for the economy. And certainly part of the workforce development efforts have to be around diversifying beyond the dominant industries in Nevada and inviting in other industry. Well, research and research institutions are a critical part of that. That is why research is such an important public good for Nevada and for the nation. And yet research doesn't make money. So even with the funding that faculty secure from grants, research has not been a break-even enterprise for institutions for quite some time. You can see nearly $7 billion in university R&D contribution that was invested by institutions themselves. Yes, Regent Boylan,
May I?
please.
Thank you. Thanks, ma'am. That's great. You mentioned it twice and 3 times maybe, and you said, why are we seeing such a decline in Nevada students not going up into higher education? I know it's a bunch of things, but why do you think it is?
I think it's a multivariate situation.
Right.
And it starts in the K through 12 system, right? So the less resourced K through 12 systems in the country have lower college going rates. And that may be because students, even when they graduate, don't feel prepared for college mentally. Psychologically, even if they perhaps on paper are. So I think that is part of it. I think the public narrative and the public discourse doesn't do us any favors, honestly. So despite higher ed being inextricably linked to the workforce, and driving jobs and driving industry, I don't think we are always united in that common ground around how that happens. And I also think that there is a misunderstood, there is a lot of misunderstanding about student debt, right? So if you speak to people, they will talk about, the cost of going to college is so high now, and I know students are graduating with hundreds of thousands of dollars of student debt. And that is simply not the reality of it, and certainly not in public higher education. But that narrative makes high school grads worried about, worried about going to college because they hear about these very, very high levels of student debt.
So basically, perception becomes reality, like the Chancellor was saying, we have to change our perception out there. I don't think there's any issue with the higher educational institutions. It's mainly a perception of the public and the students thinking that it's too expensive. And it doesn't have any other factors, like we are, after California, the highest per capita percentage-wise ESL students and such. Does that have anything to do with it?
It may, because actually by certain cultures, there is actually less comfort with debt generally.
True.
And so when you think about the messaging that I just talked about, different groups will hear that differently. So Asians, for example, tend to be very debt averse.
Yes.
So there are different factors. There's also the economy, right? So when jobs are booming, there's an opportunity cost in the mind of a 17-year-old. We work with a school in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, where the college going rate is in the 20 percentiles. And that's because you can go into the trades and make $70,000 as a welder.
Right.
At 17. And for certain young people, that makes sense to them immediately. They're not realizing that over the course of a lifetime, a degree makes the difference of nearly $1 million in lifetime earnings on average. And 17-year-olds, if any of you are parents, they're not always thinking about the future as much as they're thinking about today.
That's for sure.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions before I continue? Yes.
And I won't belabor it. You touched on a little bit because we kind of discount, I know what you said about 1 million more. And I know it's a statistic, but certifications, do you touch on that? Because there are some valuable jobs that have education, but not technically that formal education that support families very, very well. So
thank you for that.
Okay.
So we do see a growth in certifications, but it is a little bit of the Wild West. So I will say there is no regulating body that accredits credentials that are non-degree based. And so what I would say is that the focus needs to be on industry recognized credentials. So those could be certificates that then lead to jobs, but it is a little bit of the Wild West right now, and it's also a very small percentage still. It is growing very quickly, though.
And I'll just say this very briefly. So like in real estate, if you don't take your classes, you don't get to keep your job, though. So I think there are some accreditations that are very important in society that we should look at maybe a little bit better in encouraging them to continue on with their education. And we don't really do that. So I'll just leave it at that, but I appreciate what you're saying.
Thank you. And I actually think lifetime and lifelong learning is an opportunity for higher education. And I actually think that AI is going to necessitate that in a very different way. So I appreciate the comment. Other questions before I move on? Okay, so the point here just about research is that research does provide a public good that we need to recognize, but it is very expensive. And it costs institutions quite a bit of money. They have to contribute to it, even with the grants. And there are some proposed caps that are going to make that even more of a financial burden. So just recognizing that for our research institutions, they are carrying an additional burden here to carry on that public good mission. And then athletics. And in fact, on this slide, what we do is to actually create the parallel points for athletics that we make for research. In some ways, I will say athletics is even more volatile than research because the direction in which it's going could actually create even more unpredictability in the cost structure of participation. So we see the rising costs of competition. We see some diminishing institutional ROI. We see some winner-take-all dynamics where the Power Four, there are only 21 institutions, for example, in the country that actually break even or make money from athletics. So I want to share that with you just to provide a little bit of perspective because from the outside, it looks like athletics should make money, right? There are big endorsement contracts and my goodness, we have all those ticket sales, but it is so expensive to keep an athletics program going. And then the mission versus margin tension. I do want to acknowledge, though, that athletics does contribute to a lot about the community element of universities. Certainly, we find that athletes can actually retain better because they have that relationship with the team and the coach. So I'm not diminishing the importance of athletics, but I want to raise our consciousness around the cost of participating and how intense it is and how it will intensify in the coming years, which I know that you know as Regents. I will say we are seeing some signs across multi-campus institutions and systems that I wanted to point out. And Penn State, it's not technically a system, but it may be a canary in the coal mine, if you will. We also work with many systems across the country. And Penn State and the eastern part of the country has been dealing with the demographic decline for longer. I mean, we have benefited from a thriving state with folks coming into the state, and we continue to benefit from some of that. But the East Coast has not been so fortunate. And so what you see here is that Penn State is actually consolidating 7 of its campuses in an indicator of what is to come as we confront that demographic decline and fewer high school students choosing to participate in post-secondary education. And they are not alone in this. The Cal State system is consolidating the back office operations of 3 northern campuses who have been hit with more of that demographic decline as many Californians left the northern part of the state. What we see as a potential path to a more sustainable system is first recognizing that there may be some consolidation necessary with under-enrolled campuses so that we can concentrate the resources in the locations that will provide the state with the greatest long-run value. I know that may be a difficult statement to hear, but I do think it's a conversation that needs to be had. And then understanding that different campuses bring different strengths. So recasting the campuses around those strengths that they bring. Some may be better at educating adult learners. Others might be better at the research mission and bringing that to the undergraduate experience. So recognizing the diversity of different campuses that we have and thinking holistically about how they serve the interests of the state. Then also considering digital reach. We have so many modalities now that are at our disposal. How can we actually think about those modalities and the assets across the campuses to serve perhaps some of the education deserts that we have in the state and engage some of those students that might not think that post-secondary education is accessible to them. So those are just three options that I put out there for conversation as you think about the strategy of taking NSHE forward. Moving on to market relevance and preparing students for an AI-transformed knowledge economy with fewer jobs. Just wanted to talk about Gen Z for a moment. This is a generation that is shaped by a socially disruptive technology, not just by AI, they're digital natives. I am the parent of a 26-year-old and a 24-year-old, and I've watched their progression through this. They are also graduating in a contracting labor market for new grads, and I'll explain why that is and what that means. And then we have AI and revolutionary advances that are going to continue to transform the workplace. And so we need to be understanding how that transformation is happening so that we can prepare our students to thrive in that new workplace. Gen Z has been through it. I don't know if any of you have Gen Zers at home, but this was a generation that went through a lot, starting with 9/11, COVID. My daughter graduated in the class of 2020 from high school, so she got her cap and gown in the mail, and she was on video for that. It was really pretty heartbreaking as a parent to go through. And they also have social media, which I don't think is doing them any favors in terms of developing a positive outlook. What this slide shows is a little bit of a glimpse of their outlook around finances. And what they are confronting is really the increase in the modern costs of living and learning. So an 84% increase in the median home value, 35% increase in the median gross rent, and an 81% increase in average college tuition. That is typically not the public higher ed story, right? But again, that narrative doesn't serve us well. And then the economic conditions, a 22% increase in 18 to 24-year-olds with outstanding student debt, 11% growth in median annual earnings, which does not keep up with the costs and the rise in costs, and then a 9% total wealth held by Gen Z, decline in total wealth held by Gen Z and millennials as of 2024. So this affordability crunch helps to explain why they feel like they need to earn a ton just to be able to thrive, why they don't feel like home ownership is likely in their future. Do you know the average age of first home ownership now? Any guesses? Very good, it's 40. It's 40, yeah. And the duration of young people living at home, as you have probably heard or perhaps you're experiencing, has become more prolonged, right? So this is a generation that has a little bit of angst as they think about their financial future. This is perhaps the most complicated graph that you will see across this presentation or perhaps any other. So let me walk you through it a little bit because I think this is the most important trend that we need to take notice of in higher education. So this is about the unemployment rate. What you see going across the middle is the normalized baseline unemployment rate for the US from 2005 to 2025. If you are above that, so that dotted white line, that is bad. That means you have a higher unemployment rate than the general unemployment rate. So you want to be below that, right? The 1 And that lowest line, that marks college grads overall. So they have a lower unemployment rate than the general population. That 2 marks the line for recent grads. And that's a little bit of a troubling line because it always used to be a lower unemployment rate than the general unemployment rate. And you would think that makes sense because they're right out of college, they're eager to go, they're not expensive labor, and so they were always getting hired and finding employment more easily. But then something changed, and that is the number 3. What we see is that across the last several years, recent grads have started to experience an unemployment rate that is higher than the average unemployment rate for the country. So if you are a recent college graduate today, you are facing a higher unemployment rate than the average general population in the US. And to me, this is a huge referendum on higher education, right? This is something we absolutely need to be paying attention to. And this is probably one of the drivers of the focus on career outcomes. Yes?
Thank you. I was going to ask, what is the best way then to move forward? In other words, what are some things that are being worked on right now to make sure that those who are graduating our institutions, regardless of where they are,
Yes.
are finding available work?
Yeah. So many things, and I will say that this is a conversation we're having across many campuses. It includes employer partnerships, so institutions having very aligned employer partnerships so that they understand what employers are looking for and they are able to produce that. It's experiential learning, which our institutions have been embracing for a long time. It's internships. Internships are critical. Paid internships. I mentioned that I'm a trustee at American University. One of the commitments that we have made is a $4,500 stipend for students to take on an internship that may not pay externally, that they can apply that to. Those are the kinds of strategies that we are seeing come out of institutions that are looking at how they can drive more career outcomes. I know of one institution that's actually about to acquire a placement agency, a local placement agency, so that they can increase the effectiveness of the career outcomes, because they realize that career services is doing the best they can, but may not have the expertise needed to really drive that. So there is a lot of innovation that is starting to happen in this area, but it starts with listening to what employers are actually seeking. And making sure that we are building that into the curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular activities that our students experience. Other questions on this? I will say that we are seeing some very disturbing data in the marketplace that we believe reflects the influence of AI. Now, AI is not the only thing that is impacting that unemployment rate, but it is one of them. Because when you think about what AI does, it can displace many of the tasks that entry-level workers were doing. So when I graduated, I went to Wall Street and I was a financial analyst. I spent many, many hours in front of a spreadsheet. And I will tell you that ChatGPT, that AI can do the work that I did as a 22-year-old better than I could with fewer errors. Absolutely. So we're seeing that AI is starting to displace some of the generalist staff and technical staff that used to be the starting place for many of our college grads. These were the landing spots that they would seek. And so the career pyramid, where entry-level jobs were plentiful, and then if you worked hard and you were promoted, you made it to mid-level, and then finally executive level, that is changing shape. And it's changing shape in a really concerning manner. It is now what we see as a diamond, where the entry points are choke points. The entry points are choke points. And I mentioned that we work with 500 of the Fortune 2000 employers. They are concerned about this too, because if I need fewer entry-level workers, how are my managers going to learn to manage, right? How are my managers going to actually develop the skills to be the kind of high-functioning, high-performing managers that I need? So an active conversation that I think needs to be had across an employer community and the higher ed community. But entry points are scarce. Employers are demanding actually hire more polished, more experienced hires from day one, which means that the bar on our students is rising. And first jobs are going to feel less like learning jobs, which I had the benefit of having, than immediate proving ground, which puts an even greater stress on our institutions to be readying these students for that world. In fact, what we're seeing develop from employers and what they need is the T-shaped professional. So for quite some time, we've been talking about a T-shaped student, but now we're seeing this concept of a T-shaped professional, where you see across the top, the top of the T, the durable skills. I hate the term soft skills, so let me use durable skills. The human filter, the relational edge, the elevated fundamentals, the EQ, the ability to collaborate. So students are going to be expected to have that at a higher level. And then you can think about the stem of the T being more of the specialty specific or technical area terrain specific expertise. And to Regent Brager's point, that is going to require continuous and ongoing lifelong learning because it will require reskilling and upskilling, particularly in terrains that are going to be transformed by AI and technology. And so that is an opportunity for higher ed institutions to lean into that. But we need to be very aligned with our employer community to understand how that's happening. And things can change very rapidly. 2 years ago, I was talking about prompt engineers and how 23-year-olds were making $350,000 as prompt engineers. And then overnight, that job disappeared because AI can write its own prompts. So that should give us a sense of how quickly the workplace is transforming and how quickly we need to be able to adapt as institutional leaders. Which brings me to institutional agility. How can we help to drive campus change to unlock opportunity in this sector? Our researchers identified 6 attributes of a thriving institution here. There are 4 operating capabilities and then 2 what I will call endurance capabilities. The first is what we call decision resolve. The idea is that we have had the luxury in higher ed of being able to analyze and analyze and analyze and look at data to make decisions. Things are now running more quickly, and we are going to need to make decisions in the face of uncertainty. We cannot wait until the data prove a dispositive path, because by then it will be too late. So how do we create decision resolve where we are able to make those decisions in the advance of certainty, which also means we need to be okay with failing once in a while, because we will not have 100% perfect information. And comfort with failure is really sort of anathema to the culture of higher education. People tend to come to higher education because they were the A students, so we don't like failure. But if we are going to be innovative and agile, we are going to need to get comfortable with failure, to celebrate it, to learn from it, and to move on. Unapologetic focus. The idea here is that a campus, an institution, is a portfolio of many different things, but we cannot be all things to all people. Our institutions cannot be. And so where are we allowing our institutions to focus? Where do their strengths indicate they should focus? And where are we not focusing? What are we going to deprioritize? And the deprioritizing is perhaps the hardest thing, because every initiative and every priority is worthy. It is simply in a world where we don't have unlimited resources, and we don't have a growing market of students, that we do not have the luxury of being everything to everyone. portfolio logic is a slightly different twist on that, and that is that we need to be seeing our institutions holistically, that they are a portfolio of different colleges, different institutes, different centers, and that we need to be optimizing the whole and breaking down the silos between each of those different components in order to do that. And then change-ready systems. Our systems don't always promote change. So we need to be looking at our reward systems, our promotion systems, the underlying budget models to make sure that we are making space for more agile decisions. So those are the operating capabilities. And then there are two endurance capabilities. The first is what our team termed urgent long-termism. And they liked sort of the oxymoronic element of that. But the idea is that it takes many years to make change in higher education, even with greater agility, right? Think about building a new building. You're making commitments for 30 years, 40 years in many cases. So we need to feel urgent about making the right decisions today for our institutions and for Nevada 30 years from now. And if we don't feel that urgency today, if we don't plant that tree today, it will not be ready. It will not bear fruit 30 years from now. So that is the idea of urgent long-termism. And executive resilience. So the average tenure of a university president by ACE's 2023 survey was 5.9 years. That has been declining. So I think the first time they did that survey, it was maybe 2006. It has been declining and declining and declining. So when I just said that it takes years to make change, and we have this continual turnover in leadership, those two create a friction that makes it very difficult for the continuity of strategy, right? I mean, that's sort of an obvious statement. So we need to create the mechanisms both for greater continuity of strategy, but also for greater executive resilience. The board plays a huge part in this. I share here McKinsey's 6-part framework for college and university boards about where the board contributes. And you all bring tremendous experience and perspectives. The board sets strategy. The board needs to have that urgent long-termism and to make sure that the leadership teams hear about those long-term priorities. Governance, obviously, is the major role that the board plays. Financial, making sure that there is fiscal oversight over the financial management, also ensuring that fundraising and investment are effective, establishing the key performance indicators, ensuring that risk management and compliance and legal obligations are fulfilled. And then, of course, you all are ambassadors of the system. So making sure that we are promoting the right narratives, that we are holding that responsibility very dear, because you each play a really important role in that. I will also say, and a very important, a very critical role that we see boards playing are in asking the right questions. We actually have created something called a board altimeter, because we feel that the right strategic questions are how a board can hold itself accountable for playing at the correct altitude. There are some questions that are distracting. There are others that are truly micromanagement. But at the right altitude, boards can drive leadership teams and contribute to more productive strategy. And so we've created this framework, but I offer this to you just as examples of some distracting questions versus micromanagement questions, and then holding one another and yourselves accountable for ensuring that your questions, which you absolutely should be asking, are at the right altitude. Appropriately allocating board effort on issues that matter the most, again, for that long-term success, not getting caught up in the minutia of the day-to-day, leveraging the unique expertise that each of you brings. benefiting from the preparation and education about the broader higher ed landscape. I probably do 24 board presentations and workshops a year now. My colleagues, we have a staff of 80 folks who go out. Board engagement has become an increasing part of our portfolio as boards recognize they need to be diving into this material. And less than 10% of board members actually have any campus experience. And so this is something that needs to become a priority for it to actually become part of the level setting and understanding across a set of trustees and regents. Addressing the challenges and difficult topics in a productive, solution-oriented manner, and then taking the deliberative and collaborative nature of shared governance into account. We talk about noses in, fingers out. That's another way to think about it. Let's just make sure that we are supporting our leadership teams in doing what they need to do, giving them the strategic questions to ensure that they are thinking about the long-term interests of those that we represent, asking the right questions, but keeping noses in and fingers out. And that is what I will leave you with. I know that this was a very fast run through quite a deep set of material, but I thank you for the time. And yes, Regent Boylan, if I may recognize your question.
I can talk loudly, I know, but yeah, all right. What is that you just said in the end? Fingers in your nose?
Noses in,
or what?
fingers out.
Oh, I thought you were saying fingers in your nose or something ugly like that. But what is that? What do you mean noses in and fingers out? What do you mean by that?
It's a cute, perhaps too clever term about the appropriate role of a trustee, that we need to be thinking about the strategic direction of our institutions, but not managing the minutia of actual management of those institutions.
Oh, so just the $35,000 foot view.
It is more about actually strategic direction and future. So making sure we're asking questions about the urgent long-termism, ensuring that our leadership teams leading our institutions are thinking about those long-term strategic questions, and making sure that we are not getting dragged into a lot of the minutia that can certainly
No, yep, and
Certainly drag us
long-termism,
in,
I like
yes.
that one. Sorry, I
No,
spoke
not
over
at
you,
all.
but
No, please.
long-termism, I'll remember you for those two things. Keep my nose in it. Thank you so much.
Of course. Any other questions?
Thank you so much. Sorry, we have a finicky mic here. So this is a really interesting presentation, and thank you. I think that a lot of what we've been discussing today in direction, all that, I think goes really hand in hand with this. So I do have a few questions.
Please.
You talked on page 13 of the presentation, and it was discussing the extending flagship-led hybrid and online delivery. So that was one point of it, and then differentiation by design. How have you seen other institutions or systems really focus on, one, the mission differentiation, but also two, believing in meeting students where they're at and what they're into. Have you also seen some level of success with the hybrid or online delivery now that we do have, and I know you spoke a little bit about AI, and I'm asking two questions here at a time, I apologize, but you talked a little bit about AI and how that's changing things, but I feel like as I talk to some faculty and staff, that also is a fear in how we are providing education through that model because of the use of AI, and really our students truly being able to learn what they're saying, or they're using AI to finish their classwork. So I want to sort of address both of those, and then I'll have a follow-up question after.
Thank you. So to the first question around differentiation, it is an active process, and I will say that systems are at different places on that journey. You have some systems like Minnesota that were sort of naturally differentiated, even just organically, because one campus was closer to the Mayo Clinic. It developed health sciences as a specialty, and then you have the R1 institution. So there's some systems that just sort of had more natural differentiation. What we do see as ubiquitous across all systems is that the conversation is much more active, and it starts with an assessment of what different regions and micro-regions need from higher ed. So we say take an outside-in approach. What does our state need from us? And then where do our strengths lie across the system, and what is the best delivery mechanism for us? To your second, there were two parts of that. The second part being the hybrid and online delivery. Yes, there are many institutions that are engaging very actively in online and hybrid. ASU, for example, not too far from here. In fact, all of the Arizona system there being very active. It is a modality. It is one, I don't, for a while we thought about online or in person. What we see is that this is a modality that is being deployed, and sometimes in combinations of ways. So for example, you might have low residency programs where you come at the beginning, you're online, and then you come at the end. So it's a modality to be deployed to serve your student populations. If you are serving busy working adults who are trying to complete their degree, online is absolutely something you need to consider because of the convenience of that. If I have a family and I'm working and I'm trying to complete my degree, online is critical to provide the flexibility. And then your latter question on AI and the use of AI. So the most progressive institutions that we have seen in this sphere first align AI to, again, how it's happening in the workforce. So what does a discipline need to understand about the jobs for the students that it's educating? How will AI impact that particular industry or sector or set of jobs? And then thinking about how they need to integrate AI fluency into their curriculum. Some of it is sort of showing your work. So we see faculty saying, okay, I know that they're going to be using AI, and I'm not going to police them on that, but I sure as heck want to see where they started, how they utilized AI. So it's sort of, I'm old enough to remember long division. It's sort of showing your work in the utilization of AI as a tool. AI is moving much more quickly in the workplace than it is across higher ed, and I think that mismatch is something we need to be concerned about as well. So how, again, thinking about the end product, how do we need to prepare our students, and then making sure that our curriculum actually aligns to that. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I think I have a follow-up here, and I don't know if your research does show this, but we as a board are having a broader conversation about 90-degree credit programs, right? Whether we call that a bachelor or something else, but you alluded a little bit to, we Nevadans, we have a lot of working class folks that want to finish the degree faster, and we have a broader conversation as well with credit for prior learning. But in your research, have you seen any success with the 90 credit degree bachelor's programs or anything along those lines so that we can start to prepare ourselves to?
Yes, thank you for that question. As you all know, everyone is introducing 90-degree, 90 credits for degree programs. And I think it is too early. I don't want to speak before we've actually seen the data. It is too early to see the full results of this. I think that there are some key questions we need to be tracking. For example, do we see students who are graduating from those programs being received by employers in the same way? Are employers actually going to give as much credibility to a 90-credit degree as to a 120-credit degree? That is one question that I think we need to really question. Typically, what it does is to remove most of the electives, right? And so how does that impact the student experience, the student optionality of constructive degree exploration? It does condense the path, and it's much more cost-effective. And so, again, being sensitive to those benefits. But I think there are way too many unanswered questions that we need to be tracking. So I'll come back in a year and let you know how the 90-credit degrees are looking.
Sure. And Chair, if I may entertain one last question here. I thought this was really interesting because we do hear a lot about the athletics experience in our institutions. And I guess this is a really broad question to ask it this way, but how much is enough, right? At what point do R1 institutions need to say, our focus is really more on the research and getting students to graduate than there is the athletics portion? I know we're in unprecedented times with NIL and all of that, but when is enough enough?
I can't answer the when is enough enough. I will share some considerations. If you look at the schools that are thriving right now in terms of enrollment, a lot of them are SEC schools. So students, we have a hypothesis that students coming out of COVID, some portion of them were looking for the big college experience. That makes a lot of sense because they were holed up in their rooms on Zoom doing classes. And so when you think about that southern swath of Alabama and those schools with big athletic programs receiving so many enrollments, I think there's something that we need to acknowledge about how athletics contributes to the experience of being part of campus. I can't speak to when enough is enough, but we also do see that the connection that student athletes have to their sport and to coaches does drive student success. So those retention rates can be higher. But it is very expensive. So I think you're going to see a shuffling of schools in terms of conferences and divisions, and I think that will continue. And who knows what is going to happen with NIL? I just don't know. It's sort of mind-boggling. So I can't answer that first question, but I do think there are some benefits and there are the costs that we will need to continue to weigh. Other questions? Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it was great. It's fantastic. And part of the agenda item certainly is to welcome back Tom Skanke, who will provide some conversation related to roles and responsibilities. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me. Everybody run for the door.
Would you mind going to the podium?
Oh, no, not at all. Man, I haven't stood at a podium in like 20 years. So let's do this. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chancellor. For the record, my name is Tom Skanke. Does that sound official? Perfect. What's that? Mr. what? Oh, Mr. Tom Skanke. Mr. Skanke, he's been gone a long time. So as a follow-up to when I was here, I think it's been a month or so. Has it been a month, 2 months? First time I was here, we had a conversation around this concept of a one NSHE. And what I kind of wanted to do today was follow up with kind of the dialogue you had this morning and this afternoon and the presentation just now of what are those elements of a one NSHE? And what I learned in the last time I was here and this morning, which I thought was a really good dialogue, by the way, is defining roles of the regents, the chancellor, the community, and how those two things interact the best. And then from there, like what information is translated between the NSHE office and the Board of Regents. Susan Bragger made several good comments today, which I hate to give her credit for, but it goes counterintention to my whole character. But when I was here last month, Susan said, are these dialogues getting ahead of the strategic plan that the chancellor wants to do? And today I'm going to answer your question, Susan. I think these dialogues are exactly at the right time based upon what I saw this afternoon and this morning. I think this will help the chancellor design a scope of work, hear from you more. You all heard from the presidents what the things that they need, some of the things that they need. And it's really important that as you go forward, And today, we want to hear from some of you like what the roles are, but I think your dialogue and your feedback to the chancellor gives him an opportunity to create the right scope of work and create the right strategic plan. I've heard most of you say today, you don't want another plan that just sits on a shelf that you don't use. If you want one of those, go down to RTC. There's about 400,000 of them that are sitting on shelves that have not been used. So to have the dialogue, based upon what I heard this morning, if you took a look at, maybe it's worthwhile changing the handbook, maybe it's worthwhile making some substantive change to where we are. What I learned this morning was Nevada's going through some growing pains again. And I think you all are growing through the same thing as our state continues to grow. Where do we take this institution of higher education in the next 20 to 30 years? And you all are those people that'll be doing that. So I think it's good for the president and the chancellor to hear from you, like, based upon the dialogue this morning, I could tell you what I heard, but what do you think as regents, the role of regents are and the roles of the role of the chancellor should be going forward? I'm not making a presentation. This is the iterative process of my conversation.
Chair, if I may?
Please, anyone, it's open dialogue.
Okay, thank you. I do think that Regent Brager came from the county, I came from the city, and I do think that there is something to be said about that city manager kind of form of government in allowing, an individual to do the work that they need to do while the board oversees and makes those policy decisions and that sort of thing. So I kind of see it in that role. That's how I see this board working in a functional manner, is allowing a chancellor to essentially be like a city manager in that they run everything and they have the expertise to do that, and then the board oversees that work.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, Stephanie, that what works really well in Nevada and has for decades, probably since the beginning of Nevada, is we don't have in our state a strong mayor form of government. We don't have a strong chairman of the county commission. We have a county manager and we have city managers, and they have a lot of autonomy and a lot of authority, and they report directly to the Board of County Commissioners and the City Council. And I mean, it works. It works. What I heard this morning in the dialogue was, by the way, anybody else before I go into my analysis of what you just said?
I want to say, I think the difference is city and county and what we do here. The accountability factor to you as the commissioner or a city council person is very direct, because you have a constituency that watches and sees and responds to you as you respond to them. Here, it's more abstract as far as the systems. You have the presidents, you have the chancellor that directs the presidents, us that should be giving our thoughts, but not say what to do. If we tell the chancellor what to do, then we're the failing part on that as far as I'm concerned. I think that they should know the system better than we do, but we react to what they're doing and how they should accomplish those goals. If we're looking for a different language needs to be spoken, and that makes sense, then they should put that into implementation. That's what I see the difference of Regent, even from when I was on the school board for those 12 years. We still just gave direction, and yes, they followed through, but they had to come up with also things that needed to be done that we could agree to or not agree to. So it's pretty fascinating here versus being in direct relationship with your constituency. It's just, there's a big difference.
So Susan, I think you said this morning that maybe, I wrote this down, maybe there needs to be a board survey? What did you mean by that exactly?
Well, I just think that the board for years has had, and everybody knows it, a little bit of fracturing. And I think it's time to get together and really decide what is best for the system. And if we looked inward, and maybe we did a self-evaluation each on ourselves, and I think that could be beneficial.
And would that be done by the same outside consultant that you recommended this?
I think it'd be a good
Earlier?
idea. I really do. It's hard to do. In past, there's been, you go on a board retreat. That's hard to do with, 13 people, and we don't want to spend the expense. But you could do it internally or externally, meaning someone else does it. I think it'd be beneficial for the board because there's going to be big changes in the next few years, go down to 9 people, broader scope of area, but area is not the issue because there's still only 8 campuses. So I think it would be really important for this board to do.
I know a place you could save them some money, this air conditioning bill. My God, you could hang beef in this room. I live in a tropical climate. This is cold. Anyone else have any concepts or ideas of roles and responsibilities of regents?
Thank you. Are you saying what our roles are as defined by our policies, that we set policy for NSHE, or are you asking us what we would like them to be or what we think we should be doing? Because some of us, I don't think, know what we should be doing. It's our fiduciary duty to question and get the right answers, or hold people accountable. So what are you asking?
So, yes, I'm
Yes.
asking that question.
All right.
So the question would be this. What role, so you've all said pretty much the same thing today. We're at the 35 to 50,000 foot. Occasionally, boards and commissions like to get into the 3 feet space. And it's important having, I just did one of these last week in Southern California, workshop with a different commission. It's really important to keep yourselves at the 50,000 feet and let these folks do the 3 feet. Because when you get into, as a board or a commission, when you get into the minutia of it and down into the weeds, you then get into operations. You then get into making decisions and personnel decisions that, again, I haven't read your handbook, but maybe it's time to revise some of those things to say, okay, what is our role going forward? How do we interact? Because based upon the conversation that I heard this morning, I think it's timely. That would be my recommendation. I have 5 or 6 here based upon what I've heard in the last 2 meetings. But historically, the Regents have had and done certain things. I think the Regents are changing that scope, and it might be time to revisit that going into the next term, going into the next 10 to 15 years of Regent activity. But what is that specific role? I mean, I know you guys, as an example, you hire presidents. Is that something you want to do? Like, is that something, is that a legislative change? Is that something that you consistently want to do? Looking at your legislative agenda, you guys don't have, quote, executive sessions, right? I mean, this is my opinion. Personnel matters are executive decisions. That's an executive session in California. They have executive sessions where those things are not done in public. And maybe that's a legislative thing. You might get challenged by constitutional attorneys. I am not an attorney. I don't play one on television. But I know in California, it works very well that executive reviews are done in executive session, and they clear the room, and the only people in the room are the attorneys and the executive director and the board. I'm not certain that you can do that in the state of Nevada, and the attorney is saying no, but if it requires legislation, that might be a legislative agenda, right? So it's looking at those policy discussions that we probably historically haven't maybe looked at. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Tom, and I'm Carol Del Carlo. I've been on the board 10 years, and I'm also the national chair of the Association of Community College Trustees. I have shared this with the board before, but I'm glad we're talking about this kind of stuff because I think we are a model, national model, and so of course we are a governing board to our association. So every year, every year, a third of our board changes. So we have 26 members on our board. And we hire and fire our CEO, which is the same as, say, our chancellor. So our board's continually changing. So we kind of get them in a row. We do our self-evaluation, and it's a Survey Monkey, and I don't know why we couldn't do something similar to that. And it's administered by for us, it's our legal advisor who is he's not on our staff. He's a hired lawyer because we don't need a full-time lawyer. So we do our self-evaluation, then we do a board evaluation, and then we do this CEO or the chancellor evaluation. So we do all three of those. Then those are all compiled, and we do them anonymously, really, but we do put our name on them so they make, because we don't all know everybody's, say, email or whatever. So we make sure everybody does them, and we put great pressure on everybody. I expect nothing less. I'm the chair this year. I expect nothing less than 100%, because that's one of your core requirements of being on the board. And that goes back to something I've talked about since I've been on the board, is that we haven't had a governance committee in over 10 years. And this is something that could be, handled through the governance committee too. And there's a lot of things we could put under that umbrella to put us on a much better professional level. And that even goes into how we have courtesy and respect of each other. I just went to Kenny Gwynn brought in the Dignity Index. I'm having a board retreat next month. We're bringing her in for a 3-hour session. And it's just how to talk. We can disagree, but let's do it respectfully. We don't have to knock each other down. I believe in the chain of command. You talked about that. I'm a former 22-year military wife. I worked corporate America for 21 years, and I truly believe the chain of command should be respected. Yes, we are definitely at the 50,000-foot level. I don't believe in getting into the weeds. That's not my job, but it is my job to be observant, to see things, and let somebody know that should know if they don't know. And that kind of stuff should be kept confidential. I mean, I don't want to go around being the rat. I mean, that's not even how I see myself. I'm just seeing myself for the betterment of. See something, say something. I think that's our role. I think as regents, we should come to this meeting on time. We need to start on time. We need to be prepared. We need to take our meetings with our chancellor, with our presidents, get our questions answered. A lot of things can be done ahead of time. The meetings can go quicker, faster, because we can always tell. I've always been able to tell, well, who read the material and who didn't? Well, just listen to the questions they ask, okay? And then when you're here, be participative. I mean, sometimes there's some of us, not always me, but doing the heavy lifting. And it's not fair. It's not fair to the board. This board's going to go, per the legislature, from board of 13 to 9. I don't agree with that. Our committees are going to go down to 3 because our quorum's going to be 5. So how are we going to, we're going to have to, in the next 2 years, we have 8 committees. We're going to have to take those committees down to a manageable level. It's going to be a lot. And I kind of did a little survey to myself, looking around the room, just private conversations I've had with some of the regents. Who's going to be left? I'm go off the board in 2 years, term limited. Appreciate the service. Thank you, voters. But where's that institutional knowledge? I have a lot of institutional knowledge. I'm the only one on the board with 10 years. My next is Regent Carvalho with 8 years. Then the next group is Chair Brooks, Chair Regent Boylan, who lost his primary, and it's Regent Arriscato. So, okay, we're down to 2 people that have 6 years, all right? So who knows in 2 years if Chair Carvalho will run again? And he's got his general election, and so does Joe. So there's 3 people either decide not to stay on or they get beat and go off. So then that brings us down to the next group that has 4 years. So I do worry about that stuff because this is not an easy job. This is a very complex job. Anybody that gets on this board, first of all, you got to run for election. That in itself is a whole nother topic. But once you get on the board, somebody said something about the percentage of people that don't come out of higher ed. So I should have asked that question. I meant to, but most of us went to higher education. But when I was first approached to run for this job, I said, I can't. And they said, well, why? I go, well, I don't come out of higher ed. That was my misconception. I thought that's what you were supposed to come out of. But no, we need other voices, other experiences. I had a business background. Oh, perfect. Run for the board. So I am worried going forward. And we were at a pivotal moment. Your presentation was wonderful. We were at a pivotal moment. We all get the Chronicle Higher Ed, and we get, there's one other publication that we're getting all the time, and articles, and that value of college, it's really sad because, you know, I'm with you. You get over $1 million more in your lifetime with a degree. I mean, the stats are out there, and there's always exceptions, but yeah, we just need to get down to basics and be accountable and hold others. The chancellor's job is to be the person at the top. We hired him. We knew when we hired him, he didn't have the traditional, say, background. But we hired him because we saw other skills in him. And I still see other skills in him. And he's presented well, the ability to get along with people. He's listening to people. He did his listening tours. I don't feel that was really well communicated, say, to the board, what he heard a lot. But so here we are at a pivotal time. It's almost like a reset today. We're going to have a change of leadership. We're going to go forward for another year. But I think you're going to see in new business today, a lot of new business is going to come up because we've been, many of us have been asking, our whole policy needs a complete revamp. When we had a meeting maybe a month ago, that last meeting, there was a policy there hadn't even been looked at since 2009. I mean, come on. We've got AI today. We had this wonderful young lawyer who is just graduated from Boyd Law School who hasn't taken her bar yet. And she's not earning the big bucks yet, but she did a beautiful job on a policy. This is the kind of things we could do. We got a law school here. Let's partner with the law school and get these law students involved. So, I mean, I took today, I'm a very positive person anyway. I've been accused of being a cheerleader too much, but that's my role. Because I don't want to look at the glass half full. The glass is not half empty, it's half full. So we got a great start, and that's how I see things.
So the question that I would ask you then is, if it's the right time to change the policy, does the chancellor bring that policy change to you all, or do you all bring the policy change to the chancellor?
We are the governing board.
Do you have these four attorneys?
We are the governing board, and I see ourselves as we're responsible for the policy and the budgets, hiring and firing presidents, or we certainly hire them. Usually it's the chancellor with the boards, and then we hire the chancellor. So those are our four big things. So no, I think the board needs to direct the policy.
And because I like deadlines, I love them. Well, I like them for other people, not for me. What would you say would be the right time for that to come up? Would that be like before the strategic plan that the chancellor wants to do, or is that before the
Are
legislature?
you talking about the policy?
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be able to wave your magic wand and have it done in 30 days.
Oh, no.
It's way too complex for that. It's way too complex
But is
for
it
that.
this year, or is it?
Oh, yeah, we
Is it
need to
before
get,
the legislative session, so you could do an analysis to say, this is the legislative change that we need to make with our policy?
I don't know, I would defer to our chief of staff, who probably knows our policy way more than anybody in this room, because you've worked for it over 20 years, Carrie. And what do you think it would honestly and reasonably take to go through our policy, and probably have to have a lawyer help you, or somebody, whatever it would take? Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Del Carlo. Carrie Nicolajewski for the record. My honest opinion is that this is a years-long process. The handbook is dense. There are different sections that you would need to employ shared governance when you're looking at those. Colorado has a model. Their model was extremely public. They put their proposals out for public feedback. I think they spent 5 years going through their policies. Again, their process was extremely transparent and offered a lot of opportunity for folks to weigh in. If you're doing it right, that's how you're doing it, quite frankly.
So
I was going to say, sorry, and to add to that, I think if you're going to do it right, you've got other people at the table. It's not just the board. It's got to be the presidents, well, for sure, but it's got to be the presidents because they're going to be able to take a look at policies that are unintentionally harming the ability for them to move the institution perhaps in a way that they'd like to move it. And so it has to take place with whether it be the board, attorneys, and, presidents, and then maybe add on who else at the institutions would be part of those conversations where some of their institutional knowledge and expertise is going to help shape the policy and how we can move things better, really for the betterment of the state.
So,
Mr. Skanky,
Yep.
this should have been done yesterday. It's, there's 13 of us. The Nevada, what are they called? The legislature or whatever that set it up. They purposely did that. It's a bad luck number. 13 in Vegas, come on. It's a bad joke. I've been here 5 years asking that we should do this. No, it's not going to get done. We talk about it a lot, 13 of us and a few others thrown in, but no one does anything. We have a doctoral program in public policy now in the college. I think you teach there also. We could ask them for help. We could do it ourselves. There's 13 of us. Each one take 200 pages, go over it, bring it together forget about it. You're just hearing things that none of us will do. So it should have been done yesterday. Thank you very much.
So that's a really good recommendation to have the public policy school assist you with that because as an adjunct professor, I think it's a great program. And the students are amazing.
So I have to declare that so that, I'm praising it.
And like you, it's community service. I want to go back to the changing of the governance. So if it's a 5-year process, when would the Board of Regents want to start that process? You said yesterday. I'm trying to get, so here's where I'm headed. I like deadlines. I like dates. Is that something for new business under the new chair? Does that come from the chancellor? I'm trying to open up the dialogue as to how you want to proceed. You have a new chair. You have lots of things going on, so move.
It's something I've talked about for some time. We all have, and legal has spoken with the county. They had something called a Title 31, which really
Right.
isn't Title 31, but it was like the 31st chapter of how they went in and they revised their policy. So we really don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can get some information from the county, work with public policy experts, and really try to come together and do something. So I intend for that to be one of the first pieces of new business. Because I think it's vital. Right now, our policy handcuffs us more than it helps us. We need to also identify legislative issues that potentially we need someone to help carry at the legislature. So, get clarification on some of this OML. How is a committee of one person when we're choosing our presidents, when we're choosing our chancellors? It's a huge amount of responsibility on us, and we need to be more collaborative and come together as a board that is actually where you have multiple people making these decisions, not all of this just laying on the shoulders of one. So there's multiple things and multiple facets, but I kind of have an idea of how to tackle it.
Yeah, so Stephanie, if you look how the stars are aligning for this organization, you have the former Speaker of the Assembly, you have the former Governor of Nevada, you have all of these very qualified institutional presidents, you have a chancellor with a vast amount of experience, and all of you in the community who are out there talking to people. If you can't get those stars to line up, you might as well all pack up and go home because there's a lot of power in this room. And if it, again, I'm not a lawyer, but if processes need to be changed, I think if there's anyone in this room that can figure that out, it's this guy, and it's that guy, and it's this guy that know how that process works. I would try to line that troika together and get them into alignment and actually advance an agenda to get something done this legislative session.
If I could jump back in for one quick second, my recommendation is to start with the bylaws, because that is your home, and that can be done with staff and lawyers and Regents. That's it. So start there, make some progress, build some momentum.
And Jimmy Martinez for the record, if I could just jump in, one of the things to remember is our handbook is 600 pages long. Any changes to our handbook often requires changes to our procedures and guidelines manual, which is another 200 to 300 pages. Our handbook is broken down into 4 titles. So we just redid Title III. So that's one piece that we've already done. Title I is the board's bylaws. So that's, as Carrie stated, that's within the board's purview. We don't need to look to institution presidents or anywhere else to address that. Title II all of a sudden now becomes much more complicated because we're talking about the NSHE code, which has the force and effect of law and is part of all employees' employment contracts. So there's a lot of things that we may not be able to change except for new employees in that, and we do have to make sure that we retain due process and the legal implications there. So I think, as Carrie stated, starting with the bylaws is a great start. Moving forward to Title II and Title IV, it's much more helpful for staff, for the board to have an agenda item where the board really discusses the topics it wants to address. If the board can point out 5 or 6 topics it wants to change in Title II, then we can go back and bring back revisions to those, to everything affecting those topics. But just to say we need to completely revamp Title II, that's not a lot of direction for us to go back with. So a lot of times what staff is looking for is just a clear direction on what to go and bring back. So I think those conversations in front of the board are just really helpful starting points for staff.
1, 2, you have 3, 4, you have 4 lawyers at your disposal. Well, it might be the problem, but Susan, but it might also be a benefit. So the other thing that I wanted to bring up for your consideration in my 6 minutes and 30 seconds is I come from representing Fortune 500 and Fortune 50 and Fortune 100 companies in my lobby practice. And the way I look at the Board of Regents is you're the board of directors for Wells Fargo Bank or Chase Bank or Walmart. And you come here with your experience and you provide that experience. And then the chancellor is the CEO. And then the presidents are like the chief operating officers. And when the presidents come to the CEO and the board of directors, or the chief operating officers come to the chancellor and to the board of directors, they come with recommendations based upon experience at the branches or at the restaurants or whatever the case may be in a publicly traded company. And at the last meeting, all of the presidents had recommendations for you all and the chancellor that they need to benefit their customers, who are the students, which are your customers as well. I would assume that's your customers, or those are your customers. And so what is that customer experience, and what do the chief operating officers need to improve that customer experience, who are the students that are paying the fees, right? And in my mind, the students are the customers. So if that's the case, then the board of directors are listening to the chief operating officers to improve that customer experience, right? And if we look at it from that point of view, that may take some of the barriers of entry to do the work that you do as to how it relates to making the necessary policy reforms that you need to make in order to advance the institutions as a whole. So as I was listening to your conversation this morning, the first word that I wrote down was governance. That's the first thing I wrote down. And then I took notes from Susan Bragger. And I mean that sincerely. I'm not kidding. I did. I have your name in here several times. So as you look at NSHE, and if you want to take that concept forward, then that dialogue should be included in your agendas going forward. Like, what's the one NSHE item that you want to talk about each month to advance that concept? And I can tell you, when I ran the Economic Alliance, the more I talked about globalization, the more community talked about it. And when I left and stopped talking about it, no one talked about it. If you all have a one NSHE kind of dialogue every month in your agendas, then you will all be on the same page, because we are human beings, and once you start repeating it, it becomes part of your vernacular. The last thing second to the last thing that I wanted to talk to you about was what I heard this morning and this afternoon, the dialogue that I wanted to bring up for conversation was the power. Carol brought it up, you all brought it up indirectly. The communication aspect. And some of the things that I heard today as an observation was, what do you want to hear from your chancellor, and what do you really want your chancellor to bring to you? Those are two different things. What is your expectation? Right? So as you're looking at the roles of these individuals and what you want to do, what are your expectations, and what should the expectation be? What's the deliverable, and when do you want it delivered? What type of information do you want to receive? The county commission knows, the county manager knows exactly what the county commission wants to receive. The reason why that happens is because the county commission gives the county manager direction of what they want to receive. I think it would be really helpful to the chancellor if he knew what your expectations were as a board, not just, here's your job description, but here's what we want to see changed in the coming year, or here's what we want to see in the next 3 months. And what's the follow-up to all the things you all mentioned this morning? I took notes on some of the things that you want. What does that dialogue look like, and when do you want it? So I would suggest to you that when you have a recommendation, please don't leave that open-ended for his interpretation of that. That's an open-ended item. The only way you can measure performance in life is give people deadlines and make sure that they show up on time. And if you don't do that, then that's your responsibility. So if you have a recommendation for a substantive change, or you want something, the best thing to do is explain what you want, set a deadline, and then these people sitting here will get it for you. They are clearly all task-oriented individuals, or they wouldn't have been this successful in their life. So I've always learned that communication is for the other person, it's not for me. And so I like to be very clear in my dialogue and my communication with people of what my expectation is. That's how I've always dealt with elected officials. That's how I've always dealt with my staff, and I think it's important to clear up any miscommunication that there may be along the way. I would also ask and suggest to the chancellor that you ask them, what is your expectation of your communication from me? I think that's your responsibility. I think it'll clear up a lot of the misconceptions and miscommunications that people may have. And Susan knows this, you all know this, but Susan and I go back a long way, and we've had a lot of difficult conversations over the years, but I've never agreed with any one of her votes that I've related to me, unless it was a yes vote. But I will tell you that we've had difficult conversations, but we still remain friends. And that's what's really important. You don't want to lose the battle and win the war. And a mentor of mine told me one time, by the name of Oscar Goodman, never lose your friends. They're really important to you. So the last thing that I found really interesting that I want to point out to you is looking at this data that was just presented, which I thought was outstanding. Who are our current customers and who are the future customers? That's changing on a daily basis. I just learned, you brought up AI. I just learned that people are using AI to make their decisions in elections. That's frightening to me. And if that's where this is headed, then we need to be very proactive in how we manage that. I'm not talking about technology, I'm talking about decision-making. So, I am out of time, but I'm going to take 2.5 more minutes, because I flew all the way here from Mexico to do this, and I want to do this. This is my recommendations to you, based upon 2 meetings. 1, more communication and better communication among yourselves and among your staff and your presidents. These are really qualified individuals. I'm just going to take a little bit of editorialization here. I've known Amber for a long time. Don't lose that asset. And I'm not doing an HR thing here. No matter where she goes, she knows a lot about the system in Nevada, and she knows a lot about how to communicate messages, and I would use that resource. Reform the governance. And I would do it sooner rather than later, and I'd listen to your attorneys and your chief of staff, but I would take that on and advance that. If you have to set up a governance committee, if you have to set up whatever it looks like, if you want the chancellor to chair that or the board to chair it, I'd set it up as soon as possible. But I think it's time to reform your governance. Clearly define your roles as a board, and clearly define the roles and expectations of what you want from your executive staff and your CEO and your presidents. Set those expectations. Then the next note I wrote based upon this morning was, because you all brought it up, if you have to change the handbook, change the bloody handbook. If you need legislation to do it, do it. Is it going to be difficult? Yes. I mean, you get $80 a meeting, earn it. I like the idea of the board survey. I think that's really smart, and I think the timing is right. Do your own self-evaluation, and I think you should share that with the chair and the incoming chair. I think it's important that Stephanie know, I've known Stephanie a long time. Tell her what your expectations are. And clear up any miscommunication and get yourself back on a new agenda and start fresh with a new chair and move forward. I had a billionaire friend in Reno one time tell me, nothing's as dead as the past, move on. I think it's really important for you all to have more presentations from the presidents and take their recommendations. They are your generals in the field. They are. They're the front line. And their provosts and all of their faculty are the sergeants and the generals and the other generals and the majors that are charging the troops up the hill. They provided you with some really valuable information at the last meeting, and I hope you all take that into consideration as you move your agenda forward. I would also tell you that I will volunteer my time to do anything for you, Matt, and as an outside, I don't want any compensation. I've been in this community a long time. And if there's anything that I can do to make the change or assist you all, I'd be happy to do that. I'll be happy to take any questions, but I appreciate you asking me back today, Byron, and having the opportunity to be here a second time. And I wish you all the best in the future, and if you need my assistance in the future, I'd be happy to come back. Those are my observations. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tom. Thank you for coming back in. We appreciate the dialogue you create for us. It's extraordinarily valuable, so thank you very much. And I'm hoping that we'll, as a board, take you up on your offers to continue having this type of conversation with us, so thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 7, which is new business. And I'll ask if there are regents that have new business items. Regent Fernandez?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Chair. And, following up the conversation, I think it is really important to have a lot of clarity here, so I'll be as clear as I possibly can. For a future agenda item, I'd like to request discussion and possible action regarding engaging an external governance or higher education executive evaluation consultant to develop and administer a standardized chancellor evaluation instrument and annual goal-setting framework. The scope should include feedback tied to the chancellor's performance criteria, a chancellor self-evaluation template, a chair's written evaluation report template, annual and mid-year review timelines, a process for translating feedback into measurable goals, metrics, and targets, and a recommendation on whether the framework should be incorporated into board procedures and future evaluations. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Regent Borland.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to recommend that board staff arrange, and I've asked for this before in new business, never heard about it again, arrange with the computer science people to give this board and anyone else interested like a seminar in artificial intelligence. I think it should be done, and it should be done soon, because most of us, I think all of us, don't know enough about artificial intelligence. So I would like to see this take place soon, because it's something that we need. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any more new business items. We'll move on to agenda item number 8. Is there any public comment at GBC? I don't hear anything from GBC. If there is, we'll come back to them. Is there any public comment at the system office in Reno?
None in Reno.
Thank you. Is there any public comments here in Las Vegas?
Chair, if I may. Yeah.
Vice Chair Goodman.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank everyone for their support, and I just want to say that I am looking forward to bringing us together and having us be a collaborative board, a collaborative system, and just really moving forward. So I just wanted to just give a quick comment of thanks and positive endorsement of a good future to come. So thank you.
SES, is there any public comments on the phone?
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for being here. We're done. Thanks a lot.